on dodgy. Yeah, it just keeps stopping even when I'm going.
Our head injury and concussion care service provides your players with 7-day-a-week access to some of the UK's most experienced concussion doctors, who make sure the correct diagnosis is made and manage each player's recovery until they are fit to return to sport. Get in touch to find out more.
I have never seen it this busy on day one. This is mental. This is absolutely mental. Oh, hello. I think so. Something like that. Right, mate, I'm going to try and find us a coffee. Do you want coffee? What do you want? Yeah. Oh, sorry mate, did you go to the toilet? Oh, it's so good.
Can I confirm something about the tournament? Is there anything else under 15?
No, under 14s, under 16s.
So this Ivybridge is
Yeah, I think it's good. I changed the band to
Oh, guys, should we play basketball?
You're in the stands. You're in the stands.
Just drop me a WhatsApp and I'll find you later in the week.
Good morning. We're looking for references with Lee Bablake, 1888, for a 10 o'clock kick-off at Kingsbridge High School. If you're on site, put a reference with Lee Bablake.
They're going to play them on. They got a bit lost. You let things happen.
I'm going to let their music do the talking.
I remember it's still like that. It's like the best one. It's going to be so much options. Oh yeah. Oh, bloody hell. Where did you get that
Pomp and ceremony and a marching band to mark the commencement of the 84th Rosslyn Park National Schools Sevens. It is the biggest, it is the best, it is the greatest schools rugby tournament in the world. And in excess of 1,000 players have been on the road to Rosslyn all season. And finally, they've arrived. We commence our week's coverage, which will be wall-to-wall sevens, Monday to Friday, here on RE1 in Pool A of the girls under-16 tournament. Ivybridge in blue against Teifi of Wales in red. And this Ivybridge group come here with a bit of pedigree. They won the under-15s competition last year. They defeated the Kings of Wessex Academy 24-5. And with a banding change in the RFU age groups, this group will get an opportunity to go back-to-back. But there's a lot of rugby to be played before then. They get us underway, and the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens has commenced. Teifi looking to work their way out of their 22, almost caught round the ankles, but eventually a nice tackle coming in low round the waist. Teifi looking to move the ball wide to the edges, linking up in the centres, but a spill forward means we'll get our first scrum of the week. Not a hallmark of the sevens game, the scrum set piece. But a good launch pad here for Ivybridge. Just on the doorstep of the Teifi 22. Nice big blind side to work with. Just creeping into shot there, the blind side winger. And they shift round to use it, but Teifi come away with a win against the head, and up we go to the 10-metre line. Ivybridge yet to enjoy any possession on the ball, but Teifi showing their hand, showing their desire to go to the edges. But well watched by Ivybridge. More smart hands, but good defence in the middle, and the ruck is competitive. Teifi again going to the 15-metre channel. This is the type of sevens we love to see, and there's numbers and a bit of room out here. Step inside and an offload. Might have gone backwards. Referee says play on. Ivybridge, though, take the advantage before an intercept, and it's frenetic in the opening round of the girls under-16 tournament. Ivybridge coming away with some transition ball, a hint of that offload being forward, but the advantage will go to Teifi anyway from the knock-on in the tackle. Breathless stuff as Teifi look to find their way out of the 22. Another handling error. And eventually one too many. As play is brought to a halt. And there'll be some lungs burning out there after 2.5 minutes played. Well, RE1 will be bringing you action from the girls under 16 tournament today that will climax with the final at 4:40, but smattered in between there will be the under 18s Vase, featuring some fabulous sides, including Stowe School, the champions last year. But this is last year's under 15 champions, Ivybridge on the charge, but running out of real estate. Teifi. They've enjoyed plenty of possession. We've seen the way that they want to play their rugby. Moving it through the hands, getting it wide. They just about retained that line out. It was scrappy, but the main thing is it's in red hands. More good counter-rucking from the Ivybridge girls. Defence facing a stern examination with Teifi hogging all the possession. The penalty to Teifi, going off the feet of the ruck, and the call from the touchline from the coaches was go, 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 but they've lost that sort of early touch impetus. But here's some impetus going from the 22 across the halfway, being chased down and excellently tackled. Well, a hint of handling on the floor there, and I think the referee agrees. Wonderful break, only matched by the tackle. And still, Teifi hog this possession. Nice ball to one of the bigger players who weaves and uses her power to take Teifi up to the 5 metre. Bit of composure required as one of the Ivybridge players goes off. There is some room, but there are defenders. The Welsh school looking for the first score of this 2023 Rosslyn Park campaign. A knock-on will deny them. And I think there's some advantage being played. Referee happy to play on. Well, the knock-on missed, evidently. Looks of bemusement from the Ivybridge bench, but they do have the penalty to play with. But mishandling, and there's a grapple to get to the line. Ball not down, heroically held up. But the try awarded. First try of the match, first try of the 2023 Rosslyn Park National School Sevens goes to Teifi. They take the lead here on RE1 against Ivybridge. Here's another look. It was brilliant defence, two coming across, and I think that's held up. And I think by the looks on the faces of the Ivybridge girls, they felt it was, but Teifi get the score. And a conversion to boots as well, so the try maximised. Bit of a delay in getting the match restarted. It's in Ivybridge's interest to get things going and also get the ball in their hands. They've been starved of the egg so far, but here they go. They'll have a go from deep. after the kickoff, spins them around. That's some nice offloading play, and two speedsters going at it, but the Ivybridge one with a better turn gets herself up to the 22. Held up in the tackle before the offload comes, and oh, that's fabulous work. The trailing support line found by the offload, and Ivybridge respond immediately with a score of their own right under the sticks. That was the offload. The offload was brilliant, but that trailing line by the try scorer was what it took to unlock the Teifi event defence. One attack, one try. And half-time here on RE1. So Ivybridge, well, missing the conversion. Could that prove costly for them as the next 7 minutes unfold? Such fine margins in the school sevens every year. Great drama and a window into the future as we see so many stars of tomorrow, coaches of tomorrow as well, just like the Teifi one, delivering those impassioned instructions. And we'll have some Welsh representation in our next match here on RE1 as Glantaf take on Lutterworth High School. But at the moment, it's all eyes on the blue of Ivybridge and Teifi in the red of Wales. A huge growth area in the sport, and particularly for the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens as well. More and more girls and women playing the great game. They're being serviced with a burgeoning sevens competition here that'll be unfolding across today. We'll have our under-16s champions by the close, and Ivybridge with speed like that are a side that'll be threatening for that final, just as they did at under-15 level when they sealed the trophy last year. A try underneath the uprights, a chance to make amends from the drop goal conversion, which they do. Ivybridge into the lead. Look at that turn of pace. The hole opened up and gladly received. Ivybridge kick to Teifi, and they find a nice little hole of space behind, but it's gathered at pace. And away we go. Slaloming through the Ivybridge tackles. 1, 2, 3. Eventually, 2 blue jerseys required to bring down the Welsh woman. And this player's looked dangerous for Teifi all game, and she's adding that danger through the heart, running out of steam. A desperate tackle. She fights, she reaches, and she scores. A second try for Teifi. They draw level, crucial conversion. What a game. Well, there was the hole. She accelerated through. the tackle came just that little bit too late. And the good news for Teifi is that the score has been maximised. They take the lead, 12-14. 5 minutes to go. It is going to fly by for Ivybridge, and it's going to drag on for Teifi. There's more tries, there's more big moments to come, and there's some fine offloading play coming from Ivybridge. Again, we see them spin out the tackle and create room down the left flank. The cover's coming across. Oh, and she manages to scrag her by the jersey. Is the finish there? The finish is, there's some contention over whether the Ivybridge player was taken into touch. Well, Teifi are incandescent. They really feel that the tackle was into touch. But Ivybridge played to the whistle. They get their third try. Far out here on this left-hand side will take a good kick. Well, it was a wibbly-wobbly one that threatened to go over, but unsuccessful. There's the replay. Oh, we just can't see the feet there. Just can't see the feet. (17-14). Three minutes to play. Teifi can't gather the restart cleanly. Just a bit of a forced pass puts the Welsh under pressure. They recycle well. Little injection of pace, and then here's the Welsh offloading game. A bounce pass and some big space to try and arc round, but Ivybridge's defence has really been fantastic so far. A little bit pedestrian from Teifi, who get themselves into a pickle on their 22. Well, hands in the ruck there, surely from Ivybridge. And a forward pass. They may not have got the call. Halfway off Teifi go. Well, forward pass usually would be a scrum restart, but they've taken a tap. Couple of irregular moments in play, but Teifi have the ball. 2 minutes remaining, 3-point game. You're unlikely to see a penalty in this format of the game, but that is a fantastic tackle. Great pressure, forces the knock on. And this time we will have a scrum for the knock on. There'll be some tired bodies. First hit out of the day, but also it's at this stage of a sevens contest that the mind begins to wane as well. Decisions under pressure, amplified by the slender lead that Ivybridge hold over Teifi. And the Welsh have won that from the scrum. Another good tackle coming in from the Ivybridge girls. Strong counter rucking, puts pressure on the Teifi skills, and they fumble at the feet. A minute left on the clock. Ivybridge being tested sternly here. Look at the throngs of people in the background. The under-18 boys coming to town for their Vase tournament today. And Teifi win against the head again. Brilliant pick up low on the bootstraps, and again the tackles come in hard. Teifi, lovely delayed weight on pass, and there's room on the flank, but you are just not getting past that girl over there. She has been a one-woman tackling machine, and her hit has the final say in an enthralling opening fixture here. Ivybridge get the win, 17 points to 14.
Wow, that reffing was...
I can't believe you got a puffer. I got one of these shit Clippers work jackets.
Yeah, basically, like, they couldn't find one of those that could fit me at the time, so they're like, do you want one of these? I was like...
Yeah, that's much better. Thanks. Yeah. Hello, mate.
But the games, as ever, coming thick and fast at the Rosslyn Park Sevens. We're still in the girls under 16 competition, and we are in Group E. Glantaf in blue against Lutterworth High School. Treated to a thriller to open the competition and this year's festival. Another Welsh side in blue, in possession and returning aggressively. A good tackle coming in. Little show, and Glantaf happy to take contact, but the quality of Jackal is very good from Lutterworth, who look to inject some tempo and pull out a fend as well. Lovely hands almost to the edge before being lost forward. Advantage being played, but Glantaf and Lutterworth will pack down for the first time. Up next, the under-18s Vase, Group A. Last year's champions, Stowe School, who played a quite exhilarating brand of rugby up against Coleg, Sergar. Real sort of England v Wales flavour to the start of proceedings. This year's competition. It's the Welsh girls, Glantaf, who almost get their pockets picked on the halfway line, but knocked on by the Lutterworth poacher. We'll have a scrum. Neither side quite settling. Looks to be two physical outfits as well, both happy to throw themselves into these rucking areas. Bit of a Jackal threat already posed by Lutterworth. The contest at the scrum that Glantaf do well to come away with, and well, the reaction and the body language tells you everything about that. Disappointed to let that one slip through the fingers. But it is early. We're all dusting the cobwebs out of our eyes. And there is a heap of rugby left to play today. I don't know if you heard that clattering. There was a brief moment I thought our scaffold was going to collapse, but all safe and well for the time being. You hear a crash bang wallop, don't worry, there's plenty of medical professionals here, primarily for the players, but maybe for the commentators. We'll see. Hopefully not. Well, the game has stagnated a little bit from the kickoff. This play seemed bound around this halfway line thus far, but Lutterworth looking for that interception again. The referee almost reluctant to call the scrum. She wants to get the game flowing, but she wants to see the girls in full flight. Unfortunately, at the moment, not really given much of an option. Lutterworth, though, with the put-in and coming away with possession. Numbers going into the ruck. It's messy, and Glantaf pounce upon it. All a step back inside as the Lutterworth defence over-resource and over-chase, and that's a good tackle around the bootstraps. Getting the jackal threat really strong by the girls in green. And while she doesn't come away with the jackal, she gets the penalty. Glantaf holding on, and off we go. The jackler becomes the carrier. Smart hands. And still, can't remember the last time we left either of the 10-metre lines. Battle lines drawn well and truly on the halfway line, and two Glantaf defenders in there causing a nuisance at the breakdown. And Lutterworth really pressing aggressively. But there was a previous infringement, so we are going to come back to see the Lutterworth coach puff his cheeks out. I think everyone fighting hard, but lacking a bit of quality, lacking a bit of composure.
Morning, Joe.
All right there, Dave.
Yeah, I am all right, actually.
TV's Dave Rogers.
I have waded through the masses to come and join you. This is all good fun, isn't it?
This is the best week.
Yeah.
This is the best week of the year. And we'll say in schoolboy rugby, but I'd be happy to extend it to rugby across the UK. And I say UK because, of course, we're welcoming teams from Wales as well, like these girls, Glantaf, who go weaving up to the 22. First time they burst into the Lutterworth 22. They move to the short side. There is space here. They're well resourced. The pass gets squeezed out and squeezed into the corner for the opening try. They've made us wait nearly 6 minutes, but finally Glantaf get their score.
Good finish in the end, wasn't it? Looked like they could have run out of room. Of course, during the Six Nations, the under-20 Six Nations as well, we've seen a lot of wingers holding the edge and using every blade of grass. And that's what Glantaf have done there.
Dave Rogers, you've been on comms for less than 60 seconds and you've crowbarred in the fact that you've been commentating the under-20 Six Nations already.
No, I didn't do that.
Already?
What I did was hang it out there and hope that you'd crowbar in the fact that I've been commentating on the under-20 Six Nations. So thanks for pumping up my tyres, mate. It's not even 10:30.
I'm like a hungry fish, just ready to bite down on a hook, aren't I?
One thing I have noticed in the short time we've been here, Joe, is that they've put the pick and mix stand further away from us this year.
Doesn't mean it's safe. Doesn't mean it's safe. Well, Dave, whilst you were wading through the traffic and generously getting the coffees in, we did have our opening match. We had a marching band as well.
Yes, the Pipers.
To kick things off, and we had a tight one between Ivybridge Community College and Teifi.
Something I am going to try and find out is what the significance of the piping band was. They sounded fantastic and they looked great. to welcome on the teams from Ivybridge and Teifi, because Teifi, of course, is in Wales. Ivybridge also very much not in Scotland.
Well, it's from Gordon School.
Okay.
Gordon School marching band. That's all I know at the moment. They were due to put on a bit more of a show for us, but they got a little bit lost. And it's understandable, because the footprint of this tournament is enormous. Half time here between Glantaf and Lutterworth. Glantaf leading 5-0 by virtue of that late try in the right-hand corner. Tough one to convert. And a bit of a battle in Group E.
I've been lucky to come here for a few years now, and I can completely understand how people get lost. For a couple of reasons. One, the natural thing to do if you're slightly disorganised is to just type in Rosslyn Park FC, because that's where you assume the Sevens is. But if you're coming down to pitch RE1, then make sure you get the right destination in, because it'll be great to have you company.
Yeah. The Richard Evans Memorial Fields,
yes,
and Collierswood Football Club near there. It's the Merton Fields near Collierswood Football Ground. So that's where you need to enter, and you would be entering into a competition that's had over 1,300 players enter this year.
Astonishing.
It is by the numbers the biggest that Rosslyn Park has ever had. It's a testament to the organisers, it's a testament to the love of schoolboy and girl rugby out there. And we can't wait to bring you the action all this week. If you're anywhere near... Oh my
big carry.
That is one of the biggest hits that you're going to see all week. And sadly, the Glantaf tackler has done herself a mischief. Well, both quite upright there, both fully committed, and really, really hoping that the bravery of that Glantaf tackler isn't rewarded with a nasty injury.
There's a bleeding nose on the Lutterworth player. She's making her way off now. The Glantaf player has come off second best. And what you can't see here is a lovely moment between broadcaster and tournament director. The first of many this week. It becomes more and more emotional as we work our way towards Friday. It's Monday. The Antoine Dupont lookalike competition has started as well. That's my opener for 10, just away to our right. You can't see him on camera. I'll try and get a photo up. But we're going to restart.
Well, we'll get tournament director Andrew Higgins on commentary at some stage to talk about this behemoth that he's created over the last 12 months. I mean, it's something that has been growing over the last 84 years, but it just seems to grow exponentially. I wonder, are there enough pitches left in this area to feed the demand for the tournament?
In London, it's amazing how much green space there is here.
So Lutterworth down one of their key players, going to the boots. A mischievous bounce falls into the hands of the Glantaf girls, and they're chasing their second try. Direct, speedy running through a gap that eventually is closed up by green arms. Glantaf, oh, that's a nice show, and she's gone, but then gets wrapped up, and don't know how she managed to contort herself for the offload. Judged to have gone forward, but did brilliantly to get it out, not the back door, but the
skylight.
It's the skylight. Exactly.
The Velux. I don't know. Been really impressed with a few phases for Glantaf there, though. Their awareness of looking to get the ball away from contact. As you will find out, hopefully you're going to join us throughout the week. Just leave it on in the office, because we're going to see some great rugby from all over the country, all ages as well. The level of team sheets that we get is pretty inconsistent, and we've not got team sheets for either of these teams. However, we will identify them by numbers. So the player wearing number 9 for Glantaf, who's the sort of midfield general, she's got great spatial awareness and a few offloads out of the contact zone for her. Impressive young player. Just looking down at Lutterworth here, the injured players being patched up.
She's been the big jackal threat for Lutterworth, so they'll be eager to get her back onto the field.
This is a massive observation, though, as that pass nearly puts Lutterworth on the outside. We're watching under-16s girls rugby, where we're seeing kick passes and jackals in the contact. Like, the growth of the skill set in the last couple of years is astonishing.
Well, look at that. There's another fine bit of jackling play. And there is space in that backfield if the Lutterworth girls can get after it. And that is a magnificent pickup at pace. And then the bounce off the left leg. Real scrap on the floor in this game. It's not going to be a try-fest, this one. Penalty to Glantaf. Time running out for Lutterworth, and their backs are turned, and they need to be wise, because Glantaf are rolling. They're rolling all the way up to the 22, wrapped up so the offload couldn't be made. Big Fen coming out, and this is an even bigger score. Glantaf double their lead. They take try number 2. The clock is their friend. It's a bit of a journey back for Lutterworth now.
That's great awareness from Jones up the short side, isn't it? They've gone through the phases, Glantaf, and they've not really been able to find much space, but the 2 occasions they have, they've managed to get over. Working the ball out to the left-hand side. Jones is the first one there, looks up. There's no defender on the short side. She probably makes this game safe now for Glantaf.
Well, no conversion added. Keeps things that little bit more interesting, though, for the closing moments of this one. 2 tight games to open up the under-16s tournament.
I can't believe you've gone shorts today.
It's a road call. It's a road call. I dressed with the memories of last year's heatwave in my mind. Now I'm wearing a hoodie and a puffer jacket, and I've got a waterproof by my side. Lutterworth are looking to try and get that score, but it's poached on the floor by Glantaf. The more time they spend on the ball, the more time ticks away. Good strength and leg drive through the contact, takes those extra meters. Nice ball over the top. Oh,
here we go.
Intercept! Well, Lutterworth have been lurking all game, and finally they pick off a pass. They race to underneath the uprights. A quick conversion required. Is there time for the restart? Is there time for Lutterworth to complete the comeback?
Grandstand finish, here we come.
Well, we still got a few seconds on the clock. It's not always completely in step with the referee. The conversion is good. 3-point game. And that, everybody, is the well-versed international sign of get me off. My lungs are about to explode. I've just gone half the pitch.
Now, we've talked about the game management side of things here, and it's something that around the breakdown the improvements have been massive. However, with Lutterworth, the referee actually said to the kicker then, go behind the post and kick it back into the pitch, because the clock keeps ticking. So Lutterworth, by kicking that one towards those tents, they've cost themselves a little bit of time. But can they steal this one? They've not been in the game.
Oh, well, the chase has been told to stop because she was in front of the the kicker. Does really well to pull herself back, and Glantaf go attacking down the flank. Offload off the floor. Good dart back inside with the touchline lurking. Glantaf still playing. Still keeping their wit. That's a loose ball that'll find the touchline. But it proves not to be too costly for the women from Wales. Hugely entertaining opening couple of games in the girls under-16 tournament. And this time it is the school from Wales, Glantaf, who come out on top 10-7 against Lutterworth High School.
everybody here wants to play. They're playing for their mates, they're playing for themselves, they're playing for the community, they're playing for the club, and it's an enjoyment. So there is something that sort of pulls them together. And, you know, they've given more to the game than I've given.
Hi, my name's Dan. I'm a sports performance nutritionist and an expert in rugby. Come and find me at the Holyrood Howe Marquee to talk about your nutrition.
Hi, I'm Ellie, Senior Nutritionist for Holyrood Howe and also footballer for Fulham. Why don't you come and visit our Power Hub by pitch RE1, where we've got loads of food for you to try to help power your performance. We've also got our smoothie bike, live chef demos and a raffle for you to enter to be in a chance of winning one of our prizes. Come along and see you there.
Okay, ready?
Well, girls under 16s action has kept us entertained in opening the competition, and now we are in to the boys under 18s Vase, and we've got the reigning champions in yellow lined up on the right hand side, Stowe School, and it's another Cross 7 Bridge derby because they're up against Coleg in red. There are some absolute ballers who play for Stowe School. they lit it up last year, and I cannot wait to see what they can do. Can they go back to back? They have got a bevy of talent, none more so than the much hyped and rightly hyped Henry Pollock, who was featuring for England under 18s at the weekend in their narrow loss up the road at Isha against France under 18s.
Saw him last year playing at a year below for Stowe in the finals at the Stonex. Serious player. I couldn't believe he was still a year young then. I mean, we're going to have the chance to wax lyrical about these Stowe boys for quite some time because there's no rugby ball out there at the moment. Gives us a chance to go through a few bits and bobs. Ah, here we go.
Here we go. Game on.
Still no team sheets though, Joe, so...
No team sheets, yeah. So any schools tuning in, if you get the team sheets to us with the correct numbers and a little bit of info, then we're going to be able to add a bit more colour on your boys and girls on the commentary. And Stowe, with a brilliant kick-off routine, reclaim possession, moving the ball fast, moving the ball dynamically, and they're going to open up proceedings. Well, they're not quite yet. Dummy, bought, but then chopped down. Lovely offload off the floor. Width to width, fluid stuff from the boys in yellow. And that is a pretty attractive opening score.
The skill set on these boys is absolutely astonishing. I mean, that kick-off and the kick-off receipt is something you'd be impressed with if you saw it in the pro game. Beautiful touch. And then edge to edge, the conversion's no good. But one thing I love about this competition, particularly once we get to the under 18s, is everyone on every team can do everything.
It is an all-court game. It's not about forwards and backs, it's about sevens players, irrespective of the number on your jersey. And do you know what? I've just seen a lad who could play a bit in his day here at the tournament. Former England and Great Britain sevens captain, Olympic silver medalist and esteemed podcaster Tom Mitchell is here representing UR sevens across the week. So the great and the good of the game of 15s and sevens are going to be here all week. If you love your rugby, you need to get down to the Rosslyn Park sevens, because everyone's got time for everyone, and you're going to meet some great players and some great people. I mean, they're here to do their thing, but they're here to enjoy this rugby as well, as Coleg have their first foray into the Stowe half. Nice low hit, almost ridden by the Coleg player, but just getting round that press defence and across and nearly to the 22. Stowe boys competing hard at that breakdown, but Coleg remaining composed. Oh, just a loss of footing. No rain just yet. There is a bit of a threatening forecast, so we'll add that caveat for those who are coming down. Bring a cagoule. I think it's a 70% chance, but at the moment the pitch is in real good shape. But that handling not quite ship-shape enough, because we'll have a scrum, first scrum of the match.
Yeah, decent response though from Coleg Sirgar, because they were blown away in those first 30 seconds, but spending some time on the ball, making their way up the pitch. Composure was the word you mentioned though, and Stowe looked so composed, didn't they? They were conceding meters, but contesting the right breakdowns. Some of those tackles in midfield, those low driving chop tackles, knock your shins out.
Well, there's the big hitch kick and step. Not bought by the defender. All room down the short side. Just a handful of jersey. Saving the day for Coleg Sirgar. Oh, the footwork is enough to fell the defender without actually touching him. The trailing line from Stowe. It's unfortunate for Coleg Sirgar, undone by the footwork and the slip under the boot. Stowe, utterly ruthless.
Yeah, really like that. When they went for the miss pass, I wasn't sure. I thought, oh, surely the hands will do, but get the ball to the edge, and the man on the inside line just offering himself. Doesn't matter if it's inside or outside. If it's a 2-on-1 and you can execute it, and you're in. And that is 2 touches, 2 tries for Stowe. They mean business.
This time they add the extras. Starting their campaign where they left off last year. Of course, the wonderful thing about the School Sevens, about schools rugby, is that cyclical nature. It's that regeneration of talent, new names coming to the fore. Just that air of unpredictability. Stowe might have won it last year. They may have retained some of their players from last year, many of them in fact, because I remember a lot of them being under 17, but there's going to be some new boys coming in to stake a claim, and that can be said for all the other schools who are in this vast competition. Well, just a red alleyway that kind of leaves nothing there, out to the back door, weaving run. Oh, big long pass, and just dragged and scragged and swung. Still Stowe come. In the tight quarters, another backdoor boogie, bit of footwork, and that is a lovely score. Just the soft, deft hands in close quarters.
There was a bit of afters there, and I think Coleg Sirgar just need to keep a lid on the emotions here. They're up against a really good team who are playing some brilliant rugby. Again, the kick-off receipt, though. Astonishing levels.
Well, I think in the modern game, people refer to the kick-off as the third set piece, and really the genesis of that thought process around the kick-off being a completable element of the game came from sevens, and it's now something that's been taken on board into the 15-a-side game. We see Stowe at the moment are proving to be real masters of it. They don't take it this time, but they're in with a sharp hit that drive Coleg Sirgar back to their 22. Some time on the ball. Hands go beyond on the clear out. So Coleg Sirgar, can they finish this half with a try? 30 seconds left. Oh, picked off though. Just a yellow jersey lurking in that back line. And just as they've done all half, you're given an inch and Stowe take a try.
It's a really difficult game when you can't get your hands on the ball, sevens, isn't it?
Well, it can be utterly brutal, can't it? You're pressing for that try, you're looking to unlock that defence, and the more you slip behind, the more you have to press, and the more opportunities there are for the opposition. And their opposition have filled their boots in this half. A handsome lead for last year's champions at half-time against Coleg Sirgar.
And this is a replay of the fourth try. I mean, the player wearing number 15. He has run his lungs off in defence, but it's tough to know what Coleg Ysgol can do. They don't look like they've got the ability to penetrate Stowe School. They can go through the phases, but then in defence, if you play in 15s, of course, you can think, do you know what, we can come up with a really big defensive set here. We can try and disrupt them, we can try and rough them up, we can try and impose ourselves in some way. But it is incredibly difficult to do that in 7s, as Coleg Ysgol are finding out. As for Stowe, well, they just picked up where they've left off last year, haven't they? They look like a very, very impressive team in what is going to be a very, very competitive under-18 Vase competition. Who have we got coming up? St Cecilia's against Reeds, Newcastle under Lyme against Coleg Benfro. What's the weirdest thing? So
that's.
I was about to say we stand right in the middle of pitch RE1, which is the main thoroughfare. We are on a scaffold and we are here for the entire week. And people ask us.
There's a TV monitor giving us delayed feedback and replays. We have headsets on. There's microphones. It's clear that we're commentating.
But people ask us for weird things, and it sounds like you were just asked for a weird thing. What was it?
A bloke just came up to the scaffold, caught my attention, and he said, "You don't have a mallet, do you?"
No. But
no,
look. But imagine if you did.
No, when I came to commentate today, I actually forgot to pack my mallet.
Well, you didn't even pack trousers, so I think a mallet is a really big ask.
Here we go.
Oh, so
it was
close.
there for Coleg Ysgol, misjudged by Stowe.
Spiral restart there. If it wasn't deliberate, it should have been.
The lesser spotted spiral restart. I saw an incredible spiral bomb last Wednesday when Exeter University played Bath. Well, University of Exeter played University of Bath in Bucks Super Rugby at the STV. Huge spiral bomb put up by Josh Barton in treacherous conditions.
He's a good player, Josh Barton.
Very good player.
I'm looking forward to sort of following his journey and see where he goes. Oh, here they go. Stowe again.
The touchline coming into play, and Stowe almost winning the race. Almost. A lot of variety, a lot of confidence exuding from Stowe. Coleg Ysgol, they just need that moment, they need that break to get themselves back into the game. 7s can turn very, very quickly, and it's a real momentum one as well, especially when you're on the show pitch here. We're here on RE1, there's RE2, which is being covered by Next Gen. Commentators aren't as good over there,
no.
But you know, you can tune in.
Or as good looking, but they haven't got cameras on the commentators, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly. Well, Stowe taken that as an unorthodox tap, but it does work out for them. And well, there were a lot of yellow jerseys out to his right-hand side that he declined to use. But here they are, getting used eventually, and finding a way around that red defence all the way, almost underneath the uprights. Stowe back in the tries.
Again, though, he made that look easy, but that's really well done. Carried it right to the outside defender, made him make a decision, and then executed the 2-on-1. And sometimes you just have to remind yourself that you are watching school-age players here. They're all under 18. The execution really good. Take a look here. There are still 2 defenders. Commits the one, makes the outside defender make a decision, and then they're in on the edge. Try number 5. And if it wasn't already, the game beyond doubt.
Good few people here watching already as well. Even though it's early, it's Monday morning, and it's a little bit grey and slightly frosty. But this really is where you see the next generation of talent, and Stowe don't collect the kick-off on that occasion. There's a lot of stuff as well outside of the rugby itself. You probably caught a glimpse there. Well, the Stowe player was dotting down loads of concessions round here. You know, we've touched on the pick and mix. We'll come back to that numerous times across the week, but really, really interesting exhibitors here. There is IQ, the Irish qualified scouting process here, looking for players with Irish heritage.
If I can stop you there and point you towards the Welsh one, because they're in far more need of outside talent at the moment.
Well, I think that these lads here and young ladies would like to win a Grand Slam, and that's what Ireland have proven this weekend that they're capable of doing. So the under-20s and men's senior doubles, so you know there's pathway stuff. All the universities, Bucks Super Rugby and below, will be exhibiting here. You know, the likes of Bucks Super Rugby Cup champions Exeter will be here.
Yeah, league champions Loughborough will be joining later in the week as well.
Hartbury, Cardiff Met, you name it, they'll be here.
I've just seen Dan Murphy and Luke Stratford, actually. They've come in their Hartbury branded 4x4s just to remind everyone that they are an agricultural university after all.
Stowe really beginning to shift through the gears and arcing through that seam between centre and wingers. So difficult to defend when there's so much pace in the attack. Stowe across for another.
You've done a bit more coaching than me, particularly in sevens. That awareness of that arcing run there to try and sow the seed of the doubt between the outside two defenders, is that a natural thing or is that coached? Because I'm really impressed with the way that the Stowe boys are exploiting that space.
Well, it's a combination of both, that you want to have a player who's fast enough to glide into that gap, and as you said, there's a decision for both these defenders to make, and it also gives the winger the option of cutting in on a switch, and that creates even more decisions. And that's really what rugby, and chiefly sevens, is about. It's about creating decisions for the defenders to make, and from those decisions just gives you that little bit extra edge, that little bit more opportunity to do something. That's why always telling boys to run with the ball in two hands, because when it's in two hands you can do anything. When it's tucked under one, the defender knows it's more difficult for you to transfer it, so it makes his decision-making process easier. But right there, that arc in the seam between the two players, two hands on the ball. Is he going to give it? Is he going to go? Is there going to be a switch coming in? Or is there going to be a sublime bit of wizardry there? Wow. That's something you don't coach.
That's the try of the day so far. The pass to yourself. It's the first time I can remember seeing it at the Rosslyn Park School 7. Certainly the first time I can remember seeing it come off here on pitch RE1. Oh, what a joy. Cut that up and put it on TikTok.
Well, let's take another look at it. Here we go. There's this. Oh, it's even better on the replay. That's better than Brian O'Driscoll's one for Leinster all those years ago.
I love that so much.
Remember that face. Wow. Day one, game one of the under-18s Vase here on pitch number 1. And we're serving up treats like that already. Whew. Coleg Sergar searching for something to take into the huddle at the end of this game. Dying embers of this match. They've come up against a slick, well-drilled Stowe who've got a bit of mongrel about them in the tackle as well, but that's a bit too reckless for the referee's tastes.
Yeah, 3 penalties in a row. Now, we are completely neutral as commentators, and we're just looking forward to a great week of rugby, but what I will tell you now is I really want them to score.
Yeah, Coleg Sergar with a numerical advantage, with the desire to get themselves on the board. Nice dummy.
Oh, what a tackle.
Another good tackle coming across. Just hurling himself. Off they go, Coleg Sergar. Bit of tempo driven in, loads of desire to get the try. But nefarious actions at the breakdown.
That's 5 penalties in about 30 seconds.
Coleg Ysgol, are they going to get their score? Stowe defending bravely. Beautiful offload off the floor. The finish isn't quite there. They're half a metre shy. Everyone round RE1 willing Coleg Ysgol across. But Stowe remain resolute. Their try line remains unbreached. A statement sent out to the rest in the under-18s Vase competition.
You're picking up the wrong school, yeah. Here we go, Teifi.
Hello! On the mic.
Are we going to get... I was talking about you yesterday.
All bad.
Just talking about seeds, wizardry, you know, old deer park championships. How's that? Hey, loving it. Rosslyn was 4 months old on Saturday. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Jess and I'm a nutritionist for Holyrood Howe. Throughout the week we'll be providing performance-focused food, showcasing our Power Box, which is our sports packed lunch. We break sports nutrition into 4 important elements: our core lunch, hydration options, energy bulks and recovery snacks. So come and find us pitchside to find out more.
Hi everyone, I'm Molly, sports nutritionist here at Holyrood Howe. At Rosslyn Park, we are offering a whole range of interactive sports nutrition sessions that are covering pre and post fueling, also supplements and more. I look forward to seeing you there.
Maybe you can bump the 16s up.
The under-18s Vase continues. St Cecilia's against Reeds. Following on from Stowe, dismantling Coleg Ysgol. 41 points to nil. Day one here of the National School Sevens Rosslyn Park. Great to have your company wherever you're watching around the world. This global audience in the biggest sevens competition of them all keeps growing. And it's great to have you along for the ride on a Monday. Already seen some brilliant rugby. And Reeds looking to continue that. Oh, spinning out of the contact.
Actually, Buster's coming along on Friday.
But competitive at the breakdown. Big miss pass and a little side foot forward. Not sure the through ball is a particularly effective weapon in rugby sevens, but the score remains 0-0. And a scrappy but fun start. Oh, here we go, some space at the outside now. Putting the afterburners on, sweeper defender in, but he gets put on his haunches. And that is a fantastic individual score to get us underway.
A big ooh of approval from the touchline. They love that bang off the right boot. And poor defender is not going to enjoy looking back on that one, but he was beaten by some pace and some decisive footwork there.
Particularly in the under-18s. Let's have another look. Here we go. Burns him round the outside. That's job one done. You think, right, the sweeper's coming across. Nope.
Well, I was celebrating the ball in 2 hands moments ago. He's shown you can tuck it under one, and if you're that fast, then that does the rest for you.
The beauty of rugby is there is an exception to every rule, or law, if you're being particularly pernickety. With regards to that big ooh, particularly when we get to the 18s, there's a little bit of sort of national celebration, isn't it? It's quite testosterone fueled. They like to bask in the glory.
I think everyone just loves a good bit of ruggers.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Big hits, moments of magic, sweet tries. You just celebrate it all, even if it's not your school. You just got to admire some of the skills on show.
Here's St Cecilia's then on the ball, looking to get their first try. 2.5 minutes in. A penalty at the breakdown. Sharp from Reeds. They've produced some pretty impressive rugby players over the years themselves, haven't they, in recent history as well.
Think of Paul Brown at Durham University. former Reed student, and this is a man who has got feet for the less congested format of the game, hasn't he?
Oh, I thought it had to go. It might still have to. Oh, it's try number 2 for him. Whew. Reed's boys can play.
Reed's boys looking good in attack, looking like they've got a few different styles of weaponry as well. Big man in the middle there, just sucking in a few defenders. Could work on their drop goals a little bit. Big clanger into the crossbar. I think we'll forgive that young man. He claims his second in just about 3 minutes.
Good rugby mullet as well, of which there are plenty on display.
I heard from when I was doing Queen's Academy against Gloucester Academy, that it's been a bit of a nationwide school clampdown on the extremity of the mullets. it got so wildly out of hand in rugby circles that there had to be some intervention.
That was a good carry, good direct carry. St Cecilia's looking for some space on their right-hand side. Struggling with this Reed's defence though, competitive at the breakdown again, but a bit too competitive.
So St Cecilia's first chance to see them attacking in the 22 and their brand that they play.
It's a little bit clustered, but you've got to hold the man. Oh, what a tackle. Pretty physical out there. 4.5 minutes into the first half of this one. 2 tries for Reeds. Both under the post, but only one converted. St Cecilia's sniping. It's all a little bit narrow. Now can they put some width on it? One more on the outside might do it. No, the cover defence from Reeds. The offloading good though. And picked off. The chance is gone.
Well, Reeds were battling hard, weren't they? That's sevens, isn't it? It's about making that last tackle. We spoke about decisions before. Making that last tackle, making the attacking side make one more decision, one more pass. And that desperation from Reeds ended up with them picking off the intercept, although St Cecilia's will get another shot here. And this is a nice position on the 22. Big blind side to work with. So if they can get some tidy ball, they've got options either side.
Yeah, they've got one stood directly behind the scrum, so he can burst left or right. 2 Reeds defenders on the broad side. Oh, they've lost the ball at scrum time. Reed just grafting hard. And then falling off tackles. St Cecilia's. The afterburners are on. The final defender's beaten. There's going to be a brave chase, but it's going to be futile. And Reeds go the distance. 3 tries, all 3 excellent tries as well. With a minute to go before half time, they're going to make it 17. Well, you were looking at the player there because the mullets are almost indistinguishable.
Yeah, St Cecilia's is susceptible to the bushy mullets. That's what I can deduce. It's not the number 16 who scored the first 2 tries. It's number 11. But showing an equal flight of foot. Just falling into their hands, and they back their pace, don't they, Reeds?
Well, I don't know if you mentioned it already, Joe, but I actually commentated on the Under-20 Six Nations yesterday.
I think it had come up by accident.
The game between France and Wales, and that particular phase there was a similar story. There's a lot of graft here from St Cecilia's, but they turn the ball over and then Reed score on the first phase, and exactly the same thing could happen here with an opportunity on the outside and a great fend and a ruthless finish, and St Cecilia is just being punished for the tiniest of mistakes. Try number 4, genuine handoff to the face as well. Don't see many of those. Reed's not taking any prisoners here in Group C. Oh no, John, the good news or the bad news?
I know what the bad news is because I can feel it.
The good news is I think I've got an umbrella in the car, so be back in a minute.
The the skies are beginning to tentatively become ajar here at the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. Hopefully, it's only the gods opening the window by a touch. We don't want the floodgates to open, otherwise it's going to make for a challenging afternoon, be you rugby player or commentator. It'll add an interesting element to this school sevens. I wonder if teams will tighten up, if the free-flowing nature will be halted slightly. I can't imagine it will. Previous years, the rains have come and the tries have still poured as well. It's only tentative at the moment, only tentative. If you are coming down, have yourself wrapped up. St Cecilia's, well, they've been punished, as Dave said. Just any hint of transition ball, and Reeds have been so good at capitalising upon. They've got pace out wide. They've got a variety of players who move in different ways. They've got the out-and-out speedsters, the weavers, that we saw from that last try. The stutter step defend. Maybe lacking a little bit of height in terms of when they come up against other schools and their desire to progress. But irrespective of the height, they do retain the kickoff. They go out to one of their speedsters who just pins his ears back, backs himself, well tackled low, and he must be holding on there. Referee agrees.
Powerful runner though, isn't he?
Well, do you know what I like? He just goes for it. He just backs himself and goes for it on the outside. You often see players coming in and, you know, and saying, I don't want to take that big sheath of grass out on the edge. But he doesn't think twice. Cecilia's get themselves a penalty, having lost possession from the last penalty. Just a little bit sluggish. That is anything but sluggish. That's all explosion and power. As they look to offload off the floor, it's Pilford. Tell you what, if they get it out to this left edge, there is acres of space for Reeds to exploit with their power. Instead, they go right, and well, the offload was fashioned from the floor. Wondered if it had gone forward. The referee, the man on the spot, he sends his arm into the sky. He confirms another very good try by Reeds.
I can't wait to see this offload again. Again, just that awareness. Let's keep the ball moving. Let's score some tries. I was busy fetching the umbrella, so I'm not sure if you mentioned the physicality of them. We've got another look at it here around the outside. Oh, that is superb. I think it was knocked on by the Reeds player. I think he's very lucky to get away with that. However, the offload to get the ball to him was a beautiful bit of skill. Great soft hands. Have a look at that again. Oh, superb. No, wasn't a knock on at all. The ball had bounced. Legitimate try by Reeds.
Good camera work.
Yeah.
Camera work getting us these angles. Well resourced for lenses here on RE1, so
hopefully well resourced with chamois to clean them as the rain keeps coming down. They've got some physical ball carriers, St Cecilia's, haven't they? But it's difficult to do it up the guts in sevens.
But they're battling on, and they might have found a way to power through the defenders, but there ain't no powering through the touchline, unfortunately. 4 minutes remaining of the match. This one seems like it'll be Reeds up next we've got Group F action. Newcastle under Lyme score against Coleg Sir Benfro.
Here he goes again.
And this time, the tackle can't be made. The pace too much. Julio Wheelio on the outside.
You're right though, he just backs himself, and I love seeing how different quick guys run. So he's got a long stride, more like an athlete sprinter stride. You look at some of the quick guys in professional rugby, so Lewis Rees-Zammit, for example, he's got those tiny little fast steps, hasn't he, that allows him that. Yeah, but that lateral movement, you're never sure where he's going to go, but his top end speed's still really good. This guy runs like a sprinter. It's powerful steps. You can see every time he pushes off, it's a full body working together. There's just that increase in speed every time he plants his foot. Good athleticism, good balance. Because again, very often when you see these quick guys, they can get knocked off balance as soon as there's a little bit of contact. But no, he rides the contact. It's brought him a few delicious meat pies in this opening game.
Speaking of delicious, can't wait to do 5 burritos in 5 days. Just like last time, the food on offer here is absolutely outstanding.
You need to time your burrito though, don't you? Because the queue gets absolutely ridiculous.
Got a big TV name like you, big under-20 star like you, Dave Rogers. You have the fast track like going BA first class.
Could you imagine if there was a lounge here?
Organisers. There we go.
They're going again here, Reeds.
Oh, just lifted and floated over the top. Since Cecilia's not back 10, you could see what he was trying to do. He'd allowed the defender to rush up, got round the back of him, and then just pushed it, just popped it over, beckoning one of his teammates to steam onto it. Reeds will attack through one of their bigger men. They go for the power through the heart of the St. Cecilia's defence. Well, there are many ways to skin a cat, as they say. There's many ways to skin a defence, and in this match, Reeds have done nearly all of them.
Yeah, I like that try as well. We've seen them go around the outside. Some really impressive individual efforts, but they're just showing there that they can play as well. The timing on this pass, absolutely lovely. Brings it, knows his man's hitting the line. Bit of late movement to take him around the outside of the defender. It was a physical mismatch anyway, but knew he could have barreled over the top of him, but went for the soft shoulder instead. Increasing the lead, 38-0. Question: is this Vase competition, with the sheer number of schools and level of schools in it, the most difficult to win?
Well, that is something that is going to be pontificated and argued in the bars by the parents, probably around social media, by the players involved. I mean, I'd love to see a Vase v Cup.
Yeah.
The Vase v Cup winner, sort of all-star final.
The Rosslyn Park Super Cup.
Correct. How good would that be? Here comes St. Cecilia's.
Oh, don't look backwards, look forwards. That's a good offload, though. Come on, St. Cecilia's.
Love that pass. Oh, let the boys play,
Yeah,
sir.
let the boys play, ref. He's away. Feed the speed.
I think everybody here, everybody wanted that one to be called Super 12 flat.
Oh, it was as flat as a pancake. That's as flat as the beautifully kept RE1 pitch. I'll tell you what, I'm going to put my 2 penneth into World Rugby and say that forward passes shouldn't count at 38-0.
I went to school with the referee. He was always a stickler. Well, Reeds looking for a final flourish. and they get it.
I think we're about to be joined by Rosslyn Park royalty here, Joe.
They break the 40-point barrier. Comprehensive display from Reed. St Cecilia's battling to the end. More great action on RE1 to come.
Bingo, just there.
Yeah, Angie, I'm
Here we go. It is Newcastle under Lyme against Coleg Sir Benfro, another of the Welsh teams who've made the journey up the M4 to take on the best in the country. If you're just joining us, welcome. Great to have your company. Join us for the week. It's going to be a good one. Today on pitch RE1, we've got girls under 16s, we've got the under 18s Vase. We've already seen some brilliant rugby. Early stages of this one. And the first real opportunity. There's the fend. The offload's good too. Keeping that ball alive. And Newcastle under Lyme go in for the opening try. So Newcastle under Lyme in the white jerseys, Coleg Sir Benfro in the sky blue. And left to right, early on. It is try time and the opening score. And it's converted to for 7-0. So following this game, we go back to the girls under 16s. King's High School Warwick against Langley. Real buzz building here on day one. Whether it's the players, the coaches, the parents, the supporters. A lot of the exhibitors as well, as that's been turned over. Coleg Sir Benfro perhaps could have gone a little bit early. And they're holding on to the ball. Early errors from the Welsh team. Newcastle under Lyme, as a result, position A here in the 22. Plenty of time to extend their lead, and they're looking to extend it at the right-hand side, which they do. Drawing the outside defender, giving the final pass. It is accurate. It is deadly, and it is 12-0 here on pitch RE1. And converted as well for 14. So Coleg Sir Benfro. Long drive for them. West Wales, Pembrokeshire. Newcastle under Lyme, of course, they've made the journey south. And they'll be pretty pleased with how it started. 2 tries unanswered. Sir Benfro back on the ball now. Just reluctant to give that pass to the edge. It's knocked on in contact. They might get away with that one, but the referee's whistle defeating them. First scrum of the game. Nobody on the blind side for Newcastle under Lyme. So 3 players on the open side. Sir Benfro have left the defender on that short side. There's the strike. Scrappy pass. A good pick up off the toes as well. And a chip over the top. He's going to struggle to gather that, but Newcastle under Lyme get the bounce, get the ball back, get the chance to attack the Sir Benfro 22. Competitive at the breakdown, but they just can't get their hands on the ball here, the Welsh side. Even when the passes are fast and loose. Now there's a gap in the middle. Oh, they could have been. They had a 3-on-2 on the outside. Now it's a 2-on-1. Sir Benfro being stood up and sat down and still just about surviving. And now hacking the ball forwards themselves. Oh, that's a good pickup and an offload as well. There's a player still down for Newcastle under Lyme, who are fanning across in defence. Sir Benfro up to halfway. Are we going to be looking left for the first time in the match? Little knock on, so competitive. Oh, Newcastle under Lyme. Two tries in the first 5 minutes. We're going to have a brief intermission here for that Newcastle under Lyme player who stayed down injured. Had a couple of bumps early on in the day. One in the women's competition where there was a head-on-head, but we've been informed that both players are fine. Coming to that time of year, aren't we? It's a heavy pitch. They've all played a lot of sport. They're super competitive. They're playing more than one game in a day. Pretty brutal schedule, actually. Not as brutal as the Surrey schools. That was cancelled this year, wasn't it, because of the weather?
Was cancelled because of the weather. I think that the pitches were okay. It was around the safety of travel, as I understand.
And I don't know if the format's changed, but one year I went and you had to win 7 games to lift the trophy in a one-day tournament. That is bonkers.
That is a lot of rugby, isn't it? That becomes a tournament of attrition.
A marathon. Well, 7 games, 7 marathons. The Marathon de Sable of schoolboy sevens rugby.
Well, Marathon de Sable is slightly trickier. I can tell you from personal experience.
Are you saying it's more treacherous underfoot than the Richmond Athletic Ground in the rain?
I mean, that can be a boggy one if you get it on the wrong day.
Decent game this, decent contest. Newcastle under Lyme with those 2 early tries to set the tone, but since then, Sir Benfro started to spend a bit of time on the ball, but playing a bit more 15s than 7s, using those big men up the middle, but it's tough to go through the phases. Again, they take it back towards contact. The slippery ball has caught them out. This Newcastle under Lyme diminutive figure wearing number 10, he is ballsy and brave. There he is making another tackle. He's been a nuisance at the breakdown as well, as have his teammates. Winning that penalty. Great patience in defence coming towards the end of the first half for Newcastle under Lyme. And a lot of it is just holding your nerve in defence, isn't it? Waiting for the opportunity.
This is open right up for Newcastle under Lyme, and well, one of the simpler or less resisted tries that we've seen so far today.
Well, just as Sir Benfro looked as though maybe not getting a foothold in this game, but getting a toe on the ladder. One half decent dummy. 2 defenders sold. And a third try for Newcastle under Lyme. Getting busier now though. Oh, there's a dog for you. Half-time whistle goes. A fantastic spaniel has just made its way past. And it's Newcastle under Lyme 21, Coleg Sir Benfro 0. Now,
I didn't realise you were so passionate about your spaniels.
That's a lovely dog though, isn't it? It looks in great condition.
Lovely, lovely silky coat. Obviously been eating its avocados.
Interesting choices of footwear here. Some have gone for wellies. I've got a waterproof boots on. You've gone white trainers, which I think is a terrible mistake. I've just seen somebody go by in some fur boots. And that's just 300 quid down the drain. They're going to be ruined by lunchtime. You've missed them now. They've gone past.
Tournament director Andy Higgins has got some sort of like former Operation Desert Storm.
Yeah, he looks like he served in the first Gulf War.
Correct. So real interesting choice by him.
Yeah, if you're going to... Oh, that's my first pair of Crocs I've seen today. I understand that comfort's important for these players. But they're going to be like ice skates in minutes.
Crocs in any weather are one of the great sins to humanity.
You're more a socks and slides guy?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's certainly different weather conditions here this year. We've touched on some of the gubbins that is going on around outside the pitches. I mean, I don't remember this last year, but is that a rock climbing tower?
I was gonna challenge you to that earlier, but then it started raining, so I lost concentration and went to get an umbrella as well. As we get back underway, Newcastle under Lyme receiving that kick well. Good kick chase by the Welshman, Sir Benfro. But they just need some time on the ball. Oh, that's a lovely kick into space. Where's the bounce going to go? Again, it's taken well by Sir Benfro, but ideally you want to take that ball and keep moving, or just go up the short side, get the fend away, and get the opening score for your team. Good response by Sir Benfro. First try for them.
That is the ideal start to the second half for Sir Benfro. Under the pump in that first half, getting away a bit of a soft one to close out the half. They'll have been talking about starting this second half brightly, starting with a lot of purpose, getting that score in the first minute. He just put a kernel of doubt in the Newcastle under Lyme boys' mind, and it will just breathe a bit of oxygen into the Sir Benfro boys. Bit of oxygen of hope, bit of oxygen of belief. They can pull a few more plays together, and look at the timing on that hit. Wow.
I love that.
Bang on time.
And it's just different approaches, isn't it? Some other teams in the competition with a great kick-off like that, they'd have concentrated on challenging for the ball, but no, he saw a rib cage and thought, I'll help myself to that, thank you very much. Good defensive pressure, needs to make that tackle though. It's a little bit lazy and high, but I think sometimes the speed of sevens in this under-18s Vase catches a lot of players by surprise, and they'll be feeling a little bit emptier than they'd like a little over halfway through game one. Newcastle under Lyme. Oh, another big shot. That's a couple of them. But they've got the offload away. Number 5 for Sir Benfro is absolutely exhausted, and that is a brilliant effort round the outside. Newcastle under Lyme going to the edge, putting the hammer down, and probably putting this one beyond any doubt.
He's a good frame on him, that number 7, and he has been doing the glamorous, less heralded work in the midfield, but also we've seen when he gets the ball in hand, he's got a real turn of pace. Try scorer at the end of that first half, the wheels to go round the outside and convert his own efforts.
What we saw there, though, was the importance of completing the tackle just before this brilliant finish. Again, backing yourself around the outside. We've seen some brilliant young edge players doing that. But the importance of completing the tackle as well. That big number 5 made the good initial hit, but then gave up on it. And then one offload later, and you're back under your own sticks.
Nice little bit of interplay between the forwards. And a beautiful tight spiral out the right hand as well by the newcomer onto the field.
Yeah, they've got a good skill set, haven't they? These here Benfro boys.
Here we go.
Oh, I love it!
The one-handed round the back.
He's offering himself for a second touch here as well.
Oh. But frustration. It was his lightness of touch in the contact that fashioned the opportunity down that left flank, and he just wanted a slightly better pass to steam onto. Here we go. Love that one-handed Fijian rugby coming from the Sir Benfro boys.
And then up the short side as well. If that sticks, it's game on.
Well, if that sticks, then that would have been an exhausting foot race.
Yes, yeah.
Because he was still a long way out.
Loose pass from Newcastle under Lyme in their own 22. A couple of defenders, some good clear out.
Brilliant clear out. Oh, look at that offload off the floor.
Skill set on these boys. Putting on a show for you lucky viewers around the world. I'm going to make an effort to find out which countries we've got viewers from. Right, kick into space. Where's the bounce going to go?
Great identification. He's invited his winger to steam on. Catches one off the Toblerone on the shin. And that is great dedication to hunt back and regather the ball before it spills. Oh, where are they going to score? They can choose their spot. Chaos in the backfield. Tired bodies, tired minds. The sharp one out there is number 10 for Newcastle under Lyme.
They're much smaller than Coleg Benfro, but looking at the contact zone, looking at the hits they've put in, looking at their commitment around the breakdown, you wouldn't think it. They really punched above their weight, Newcastle under Lyme. Scored some lovely tries as well. And this is another one of them, again turned over, punishing the mistakes. Joe was just talking about identification of space there. That's what they did so well. Just look up, see where it is. Dart in that direction. Conversion was good.
A few new faces on. Oh, look at that. Stumbling down. There really is a big sort of swell of excited energy when the big number one gets on the ball and he's coming on the smash. This is what we're here to see. Leaving Newcastle boys in his wake across the halfway line. Messy presentation, but here they come to Benfro.
Give the people what they want. That's gone forward.
Needs to play to the whistle though, because Newcastle have reacted quickest, and then we get another knock on. And there's a prop on the field who I think might be interested in this scrum.
He is swaggering over. Lovely soft hands, isn't he? Well, he's actually packing down at hooker, sure.
Newcastle want to get this in and out quick, but it's not quick enough because Benfro come away from the set piece. Lovely out the back door that. Benfro riding the tackles. Let's try number 2 Brecon.
Deep into the 22. They've got the playmaker in the middle, but they're going to go up the guts.
Had to go wide there. Had to go wide.
Oh, wow. Not rolling away. It looked like a superb turnover. But here comes Sir Benfro.
Oh.
Let him play. Let them play.
You talk about giving the crowd what they want. Here it comes, the hitch kick. 3 men on him. Is it enough? He reaches round and finds the pain. Try time for Sir Benfro.
Right. Let's have a look at this finish again. That's probably the most popular try of the day so far because he has lit it up since he's come on. Oh no, the ref hasn't given it. Oh, well, we were denied.
A crime at the death on RE1.
I was about to talk about what a great grounding it was, because he used that same skill set to manipulate the ball out of the back of the hand to get it around the post protector. The referee disagrees. Really entertaining game, lopsided scoreboard. Let's have another look at it. There's the goosey. 1, 2, 3 defenders. They do well to bring him down, and then, oh, that's a try.
Try.
Referee. We can't be critical because the London Society do such a good job. They provide hundreds of referees for this great tournament. But that man's a superstar, but he doesn't get his meat pie. Newcastle under Lyme 35, Sir Benfro 5.
I was going for coffee, but that was the room there. Before these man was this.
Back into the girls under 16 competition we go, and our first visit to Group B. The girls under 16 competition opened up proceedings early this morning. Ivybridge Community College, I beg your pardon, coming out on top in a bit of a nerve shredder, 17-14 against Teifi.
Teifi, yeah.
Teifi. And then it was the Welsh who got up against Lutterworth, 10-7. So, fiercely contested. Ivybridge Community College coming into this, having won the under-15s competition last year, but a rebanding of the age groups means that it is under-16s and no under-15s this year. And here we have King's High School Warwick against Langley School. Langley on the charge right now and bursting down the right flank. There is support. Will she need her? Will she use her? No need at all. She's got the wheels and she's got the try.
Well, that was a gallop to begin with, wasn't it? And a real sign that if you miss a tackle, you are in deep, deep trouble. Brilliant finish, brilliant backing herself pace-wise. Very often in that situation, you break the tackle, you're up the wing, you're looking around, seeing is there a defender with me? Absolutely no sign of that at all. Complete confidence. Superb start, less than a minute in. Joe's lost his banana. Oh no, it dropped protection out, you're okay.
Salvaged. Salvage. Got to keep the potassium levels high.
Important.
Throughout the day sevens here at Rosslyn Park.
Well, life's all about balance, isn't it? What do we say? No pick and mix till 2 o'clock on Monday. Let's have another look at this try, though. Brilliant finish. Very confident ball carrier.
The support there just in case as well. Strong start. Well, that's well gathered because that kickoff was travelling like a missile. And it's returned in similar fashion. Up to the halfway line we go with Kings.
Cannonball to the chest, that, wasn't it?
It really was. Oh, brilliant turnover. Brilliant turnover and the footwork. Now pedal to the metal. Pins her ears back. Well, she stole it. She made it. She's finished it. A fabulous all-round individual showcase. And a try for the Langley School number 6.
Can't make a mistake against these Langley players, can you? Cough at the ball and you're under your own post. We've had one on the right, one on the left, 2 different try scorers, both showing the cleanest pair of heels. Unsuccessful conversion makes it 12-0. Oh, the rip and strip and the finish there. Brilliant. But again, and I hope this comes across as it's intended to, the increase in skill set at this level of women's and girls rugby.
Well, you're well placed, Dave. You've done the Rosslyn Park School Sevens for a number of years and know that you're commentating on the Premier 15s as well regularly. And do you just see this rise as exponential?
Well, yeah, but you expect it in the Premier 15s because, of course, a lot of those players with international contracts are full-time rugby players. The ones that aren't take it very, very seriously and want to get to that level. Many of them do, as that one's thrown forward. But just things that you wouldn't have expected to see in teenage girls rugby years ago. So let's use the Jackal, for example. We've seen somebody there with the skill set and the wherewithal to get herself in a good position, make the Jackal, turn the ball over, and then make the best decision. The best decision was to go forward and score the try. She looked around, she assessed it. We're just seeing a massive increase in rugby IQ of these school-age players, and it's amazing. We've got loads more of it to come today. We're going to take you all the way through to the girls under 16s final. That's the last game of the day, and we're going to go through to the elimination round in the under 18 Vase too. God, we're going to have some good rugby this afternoon. Messy old scrum though. When you were playing sevens, were you in the forward pack?
I was a hooker. Which is sort of, you know, where you go if you're in the back row.
Must be horrible.
What, in a seven scrum?
Just a mess.
Well, it's get it in, get it out, and then surf around somewhere near the edge. That is, I mean, that is a mess. It's a well-contested scrum, and, well, talk about identification of space. That big old blind side beckoned, and it is gobbled up and scored again. Langley really sort of moving through the gears and finding their way to the try line pretty much every time they get their ball on their hands on the ball.
Again, making good decisions, aren't they? Wherever there's the space, they are finding it. They've got some confident ball carriers. Girls that want to score tries. We've just seen another one.
Well, you mentioned about the scrum. It was a tangle there and very well contested, but as a result of the collapse from the Kings' point of view, there was 3 of their players out of the game because they're picking themselves off the floor, untangling themselves with the Langley girls, and that left that big blind side exposed. Pretty ruthlessly capitalised upon.
Looks forward, is forward. I think it's just as well as King's School Warwick. Obviously they want to relieve the pressure, don't want to be inside their own 22. And kicking the ball sometimes seems like the best way of alleviating that pressure. But then when there are so many Langley players who just want to get their hands on the ball and score tries, then maybe that's something they might have to think about in the second half. There have been people who've been watching all morning, and they'll have heard us talk about this a couple of times. So if you are just tuning in, it's worth mentioning. There is a lovely vibe about the place on this first Monday morning of the tournament, isn't it? Everyone's in such a great mood.
A brilliant event, and you know our focus here is on RE1, but
yes,
just looking across the vista, and it doesn't even take in. I can't even see all the pictures, but it's just teeming with young players enjoying their rugby, feeling optimistic about what they can achieve as individuals, as groups out here. Good hard hit, low, it's felling her opposition. But a side entry resulting from the tackle.
Takes us to half time. Well, it's unorthodox, but the clock had gone red. So we find ourselves in a position where Langley have got a 17-0 lead over King's High School Warwick. Denstone College against Royal Wootton Bassett Academy. You ever been to Royal Wootton Bassett?
I feel like I should know where it is, or I may have been there. Whereabouts in the country is it? Is it near Leamington Spa?
No. I've never been there knowingly, but every time there's a diversion on the M4, I tend to end up driving through Royal Wootton Bassett. I believe it's a part of the world steeped in military history. But either way, they're going to be on pitch RE1 next, following the conclusion of King's High School Warwick and Langley School. Langley have scored 3 lovely tries from in and around their own half. Great, powerful, confident finishes. I'm sure their coaches will be delighted. Suggestions of rain in the air. I've got the umbrella on standby. Tell you who does well out of schools rugby these days? Beanie manufacturers.
Big time. Oddball started it, but there's really been a pile on, hasn't there? But Halbro are the official kit suppliers for the National Sevens, and they kitted us out very, very nicely and snugly, most importantly, for the week's action. You know, you can get 4 seasons in one day here, and we are, well, I'm very well equipped because I got here earliest, so I got the best stash. Dave, you've maybe come second place in terms of that equation.
It's a lovely jacket, but it feels like a jacket that a plumber might wear when they're en route to fit a washing machine. I've seen Big Ferg in a camo cap. Well, I say I've seen him, which probably means the camo is not as efficient as it should be. However, that is a grubber restart. We're back underway. King's School Warwick in the hoops, looking to get off the mark. It's coming to that point in the game where we start to throw our support behind the team who are behind on the scoreboard, and this is their best chance of the match. Brilliant attacking run, sowing seeds of doubt in the defenders, and maybe we've got a game on our hands.
Just the try that the game needed, just the try that King's High School Warwick required to get their game back on track. This conversion goes over. This makes the next 6 minutes very interesting indeed. 10 points in it. As you said, the seeds of doubt sown in the minds of the Langley players. Conversion doesn't go, but be that as it may, they would have needed 2 tries anyway. They'll just need to get their other conversions as we take a look at a mazy and pacey run that couldn't be captured.
Yeah, sweeping defender in. Make that defender overcommit, step inside and then step on the gas. Good finish. Good try. 5-17. Our Welsh friend with Fijian heritage keeps coming past us here. Tempted to tell him that he was robbed and it should have been a try and he should put it on his highlights reel. King's School Warwick on the ball. Here we go. Good field position. Langley scrambling across in defence. Need to get the ball out to this right-hand side. Here we go. A 2-on-1. Not needed. Not needed. King's School Warwick taking matters into their own hands. And they've got try number 2.
Never moved so slow in my life.
Brilliant second half response from King's High School Warwick. All of a sudden, that big momentum swing. Sevens is such a game of momentum, and schools sevens particularly.
Big strike. I'm not entirely sure why she took that conversion from in front of the poles. However, it makes it a great game. It was a beautiful kick. It makes it 12-17. Look at this finish again. Hardly saw any ball, did they, King's High School Warwick, but now they've got their big players on, their big ball carriers. And I think one of the things, we've talked about the improvement in the quality of the play. A couple of knock-ons there. Oh, could have let that one play. But I think it's okay to be critical as well. And I think the Langley players, particularly with that try there, might have to look at the defending. It's not touch rugby. When you've got big, confident ball carriers, you need to get a good shoulder in and make a good tackle. So Langley, they were excellent in defence in the first half, a little bit soft there in the second, and they've allowed King's High School Warwick back into the game. And we've got 4 very, very exciting minutes to come out. This one in the balance. You're digging into the law Bible there to find out about that conversion from in front of the poles, aren't you? I will leave you read and continue this with King's High School scrum in a great position, all their receivers on the open side, looking for the try that would level the game. The strike's good, the ball's out, and the blue and white machine back on the ball. Well, there was a little touch on that from a Langley player. Warwick on the go again. Need to stay in field, good step. Langley really narrow in defence. Go, quick, tempo. Oh, they've taken a little bit too long on that. Ref said play on.
Brilliant tackle, wow, textbook stuff, low and hard. But still, Warwick have got real wind in their sails. They're lining up out to the left-hand side if they can get their hands working.
Go! Send it!
Here come Warwick. Are they going to complete an epic comeback?
What a tackle!
Denied by desperate and brilliant defence.
Well, this is why it's important to be critical when they make mistakes, because then you can praise them when they get it right. Warwick should have passed it one more time, but it's this player wearing number 2. You complimented her on that excellent tackle she made on the 22. That cover tackle there, it's a try saver and maybe a game saver. Brilliant, brilliant scramble defence from Langley, and they still lead. God, it's turned into a right game.
Langley hanging by a thread, having been in command after the first 7 minutes. So much pressure still on them here, tight to their line. Ball comes out, anyone's game.
And now Langley on the move again. And look, the way they played in the first half, they could quite conceivably go from their own 22 and bury this game, but winning that penalty will help. Into the last minute on our clock. Just a reminder that we're not linked in with the referee's watch. Oh, that's a missed tackle. Disappointing missed tackle, and that could be the ball game. Langley going the distance in the second half like they did in the first, and that relieves all of the pressure. And they will win the game. But a great contest. Really, really enjoyable game in this girls under-16s competition. One missed tackle. Doesn't matter where it is on the pitch. If you miss a tackle, you're in deep trouble.
It is truly a team, a squad game when you play sevens. The pressure on your individual skills is so immense, and the scrutiny, you're so much more exposed with all that extra space on the pitch. It plays into the hands of the attackers. That's why we get all of these tries. Few of the lads repping the badge there. Sevenoaks Schools lads.
Lovely part of the world.
You're going to consistently test me on my geography for the time. I've looked up at Wootton Bassett isn't anywhere near where I thought it was. It's over towards Chippenham.
Yeah, well, Sevenoaks is Kent, sort of just beyond the the Dartford crossing. But more on the geography of the south of England later, because that is full time here, and Langley, with that late try, get what looks like a convincing win. But that was a brilliant game, perhaps the best contest of the day so far. Warwick defeated 12-22. And our great day continues on day one of this great competition. We're in the girls under-16s, Denstone College against Royal Wootton Bassett Academy. We've got the map out. This is a great chance for us to improve our geography of this great country as well. Oh, that is a good cover tackle. Oh, wow. A little bit too good. She's been smashed straight into the ad boards there, but everyone's okay. The reason I can laugh about it is because they are okay. Her teammate there, with the plaited pigtails wearing number 9, as she's hit the ad board, has just put her hand to her mouth and started laughing.
All true good teammates would laugh at, would share in the amusement of a moment like that. And we can laugh because she's up and she's in the back line and she's getting ready to defend or attack, because that line-out doesn't quite go to script and Denstone come away with it.
Denstone in the navy, Royal Wootton Bassett in the black and maroon pattern with the white trim, and that's a really good tackle. Good awareness of where the touchline is on the short side, and the chance to make amends from the line-out.
The Denstone under-18 boys having a very, very good season. Very impressive school programme there, overseen by Rupert Harden, former Gloucester, Hartbury and Richmond prop. We're seeing his girls on the attack, just probing on the doorstep of the 22, but they're not going to gain access through a knock-on like that.
So Royal Wootton Bassett, they made a couple of mistakes at the line-out, but it's good to see them attempting that high-level, high-skill, lifting the line-out, get the hook around for a wrap-around kind of thing. I like to see the attempt. It'll come. We're going to have our first look at the scrum. Another question for you then. Of course, in the 15s game, there are scrum noses who live for it. Are there any 7 scrum noses?
Yes, there's a guy called Richard Carpenter who used to play England 7s, who liked the darker arts of the game of 7s, less focused on the free-flowing and elusive and slippery running skills. This is going to be one of the best tries of the day. Denstone defenders trailing in her wake. A peach of a score from Royal Wootton Bassett.
How? How on earth has she scored that? Have they rolled her in vegetable oil before kickoff? I have rarely seen evasion like that at any level of rugby in all of my years coming to the National School Sevens. Picks it up here, inside her own half. It was a good pass to identify the space. Gets rid of one, count them up. Two, good fend, good pace, and then you think, right, the tackle's been made. No, slips off. Another, a fifth defender is fended. And a sixth, and a seventh. The whole team has been dealt with there, a couple of them on more than one occasion. Great strength, great fend, great commitment to just staying alive with the ball. And that is a wonderful individual score. And there she is making the tackle as well. Oh, a little bit high. Tough kids.
Here we go, Denstone. Surging down this left-hand side, our try scorer now looks to show off her jackling skills. And Denstone penalised for holding on with her presence at that breakdown. Off they go, looking to extend their lead. Wootton Bassett Academy. Oh, the offload. Ooh. Oh, and the line was good, but there's a hair pull off the back.
I think Denstone's are lucky to get away with that. The knock-on was made, but the old foul play trumping there.
In their defence, that is a main.
Yeah, serious Barnet.
I don't know if you recall Portia Woodman having her hair pulled in the Commonwealth Games gold medal match against Australia in the sevens in the summer. There was more hair than human in that instance. Certainly not a tackle technique we're encouraging.
Oh.
Approaching 5 minutes, 5-0.
It's
nearly touching the floor.
It's almost touching the floor from the hooker. So the ball gets sort of fed through the curtain and into the tunnel. Here come Wootton Bassett Academy. Good carry and then the offloading wherewithal and more physicality. Now for a bit of pace, arcing round the edge, almost caught a second time, and eventually makes her way to the line. Another determined and committed run from Wootton Bassett Academy. And they get their second try.
Just about got there in the end, doesn't she? Put an extra hand on it. She wasn't sure the referee had seen her ground it. They're so committed, Royal Wootton Bassett, getting towards that paint. Denstone a little bit upright in those tackles. And if you miss a couple, the panic sets in. Very often you find yourself behind on the scoreboard, which they do now. Denstone 0, Royal Wootton Bassett 10. Good for that lead as well. 40 seconds on our clock until half-time. Tell you what, the varying levels of energy drink that we've got young players walking past us with. God, there will be some buzzing teenagers around the place. Good to see some of the cultured youngsters getting an early lunch and using chopsticks as well. It's all changed when we were that age.
I think that most of the energy will have been expended by the conclusion of today. Just think back to those sevens tournaments when you're growing up, how exhausting they are, not just physically but mentally as well, because you're switched on from the moment you arrive. There's all the stimulus, there's the excitement of the tournament, they're seeing players that you've heard of or that you've got rivalries with, and you know, there's famous 15s and 7s players around as well. Just everything that's going on, hyper aroused for the whole day, and it's part of it is managing those energy levels and also those sort of stimulation levels in terms of the task that you're out there to do.
And of course for the teachers, the coaches as well, it's tough, isn't it? Because you want the players to come and make the most of the experience and enjoy the company and enjoy being a part of this. As we always allude to, the biggest sevens tournament in the world, but you also want them to stay off their feet and not get knackered and win some rugby matches too.
It's an exciting day. It is truly the pinnacle of schools rugby in the UK. And Wootton Bassett at the moment are rising to the challenge. They take in a 10-point lead at half-time. Much to do for Denstone, but plenty of minutes in the second half to do so.
So we're back to the under-18 Vase after this. Christ College Brecon against Fulham Boys School. How do you reckon you get on the climbing wall, mate? I'm not sure I've got the grip strength these days.
I haven't seen anyone on the climbing wall at the moment. I don't know if that's a weather thing or whether it's an afternoon pursuit. It's the shot that we've got at the moment on the screen. It's actually just over to the left, and you can see it towering above the gazebos, right by the army tent. There's Scottish rugby being represented.
Oh yes.
Ealing Trailfinders, one of the tournament partners and sponsors.
There are plenty of jokes you could crack at that Scottish rugby tent, because in big white letters it says Scottish rugby, are you Scottish qualified? And as we know, they've done very well to search far and wide to find a great group of players that are. Gone all right this year, the Scots, haven't they?
Have gone all right. They are building nicely ahead of the World Cup.
Tough group.
Travelling in a different direction to your homelands, Dave.
Who are still #1 seed in that group with Australia, Fiji, Georgia and Portugal, but they might not win a game.
That is an unenviable group.
It is indeed. Dismantled in the 20s yesterday as well. God, France can play. Wow. As can Royal Wootton Bassett. Scored a couple of tries.
And this girl here who's on the ball, who opened the scoring, but just get to fingertip to the ball before gathering cleanly. So just the start that Denstone would have wanted. Fine position to have a put in for a scrum. They've got big blind side, maybe 20 metres. One of their strike runners lined up here in the 7 jersey on the right hand side. Great one-on-one opportunity if they can get clean ball. But that's a good heave from Royal Wootton Bassett. Denstone do collect, but they're under all sorts of pressure and they're jackled on the floor. And off go Royal Wootton Bassett Academy.
Looking for try number 3. They've won the penalty as well. I'm so sorry, Joe, I got distracted. A couple of lads have just walked past with a large Yorkshire pudding with sausage, chips and gravy filling it. Oh my.
That is a messy tackle, far too high. And 2 high tackles in a row. There was another in the first half. So a referee rightly taking time to have a conversation.
Yeah, I think that's an obvious work on for Denstone, isn't it? Because they've been a little bit high in the tackle. It's cost them a few tries. It's going to cost them a 3rd here. Oh, it's a brilliant line, just picking up pace. She knows that they've been weak on the tackle. She's such a confident ball carrier, and she has burst through and scored a beauty. Royal Wootton Bassett getting their 3rd try. And that is an absolute cracker. They've gone round the outside before. So work-ons for both teams. Drop goals for Royal Wootton Bassett. Tackling for Denstone's yet 2 upright. Well, she took her arms away. But take nothing away from the finish. Take nothing away from the finish. Brave ball carry into what she thought was going to be contact, and then when the doors opened, she said, thank you very much, I'll have one of those. 15-0.
Very impressive player, the number 15, 2 tries. We've seen her jackling, we've seen her defence as well. Bit of a star for Warwick Bassett Academy. Denstone, well, Denstone find a glimmer of light down the right-hand side and just caught by the collar, really.
They've been one pass away a few times, haven't they, these Denstone girls?
Great determination to just get a hold of anything on the attacker. That'll be the last offering from the Royal Wootton Bassett, number 1. A tackle that snuffed out a gilt-edged try-scoring opportunity. Denstone really need to get their hands on the ball, and they do so by winning against the head. Here they come. Lots of space, lots of numbers. They go arcing sideways over to the flank, and wow, there she is again.
Stalking.
Hunted down, forcing the knock on. We don't award players of the match because there's so many. There are player of the tournament gongs that go round, but certainly if you're looking for a player who has defined the determination of this game's result, it's the Royal Wootton Bassett Academy, number 15.
Gosh,
relentless.
Absolutely excellent. Got a couple of tries, but just showing her all-court game there. Could have been a bit of space on the edge. Here they go again, looking for try number 4. And winning the penalty, they just look a different animal. Oh my goodness me. Mullet number 1. Just below us here, Joe.
That is straight out of the nether regions of America. Here come Royal Wootton Bassett.
Oh, good turnover. And it's gone forward in the process of it. Wowee, that is straight out of the Rust Belt, isn't it? Scrum time. Couple of minutes to go. Denstones have coughed it up. Royal Wootton Bassett sniffing around try number 4, and you wouldn't bet against them getting it either. Acres of space on the right and the left. That's where the pass goes, and it's going to be a race to the corner. And it's going to be won by Royal Wootton Bassett. Better effort in defence there from Denstones, but so difficult to stop a try from there. It's 20-0. It's the first time we've seen Royal Wootton Bassett on this pitch. They're in Group G. We'll return to the girls under 16s just after 1 o'clock with Bablake and King Henry VIII School against Samual Whitbread Academy. That's a good can-can kick. Unfortunately, she's not sent the ball goalwards. Excellent hamstring though. She's kicked her height there. I've not been able to do that for about 15, 16 years.
You've never been able to do that, Dave. That's a barefaced lie. That'll be recorded in eternity. The Rosslyn Park National School 7 stream. Off the chin, yep. So Denstone will get to play with that, but Royal Wootton Bassett have pilfered it. Still alive, still loose and available for anyone to attack with. Royal Wootton Bassett are the ones looking primed to do so, but that's good defence from Denstone. They come away with possession too. Can they get a try to finish this match? Oh, just leaking forward on the pass, which is such a shame.
She's not heard the referee's whistle either. She's going to touch down. It's not going to count. No try, full side. Denstone's 0, Royal Wootton Bassett 20. Back to the under-18 Vase competition. We have already seen some really strong teams. Stowe dispatched Coleg Sirgar and Reeds, but 43 on St Cecilia's. Newcastle under Lyme. 35-5 winners over Coleg Sir Benfro. And here we've got Christ College Brecon in the gold and green, taking on Fulham Boys School. One of the shorter journeys from Fulham to this part of London. And just out of your shot, quite an eclectic pre-match ritual there for Christ College. They host a pretty good sevens tournament down there, don't they? That gets live streamed these days by the Next Gen boys who are over live streaming pitch RE2, but all our concentration is on RE1, so a warm welcome wherever you're joining us from. Christ College on the ball. They'll have the first attack. Got a couple of big lumps as well. Let's see how well they move around. Pretty competitive at that first breakdown. Fulham Boys School, what they're lacking in size, they more than make up for in effort, but they're losing the physical battle at the moment. And Christ College, really good footwork, and gets away from the final tackle. Oh, it's like he's got an electric motor in his core. How has he got away from those midfield defenders? That is a very, very impressive opening score. Or is it? Oh my! He's been held up over the line by one of the most astonishing pieces of defence that we've seen in this competition, certainly today, maybe for a long, long time.
Well, they say no one likes a chaser, but he is chased and chased and chased right to the very death. He's gone low to catch him, and well, he must have got it. Did he get his hand underneath? He wrapped it round just in time.
Well, that's a heck of a call by the referee, and there's not too much remonstration from the player. Oh, that's a lovely touch, and he's straight back under the sticks. He's not going to make the same mistake again. Well, Christ College don't have to wait too long to put that right. And the Brecon team take a 5-0 lead.
And that man breathes a sigh of relief.
He looks like a tough nut to crack, though, doesn't he? In that congested area, I've no idea how he found that space. It's a lovely one-handed touch.
Just catching, stepping, and motoring off.
Conversion was good, 7-0, 2 minutes gone.
Great take under immense pressure. And Christ College snaffling that. Great breakdown skills by the man with 2 on his back. That's probably what he's in the team for. And while Fulham boys look for answers from the referee, off he goes. Eventually brought down 6 meters shy. They're going to flash it to the left. That is an absolute seed. Precision passing from the Christ College boys. Get that on the replay. What a pass. The finish was the most basic part of that, because it was a spin pass to die for.
What a ball. What a ball. Unsuccessful with the conversion. Don't care. Show me that pass forever, for the rest of the day. Here we go. What I will say is, it's great to see Christ College Brecon here and playing well, because their rugby slipped off for years. They've got a great rivalry with Llandovery College, who are the premier rugby school in Wales, and I'm sure the other rugby schools won't mind me saying that. And they've always had the better of the rivalry with Christ College, but because there was so much of a difference in standard, they abandoned the fixture and a lot of history was lost. But Christ College have improved in recent years, and as a result, they're back playing that relatively local rivalry, that local derby again. And we talk about occasions, and this being an occasion that young rugby players really look forward to, wearing their school colours. If you're in either of those schools, that's something that you really get to look forward to. as Christ College bully their way over again. And that young man showing that he hasn't just got lovely hands, he's got a little bit of power about him as well. Try number 3.
I'm still rendered a little bit speechless from his pass assist from the previous try. That was a nice finish.
Yeah.
But that pass to set up the previous score.
Yeah, beautiful ball. 17-0.
Here we go. Shoots down the alley. Meets a bit of resistance. In comes number 2. But he finishes the job.
Yeah, full court game. The boy can play.
That's a high hanger to an isolated Fulham man, and Christ College are really in the mood right now. Good defence though. Manage the Christ College man across the touchline. Fulham looking to go quickly. Do need to sort of change the tempo. They need to change the rhythm of this game because they've been starved of possession so far, much in part to Christ College's brilliant play, but they themselves need to try and take part of this game by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, they've barely had a touch at the moment, but they will have ball. It'll be inside their own 22. Oh, Christ College have challenged at the line out. They've picked it off and they're going again. Oh, give the ball to our mate. No, he's not going to need it. They're going to go from the first phase and score. I just want them to get it loose in midfield again so we can put in another one of those tight spiral bullets. Give the people what they want, Christ College. Try number 4. Minute to go until half time. Christ College 22. Fulham 0. And we'll have time to restart as well. Referee's arm didn't go up there, so the conversion not successful. Christ College 22. Fulham 0. Just another look at this try. Just efficient round the breakdown, isn't it? Right in the clear out. And dotting it down.
Well, we've just been handed our first team sheets of the Rosslyn Park Sevens. It's for
who wins the prize?
Samual Whitbread Academy, who are coming up
20
against
plus 1, yeah.
Bablake and King Henry, the Ysgol, at 120. So if you're tuning in, awaiting your team to play, maybe you get a message to the camp that if they get us a team sheet with the names and the numbers, then we'll be able to call in the players by name when they're doing these brilliant things out there on the field.
Bit of ball here then for the Fulham boys. Attacking that Christ College line with gusto. Oh, they've ripped the ball though. Excellent turnover, brilliant jackal threat. Now some space on the edge, gliding past the final tackle. It's all too easy, and if you turn the ball over in midfield, you're going to get punished. Especially against an excellent team like Christ College. They'll go into half-time with a 27-0 lead, maybe a 29-0 lead. Simple conversion from underneath the posts. The left foot through it. That's half-time. Christ College 29. Fulham 0. Played some good stuff, haven't they?
Very, very impressive from Christ College. They look like a team where everybody knows exactly where they're meant to be, what they're meant to be doing, and they've got the skill set to match as well. Big physical individual there on the edge, and you do see that in sevens. I think, you know, often the misconception is that you just have the more diminutive, flighty flyers on the edges, but often teams look for the balance of a big man who can shift and then your archetypal, elusive, smaller winger. The thing that's impressed me most about Christ College is their handling. It has been so accurate. Ball out in front of the recipient so that they're not having to stutter when they catch. They're steaming on, bringing great pace to the attack. And really too much pace for the Fulham boys' school to cope with so far.
Do you know what, though? Like, we've seen 5 really good tries, but we're purring over one pass. Oh, and he's off the pitch now as well. Boo, boo. Get him back on.
Well, I mean, for that try, they had 3-on-1, 2-on-1.
Yeah.
Or 3-on-2. And usually, you discourage the missed pass. You put it through the hand so that you bring in the defenders, because the missed pass is often a looper and it gives the defence an opportunity to drift. But that was a bullet.
As was that.
And once again, the handling skills, an absolute delight from the Christ College boys. And a nice, simple finish.
Lovely part of the world. You ever been down there?
Brecon? Yeah, I have been actually, yeah, a few times. An old friend of mine who lived in Brecon.
Yeah, the school itself, chartered by King Henry VIII. That's a bit of nauseum for you.
Love that sort of knowledge.
Great ice cream shop opposite as well. You know, those are the real facts that you want to hear. But again, great handling. He looks a handful as well, doesn't he, the number 5. Didn't score, then did score. Just midfield general. And he's going to get us back underway with another, I've no doubt, competitive restart. Well, not a great strike. But now is the point where we go all in on Fulham and we desperately want him to get a meat pie before the end of the game.
The high tackle coming in and just there, maybe looking to overplay a little bit, Fulham. And, you know, that's kind of the curse of when you go scores behind, but also when you haven't had much opportunity to attack. Was there a clear release from the tackler there? I'm not so sure. He certainly made himself a nuisance in that breakdown. And all the cards falling for Christ College, who were quickest to react, and they've got the footwork as well. Delicate fly hack through to set up just a flop over the line.
What are you reaching down for there, Joe?
Food vouchers.
God. Serious currency around here.
To keep us sustained.
Like cigarettes in prison, those things, aren't they?
They are, they are. They're a high value currency, the food vouchers. Again, a testament to the gastronomic offering that the Rosslyn Part 7s has.
That's a lovely try there. Good footballing skill. Again, it's good to see more teams really showing what they're all about on pitch RE1. Just shows how competitive this Vase competition is going to be. We've already seen Stowe expecting to go deep in the competition, but as always, it'd be great to see a new name on the trophy.
Well, Christ College Brecon certainly look like a side that can play, and the great joy of the way that the games are set up on RE1 is that we're seeing teams from each group. We've had Group A, we've had C, we've had F. This is Group B, and up next.
Oh, what a try! What a try. When you put a kick in like that, you're just asking a question, and every now and then you get the answer you want. Turning the Fulham defenders, hoping for a good bounce. The bounce was dreamy. If it goes end over end, then maybe you can chase it in goal and sow a seed of doubt, but sometimes it sits up perfectly right into the bread basket and you get a result like this. Desperately flailing Fulham arms. Not sure about the finish. I'll give him 6 out of 10 for that. You need to either commit to the dive or not commit at all. Minus points for Christ College. They still get 5. 44-0. No, and our man's back on. Get him pulling the strings. Oh, they're getting all the bounces. Isn't it amazing how luck just goes your way when you're winning the game?
Every bounce falling for the green and yellow. Fighting hard though, good counter-up. Few numbers here for Christ College, who put the footwork in and bring in the power and the pace. Just a glimpse for the offload, but Fulham are resourcing these contact areas well. They haven't given up. They'll need to press up now. Try scorer and try creator on the ball. Just a slight loss of fluidity, and look at that for a carry.
Just a reminder, isn't it, that even though this is a game of high skill level and taking opportunities and vision, every now and then a big bump is what you need to press the reset button.
A big bump, and at the moment Christ College are marrying that physicality with some really very good handling. And there's the climbing tower that we've been speaking about. So you can go rock climbing. Some sides are looking to scale Rosslyn Park Sevens tournament heights, but
they're going up there now. It looks a bit like Castle Grayskull, doesn't it?
The race is on.
I'm aware that's a cultural reference that a lot of the younger viewers might not get.
Very, very dated reference there. I'd say most of the children tuning in from their respective schools have no idea what you're talking about.
But to any geriatric millennials watching, I hope you enjoyed that one as much as I did. Final minute of this one then, Christ College Brecon. Comprehensive victors here over Fulham Boys School. It's been a tough quarter of an hour for the South Londoners. But they're on the ball here. Christ College over it. Big physical team. I bet they'll be looking forward to testing themselves later as the competition evolves. The Christ College back on the ball. Maybe time for one more try to take them potentially up to 50 with the conversion.
Still the Fulham boys fight. Great determination. And they're fit as well. In position. Need to move up. They need to put a bit of pressure on this Christ College attack, who are overloaded on this left-hand side. The backdoor boogie. Oh, but the pass is too low. It demands too much of the hamstrings of his teammate. They won't hit 50, but they will hit pretty high heights in their first game on RE1. Christ College Brecon looking good in the Vase. 44-0 victors over Fulham Boys School.
You take a break for a bit and come back, and I'll take a break afterwards, and we'll just plow on, yeah? Busy, but like I'm not deliberately busy. It happens, you know. You got any exciting projects on the go? Oh, nice one. What's the documentary on?
I know.
Yeah, interesting characters, mate, aren't they? Oh, that's quality, yeah. So still involved. Where are you living now? South East. Oh, yeah, so still involved in Stowe with Caroline. She's amazing. She's doing well. She's producing oral history. Yeah. Mate, it's so much fun. She's loving it. And so that's going well.
Victoria College jersey against St Paul's School. Victoria College in yellow jerseys, but I can't imagine they're going to be yellow for long. There is a faint suggestion of brown around all the played-in kits because it is a heavy pitch here. However, we've had some great rugby, and the boys, not letting the conditions get in the way, are playing some really good stuff. Oh, what a start to proceedings here. We are off and running. Options on the inside and the outside, but he's going on his own. Tap tackle, the try saver. Back on his feet, but the score remains 0-0. But for how long? Breathless start. But they are still on the ball, edge to edge. Another good tackle. God, this has started life as an intense contest, doesn't it? Hold on to your hats. Looks like we've got a game on. St Paul's with the chance to score, but now Victoria College in the yellow. St Paul's, they're a player down at the moment, stay down injured. So they've got 6 on the pitch. Victoria College attacking from inside their own half. It's intense, it's fluid, they've got numbers, but that ball's gone forward. And we'll have our first set scrum. Breathless start, still 0-0. And I think we're going to have a delay here while this injury is dealt with. Quite concerned looking coach has gone over there to deal with his charge. So I'll give you a quick update of what we've had so far today. We're absolutely flying through the action. It's girls under 16 and boys under 18 Vase today. So Ivybridge Community College beat Teifi 17-14 earlier. That was followed by Ysgol Gymraeg Glantaf beating Lutterworth School 10-7. Then wins for Stowe School, Reed School and Newcastle under Lyme over Coleg St Cecilia's and Coleg Benfro respectively. Then we returned to the girls' competition. Great game between King's High School Warwick and Langley School. Finished Langley 22, Warwick 12. Royal Wootton Bassett 20-0 winners over Denstone, just their second game of sevens, but Royal Wootton Bassett looked very good. And we've just seen Christ College from Brecon beat Fulham Boys School 44-0. Back underway here with St Paul's put in at the scrum. No one on the short side for St Paul's. And they go on the attack. The wraparound play to create some space. The pass to the edge. Victoria College flooding across in defence, but a little bit soft on the tackle. And St Paul's up to the 22. Again, high skill level. Lovely crisp passing. Oh, and intercepted. Victoria College from Jersey being made to work for it. Not had any territory yet, but a little bit of possession. We've been short of good contests in the under-18 Vase so far. We've had good rugby, great tries, great moments, but we haven't had a real nail-biting game. Could this be the first? Great to have your company. Day one. Whether you're at home, in the office, at school with your headphones in when you're not supposed to, watching in the living room or watching on your device, really pleased to bring you all the action from RE1. And if you're joining us later in the week, make sure you come and say hello as well. Oh, crunching tackle. Ball turned over, then knocked on. So yeah, the voices you'll hear on pitch RE1. It's myself, Dave Rogers, Joe Burns as well. And there will be a revolving door of guests as the week comes on and people realise that they can come and have a go and come and have a chat with us and enjoy the rugby. Hopefully we're going to enjoy some good weather as well. It's been beautiful and sunny for the last few years, but I cast my mind back to when we had snow at the start of the tournament. Thankfully we're not there yet. There's a little bit of rain in the air as St Paul's again looking for soft shoulders and looking for quick ball. No one out there on the edge, so they're going to have to graft the hard way. High tackle, penalty advantage. Now a chance, they've got a 3-on-1, it's got to go. It's gone forward. And the referee are judging that that's not a deliberate knock-on, so we'll go back for the first penalty. And Victoria College jersey just about hanging on here as we approach 5 minutes. St Paul's have already restarted play. That's a missed tackle. That's a great offload and a great recovery tackle. But eventually, oh, they don't run out of defenders. That is a try-saving tackle in the corner. This is breathless defence from Victoria College. Let's take a look at this. They look like they'd run out of numbers. There was space there. Across comes the man. And he's lost it, trying to ground it. And it remains Victoria College 0, St Paul's 0, but St Paul's have turned it over. Surely it's coming now. Victoria College camped on their own line. St Paul's queuing up. They put the ball to the edge, and finally the deadlock is broken. It's taken nearly 6 minutes of constantly knocking on the door, but eventually it opens and it's Victoria 0, St Paul's 5. Cracking half of schoolboy sevens this. Great to see the brave defence from these Victoria College boys, and the patience in attack for St Paul's as well. It's easy to lose your rag when it's not going your way. Unsuccessful conversion. Victoria 0, St Paul's 5. So we take another look. They've gone edge to edge, phase to phase. Eventually, you cannot win a race when you're going sideways and the man on the ball is going forwards. Took his time, good patient finish. St Paul's take the lead. They're going to chase this kick as well. They're going to contest it. They're going to knock it on. Oh, Victoria, they've kicked away that advantage. That's a shame. St Paul's are going to go quickly. They had the chance then to reset from the scrum, but instead, this time it's St Paul's who coughed the ball up. Our clock's gone red, so probably a last chance to get something for Victoria. We've seen a lot of them in defence. Are we going to get the chance to look at them in attack? Yes, we are going to get this set scrum. Nelson College, New Zealand against Ysgol, Gyfun, Rhymni. Those are two very different parts of the world, let me tell you. That's coming up after this one. Then we return to the girls under 16s, Bablake and King Henry VIII School against Samual Whitbread Academy. But before that, we need to come to the conclusion of this half. Oh. They're brave in defence, but a little bit blunt in attack at the moment, Victoria College. And the penalties conceded. The clock's gone red, and St Paul's with a real opportunity for try number 2. There's the offload. Oh, he's lost his footing. But pressure at the breakdown. They continue to push up the men in yellow. And another brilliant tackle. This is perhaps the best defensive effort we've seen from any team so far on day one. 8.5 minutes on our clock. No respect for the schedule. Victoria College jersey. It's up inside their own 22. Next time the ball goes dead, it will be half-time. Will it go dead with a score? Not a lot of gaps here. Talked about Victoria College being organised in defence. How about St Paul's? Switching and looking for chinks in the armour. Switching back again. That offload could do it. Nice ball. Oh, this is lovely handling from Victoria College. Now they break through the line. Back yourself for pace. Up to the 22 for the first time. Why has he kicked it? Oh, that's why. Gather it, score it, the cover tackle's good. What a game we've got on our hands here. We're nearly 10 minutes into the first half. These boys running on empty. Now up the short side. Best chance of the half for Victoria. 10 minutes of the first half gone. They've got a 3-on-2. Oh, what a tackle. Huge collision. You can hear that from 100 yards away. And Victoria College are going to score after 10 minutes and 10 seconds of the first half. The game is level. Well, if they've got anything left for the second half, it could be an absolute thriller. But with the conversion to come, it's Victoria College jersey 5, St Paul's School 5. What a game we've got on our hands here in Group E of the under-18 Vase. Oh, and he split the uprights with the kick as well. All of that defensive effort was worth it because Victoria College jersey lead at half-time by 7 points to 5. Well, well, well. It's not just the players that need to get their breath back. I'm pretty sure I do too. Full disclosure, when he's kicked that ball inside, I thought the opportunity had gone, but it was identifying the space. To win in sevens, you need discipline, but sometimes you need to ride your luck, and that's exactly what they've done there. That was an excellent score in the end. Getting the ball out to the edge. Oh, the temperature's just dropped here a little bit and got chilly. Oh, well. Halves like that throw the schedule into turmoil. I wonder if that temperature's dropped because it's about to hose it down. It's going to come at some time. As we said, after a couple of minutes, we've not had a real contest in the under-18s Vase. We have definitely got one now.
Sorry? Well, I've not had any numbers on any team sheets anyway. So if you've got numbers in the team sheet, then I can call your players by name. But if not, then I won't. That is brilliant. Thank you very much, sir. Right, thank you very much.
Oh, great news. Nelson College are up next. And they've handed me a team sheet with numbers on. Absolute legends. That means that the likes of Oliver Gibbons, Finn Kilworth, Mikey Morrison, Fanua Fa'avi, Dane Lippian, Taina Thompson, Caelan Grafton, Connor Hume, Nick Tootle, Callum Robertson and Somaki are going to get their names called out. Let that be a lesson to you. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the second half of this one. Victoria College jersey against St Paul's School. One conversion in it. There are going to be some tired young men in black and yellow. Who's going to blink first? Who's going to crack first? Who's going to provide us with the mistake or the moment of magic that is going to separate these two teams? Strap in. It's going to be a good one. We're not even halfway through day one yet. God, there's a lot of rugby this weekend, and we love it. Get in touch on the socials. Do let us know where you're watching from, particularly if it's an exotic location. Restart finds touch. And you know, by exotic location, I don't mean Hackney. Camden.
Hello guys, hello.
Victoria College then should have possession from the line out, but I think St Paul's are going to throw a man up and try and disrupt it, which they have. It comes back yellow. Victoria College, then so little of the ball. Now they're going to try and feed the speed here. Kick it in behind, get the quick boys on it. Oh, he's put his hands on the St Paul's player. And has he knocked it on? No, says the referee. There's the offload into the 22. And Victoria College jersey go end to end. But that's brilliant work by St Paul's over the ball. Snaffle the danger and win the penalty. God, it's good fun, this. Get the heart rate up. The ball thrown inside and kicked back towards the goal. And it'll be taken in by Black, but they're passing it out from their own in-goal area. Are they going to go 100+ meters? He's going to back himself around the sweeper, but the cover tackle comes in. This is breathless. Unbelievable stuff. This is Vase rugby at its very best, in attack and defence. And again, Victoria College called into question in their own 22. That is the third entry into the 22 in this half. Not from one team, from two. St Paul's have been in twice, Victoria have been in once in a couple of minutes. Oh, and then one missed tackle, and the pendulum swings to St Paul's once more. It's the third time the lead has changed hands in this game. And it's Victoria College 7, St Paul's 10. And this fascinating game continues apace. Surely the second half can't be as long as the first. Latin's ball. So it was, by the time the conversion was taken, it was about 10 minutes 30 seconds, which means the ball was in play for 3.5 minutes. Oh. There are people watching and thinking about that and wondering what would go first, their hamstrings or their lungs. Replay of the try then. Again, Victoria College just switching off. It was great awareness at the penalty to just go. And once again, the men in yellow chasing the game. 5-0, 7-5, 10-7. The scores. Impressed with the patience in this part of the pitch from both teams, actually. It's a big collision. And then the meters after contact, very valuable too. Oh, doesn't want to get isolated here. No one's in behind him. Oh, that is lack of concentration from Victoria. It was a good carry and he bought the extra second for St Paul's to arrive and support that ball. And now they've got some space here on the left. Victoria running on empty a little bit, not entirely sure how they're going to clear their lines, not entirely sure they're going to have the opportunity to, because St Paul's are hearing in for try number 3, the try that takes it beyond a converted score that should make this game safe even with this amount of time to go. Tired defenders not able to cover the gaps. And Victoria College 7, St Paul's 15 is the score. Conversion sent towards the goal. Referee says no. Victoria College 7, St Paul's 15. A 2-score game. Really good finish. It's amazing how much more energy you can muster in attack than defence. Both teams are exhausted. Well, they must get the next score, Victoria College. I think there might have been a hand on that from St Paul's. Referee says play on. Oh, there was a hand on that, an important one as well. It's gone out into touch. So it will be yellow ball. Still 90 seconds to go. They need 2 scores, so the first one's going to have to come sharpish. No, and it's stolen. Really good stuff from St Paul's. Excellently hooked, excellently handled Oh, and attacking from deep as well. Try number 4. Try number 4, perhaps the pick of the bunch. Just attacking the line from deep. Super pace onto the ball. Love that finish. Love that ambition, that willingness to really attack the ball at pace, attack the line at pace. Because when St Paul's have lost momentum, Victoria have defended brilliantly. But they've continued to inject pace. Their kicking's improved as well. That's a cracker. Victoria 7, St Paul's 22. I think St Paul's deserve a huge amount of credit for the way they've kicked on in this second half, but just when he received the ball there, he was already at full tilt. He was on that outside arc. It's a tough tackle to make one-on-one. Got so much space to cover to your left and to your right. Needs to be perfect. If it's anything other than, then that's the result. Well, the kick out on the full. This game probably beyond Victoria College jersey. But how long are they going to hold on to this ball for? Are we going to have another epic half? Or will it be over after this chip and chase? That's well gathered. Now our clock's gone red. We don't know what the referees is saying. But you'd be thinking, if you're St Paul's now, put the ball dead, win the game. Dust yourself off and go again. Oh, they might want more here. There's some space to gallop into up the left if the pass is good, and the pass is good. The hitch kick is good. The last tackle is missed, and that'll add an extra sheen to the scoreboard. St Paul's open up a 20-point lead with what should be the last act of the game. Fantastic second half performance after a brilliant first half effort from both teams. So much defending by Victoria College. Eventually they ran out of steam, and St Paul's put the hammer down for some absolutely sensational scores. Full time, Victoria College 7, St Paul's School 27.
Yeah, man, but this is the thing. You're good like that. Yeah, it's stuck. How about that candidate? What's that? That's that offers.
The men's competition continues apace. We've got Nelson College, New Zealand against Rhymni. As you said, two very different parts of the world indeed. Again, just showing the international appeal of this, the biggest sevens tournament on planet Earth. As the facts and figures evolve over the week, I'll keep you up to date with them, but the numbers just keep getting more staggering, more and more astonishing. Seeing some good handling here, aren't we? And some good options as well. Nelson College starting with real intent. We've got Rhymni in the red, grey and black. Nelson College in the blue hoops. Oh! What a finish!
Okay.
I just looked down there to check if he had 4 legs.
Right, see you in a bit.
Unbelievable footwork. And in a flash, Nelson College through Kalen Grafton go ahead. this was a serious finish, wasn't it? Watch this young man here. See it from this angle. Watch him sell the defenders. There you go, 1-2. Oh, and then he just magics up. Oh, and then the kick chase good too. Decent offload though. And then the ball out on the far side. First line out, off the top it goes. Nelson College come again, laid off by the try scorer this time. Looking to stretch the defence and open up some gaps, and it's working, isn't it? The offload game's good, the pace on the ball is good. Getting away from the tackles is pretty good as well. 5 metres out. They're giving themselves unbelievable depth to work with. There's a lot of confidence in these young players who've come a long, long way to put on a show here, and that's exactly what they're doing. 2.5 minutes in, 2 tries around the outside, through the middle, and they lead 10 points to 0. Conversion to come. They look like they're kicking it by accident. They've had 2 drop goals from under the sticks, and neither have been anywhere near the posts. But that does mean we can get on with the game and hopefully see some more rugby. Yeah, just stretching the defence. The Rhymni boys just struggling to keep up with being dragged left and right. Oh, what a take from the restart. Nelson College doing bits. Oh, now the kick in behind as well. Tries of all shapes and sizes. And Rhymni are in a Nelson College maelstrom at the moment. Not entirely sure what they can do to combat this. They can't get their hands on the ball. We're only halfway through the first half. Caelan Grafton misses another conversion. Well, look, we joke about it at the moment, but obviously by the way they're playing, they're a team that are going to look to make a serious dent in this tournament. And if you are going try for try, blow for blow, score for score with another top team in this competition, you've got to make your conversions. 3 tries, none of them converted. 3 really good tries as well. These boys are good fun to watch. Again, they send the dogs after that restart, but it's a decent take from Rhymni. Will be desperate to get their hands on the ball. Little knock on there, but it's come from the Welsh team. Frustrated with that one. It's their chance to build something.
I look forward to seeing you go again. Thanks.
Penalty then to Rhymni. And they're looking to do it the hard way from inside their own 22. Looking to get... Oh, what a shot. Well, they've won another penalty, but they can't catch a break at the moment. Oh, they've got rid of a defender there, though. Just overcommitting, looking for that big shot. Good bit of physicality, metres after contact there. Rhymni. Can he get something before half-time? They've got a minute to go. Or perhaps that pass out onto the edge there could have gone instead. They've gone out to the right-hand side, looking for a bounce to the ball. Not getting it. Oh, the winger on this left-hand side was furious that he didn't get the ball then. As all wingers are, particularly when it's chilly. They don't want to get cold hands and there are no pockets to put them in, so they want to get on the ball. Nelson College looking for try number 4. Scored 3 absolute jaffers in the opening couple of minutes. Little wrap-around play, creates some space. This will be try number 4. Fascinating watching this team from New Zealand play in a different way to the best English teams that we've seen, and finding ways to stretch defences that haven't been reliant on the pure speed and the tempo that we've seen from the English teams. And they've got a conversion. What a way to end the half. Nelson College 22, Rhymni 0. Rhymni to get us underway in the second half, trailing by 20 points to 0 against Nelson College, New Zealand. They've treated us to some excellent tries. They've got their hands on the ball here as well. So much depth on the attack and just backing themselves to get up over that gain line and create the space. Just using the extra man on the wraparound. Playing the game like they've got 9 or 10 on the pitch as opposed to 7. There has not been a lot of blunt force from these boys in blue. But they can't kick. It's like they haven't got feet on the end of their legs. Wow. I can't remember in all of my time watching sevens in this tournament, hundreds of games. I think this must be the 6th tournament that I've commentated on pitch RE1. I can't remember this many conversions under the sticks being missed. However, these boys can really play and they can defend. There they are competing at the breakdown and forcing the turnover. $27-0. 90 seconds of the second half gone. What time are we on? 1:15. Now comes the big lunch decision soon. I think Burnsy's gone for the burrito. I don't blame him for that either. That's a great choice. some of these Yorkshire puddings that have gone past, filled with sausage, chips and gravy. How many calories can you get onto one paper plate? I think they've raised the bar a bit. Oh, there's a young man going past. He's in his school uniform. He's in a light grey suit and brown shoes. And on a day like today, he is one slip away from disaster. He is one slip away from disaster. Now, Rhymni. That pass goes into touch. We're getting to the point here where we are going all in on a Rhymni try. That's what we want. We don't want anyone to leave here empty-handed. We want it to be an enjoyable experience for everyone. We're also getting to the point that during my break I'm going to dive in, look for a bigger coat. It is pretty chilly here today. Nelson College, the boys go again, down the middle this time. Oh, I've been a bit too ambitious with the offload. There will be a Rhymni put in at the scrum. Just relentless pressure. Great awareness from these young runners. Hopefully that's coming across at home, just the way they know which side to go. Left, right, inside shoulder, outside shoulder. And the faith in their teammates as well to find that pass. Really competitive at the scrum too. A little bit too much. And another penalty at the breakdown. Rhymni having a second bite at it. Oh, it's going to be a yellow card here as well. They're going to be temporarily down to 6 players, which when you're 27-0 down with 11 minutes on the clock, that is the last thing you want. Through the hands it goes. Oh, that pump pass, then the ball over the top. It's got a little bit forward, creeping forward and keeping the scoreboard at 27-0. Yeah, I'm definitely going to go in search of a coat. It is freezing. No shame in layers, let me tell you. It's a long week outside. So it's a put into Rhymni here, but they're a player down. So they've only got 2 outside the scrum. So they have to be careful about what they do with this ball. Don't want to get caught out, don't want to get turned over inside their own 22. So they're going to hack it low, try and put it on the gas man, but it's a decent read. And Nelson College go again. Oh, dancing feet, beautiful footwork, and they cannot lay a glove on him. Oh, that's a good finish. 32-0, and another opportunity to miss a conversion under the sticks. God, that's a good finish. Oh, he's made it. Perhaps the most impressive thing, aside from that mullet and that finish, is the fact they've actually kicked a conversion. Nelson College 34, Rhymni 0. How many is he beaten here? One. There's the goosey. Oh, that is filth. That step off the right foot is dangerous. Mikey Morrison with the meat pie. Rhymni back up to 7 into the last minute of the game. Well, this time last year we were all applying sunscreen. Now we're all raiding our bags for hats and gloves. Oh, let him play, ref. It's 34-0. Come on. Talk to me about marks. Nelson College looking like a real great addition to this tournament, and Mikey Morrison chases his own kick. Oh my, he has scored 2 delightful, delicious, delectable meat pies at the end of this game. And they're going to have the kick to take it over 40. This could well be the final throw. Oh, lovely strike as well. Where's he been the whole game? What a performance. Nelson College announced themselves at the National School Sevens. They've beaten Rhymni 41-0. Back into the women's competition we go. Bablake and King Henry VIII School against Samuel Whitbread Academy, after we've just seen Nelson College put on a clinic against Rhymni. And Burnsy's back. How was your burrito?
World class as ever at the Rosslyn Park Sevens. Come for the rugby, stay for the burrito. That's what I always say.
Such is life.
And it sounds like I missed a cracker. Well, I missed a bit of a performance from the boys from the land of the long white cloud.
Oh, I'm really excited to see how they go against some of the better English schools, because they just play the game in a very different way. Creating space, inside, outside. Speaking of which, what a finish we've got here to get ourselves underway. Samuel Whitbread Academy with the opening score. Oh, you've only got a team sheet.
I do have a team sheet. How long it's going to last, though, as the rain begins to fall, is another thing.
Are you popping a waterproof coat on? Is that one that you got courtesy of the Olympic Broadcasting Services by any chance?
My second Olympics, yes.
That's the thing, isn't it? I mean, you can talk about who's doing what, but I'm still out here paying for my own coats.
Well, there was the strength, there was the desire from Leah Bramwell, the captain. And they're looking keen to get back underway. But a kick deep to the 22 and a return coming. Running out of room, and off they go, nice and quickly. Samuel Whitbread Academy not looking to hang around. Nice offload out of the tackle. There are numbers here if they can get the hands working to the left. Good identification space. There's Phoebe Fullerton in the 13 jersey. Oh, that is a huge big don't argue, and again. Back-to-back fens from the big right paw of Poppy Jenkins. Stick that one on the highlights reel.
Double pistons. Love to see it. Great strength. And we talked about it already in this girls under 16 competition. That's not an easy skill. People always talk about the handoff being something to get the defender away from you, but it's to get you away from the defender. Look at the timing of that. Tackle's a little bit high. Not today. Second try, 10-0. Thanks for coming. Pretty hefty restart as well. Full body weight behind that.
Well, a chance for Bablake to build for. That's too high from Poppy Jenkins. She knows. March back 10 and off Bablake go. Bit of pace injected as they take it to the line.
Just reluctant to go wider than the middle at the moment, aren't they? What a counter ruck.
Well, they under-resource the ruck there, and they pay the penalty, don't they? Lovely little shift of the hips there. Oh, and the offload off the floor. Nice stuff into Fullerton's hands. And again, the left flank beckons. The woman who started, gets cut in half. And Poppy Jenkins is right place, right time. Throws out her right hand once again to make sure. And that is 2 tries in almost as many minutes for the number 9.
Well, they're not messing about with the conversions either, are they? Get the game restarted. These girls want to play. It's a great tackle there in the build-up. That's a nice step off the right foot. And this offload I liked as well. Just awareness, knowing that it was somebody on the shoulder. Keep the ball alive. Keep the defence guessing. And then off the back of a great tackle again. The awareness to keep the ball moving.
The kick-off has driven Bablake back. Samuel Whitbread Academy pretty happy to back their defence. Right, they should, because they drive Bablake and Henry the 8th back. They're looking to find a way out of their own 22. Here's a bit of space. And this time, the ruck is a bit better resourced. Good pick up low on the toes. And off we go. Oh, stolen in the tackle. Samuel Whitbread Academy in possession. Out wide, big bump and to the floor. The offloading working beautifully. Natvi in there again, but eventually it's into the hands of Fullerton. She does the rest. And the Samuel Whitbread Academy have started at a lick in this Group C clash.
Up, guys. Bro, he was like day one.
Well, they do so well at keeping the ball alive. They've demonstrated that, and Phoebe Fullerton, having had a carry moments before, up on her feet, keeping the width, finishing the job.
Only just halfway through the day, Joe. I'm having a cracking time.
It is lovely stuff at the Rosslyn Park. Sevens, such a good week. Such a good week. One that builds, one that just gets better and better as the days go on. And we started at a pretty high level so far today on RE1. Nice offload out of the tackle, but hands not ready for the next one. Nice little weave It is messy, not lost forward. So we will have a scrum.
Yeah, Samuel Whitbread. Good defensive pressure, isn't it? Just making your opponents make decisions, and every now and then they make the wrong one, and you get the chance to go again. You went burrito, didn't you?
Always burrito. If you hadn't guessed, I've got a low-key arrangement with the burrito guy. If I mention enough on the stream, I'll get a bit more filling.
Well, our clock's gone red, but even after that knock-on, there is time to reset the scrum. And Bablake and King Henry VIII School, which I'll be honest with you, isn't a school name that rolls off the tongue. And look,
they're being made to work hard to get out of their 22, but they do, and a lucky stutter, and then a re-injection of pace.
Well, that takes us to half-time. Do you know what? The stop and go, if she'd have carried on with the pedal to the metal, I think she might have made it, but when you're a little bit tired, that remaining 55, 60 metres can look like a half marathon.
Well, that'll be the last action of the first half. Samuel Whitbread Academy, the women in black, the team on top, they lead 20-0 at the break. And we are rattling through the matches. The last action that will be taking place here on RE1 is the finals for this girls under 16 category that we have in front of us. That'll be coming at 4:40. We're in Group F next with Kingsbridge Community College against Holyrood Academy. So pretty swiftly we're whittling down the games that we have before us, and also the contenders for this girls under 16 title.
I think, Joe, looking around, that I am holding an umbrella above us and it's not raining, so I'm going to take that down. We've got Stowe School on in a little while as well. They'll kick off at 2 o'clock against Ivybridge Community College, and they've already had one great win today. So if you've not watched any of the under-18 Vase with us yet, then make sure that you stick around for that.
And then following that, it is one of the great rugby schools of England, Warwick School. Schools champions at 15s level many times. I remember they had that period of real dominance a few years back where they seemed to be perennially in the Schools Cup finals. They are up against Shawnigan Lake School, who continue the international flavour here on pitch RE1 because they're all the way over from Canada. So New Zealand representation followed by Canada, and that is something that you love to see because the Vancouver Sevens is one of the best stops on the World Series.
You've got one coming up, haven't you, Joe?
I do. I'm not. Vancouver's just been. It was the title claimed by the Argentinian men and the New Zealand women, who play in black, just like the Samuel Whitbread Academy girls, who are putting on their own Sevens clinic here at the moment, offloading in congested areas and finding the passes until that final one that just edges forward.
So go on then, where are you off?
I'm off to the Hong Kong. I'll be in Hong Kong this time next week.
Lovely.
No, I won't. That's a lie. I'll be at the Sedbergh Thames, but I'll be on the flight to Hong Kong the next day.
So fly out Tuesday, is it?
Fly out Tuesday, land Wednesday.
Oh, what a life!
Airplane mode till Sunday.
Because of course you need to save battery on the device.
Correct. Here come Bablake and King Henry VIII. They've really just been pressurised and locked in their 22 for so much of the game. Jenkins looking for a hat-trick, but instead she frees up the left hand to find an offload. This is valiant defence from the Bablake girls. Black jerseys just relentlessly washing on their defensive shores, and that's a brilliant turnover. Can they move it to the space? Can they find some pace? Good tackle, the offload coming. This ball is anyone's at the moment, the game really breaking up. And finally, into the hands of the captain, who then finds a flyer in Sophie Finlay. She arcs round the edge and she finds a path to the corner. Fabulous finish.
Serious gas. Serious gas. And look, Samuel Whitbread Academy deservedly leading, but what I like about this Bablake and King Henry VIII school team is they're still trying to play. It's really easy to give up when you're 4 tries down, but they're inside their own 22. They're looking to play, they're looking to offload. The offloads cost them a try there, but I'm sure as players, I'm sure as their coaches as well, they'd much prefer the players to just keep playing, keep trying. I mean, they've been undone there by a brilliant finish, an arcing run around 3 defenders, great gas. And that moment belongs to Samuel Whitbread Academy, but I think it's important to shout out the endeavour of the Bablake and King Henry VIII school players.
There's no substitute for raw pace on the sevens field. Bablake carry back. Once again, they find themselves on the shores of their 22. Turnover to the academy. Freya Jones gets tangled up and then back into the hands of the captain, Bramwell, who shows real nice footwork to evade the yellow jerseys who had designs on drawing her down. But Leah Bramwell, too good, too elusive, too fast, and in underneath the sticks.
Yeah, really nice finish. I think Bablake and King Henry VIII probably a little bit worried. Successful conversion for what it's worth. Worried about the pace around the outside. So just like Maverick in Top Gun, she's hit the brakes and they've flown right by. Just watch now. And it's not the easiest of things to do on this slippery pitch as well. Dug the studs in, got rid of the one defender, and then back to South on the outside. Lovely finish. Yeah, more good awareness, and Samuel Whitbread disappearing out of sight.
Well, Bablake, very laissez-faire in their collection of that kick-off, but it's worked out well. That is until the Jackal comes in. Very, very proficient breakdown work from the academy, and here comes the power, here comes the strength. And here comes a bit more gas from Sophie Finlay. We've seen it once, we'll see it again. And we'll see a clean set of heels. Sophie Finlay in again.
Yeah, she can play, can't she? She's got raw gas, but that nice little change of pace as well to stand the defenders up, then the fend off the left hand. Game breaker out there on the edge. This is going to be a very comfortable win for Samuel Whitbread Academy as well. They're in Pool C of this competition. Decent strike on the kick, but will not add to the points. I'm just looking over to that area where you lunched just now. It's bustling, isn't it? Plenty going on.
There's a lot of coaches enjoying the free feed that the Edwin Doran Sports Tours tent puts on every year. Very, very popular area amongst the non-playing members.
What they don't have, though, Joe, is burritos.
Correct.
So make of that what you will. The connoisseur's choice.
Bablake finding a seam in the midfield and working their way to the halfway line. Nice long presentation, gives her side an opportunity to recycle, and they're really fighting. Samuel Whitbread Academy just get a forward fingertip to it. So ticking up towards 14 minutes. Gonna have one last chance to see if Bablake and King Henry VIII School can breach this pretty stubborn Samuel Whitbread Academy defence.
Yeah, last 30 seconds on our clock. Not happy with that feed, so we'll go again. Starting to see our first club tracksuits as well. We're going to see most of the Premiership clubs here in some capacity, aren't we? Keeping an eye on the future talent. So
nice footwork.
Oh, they just lost it.
Stripped in the tackle. Are the Whitbread Academy going to get another score? Is this woman going to get her hat-trick? Not quite. Lost forward, and it signals the end of the match and the conclusion of a quite consummate performance from the Samuel Whitbread Academy. They run out comfortable winners, 37-0 against Bablake and King Henry VIII School. The action coming. I beg your pardon, there's a bit of a frog in my throat there. I was going to say the action coming thick and fast on RE1. This girls under 16 competition is beginning to take shape. We welcome Kingsbridge Community College against the Holyrood Academy. And that scrum will have to be reset. Fished out of the tunnel, which I'm allowed to do. Still a few troubles. Finally, the ball squirts out the back, and we're away. Down the left flank we go. Well picked up, a little bit lateral, and the pressure on the pass creates a knock-on. We'll go back to the scrum. Well, off we go. First sighting in attack. Nice little carry there by the 12. But the jackal threat really shown. Call for holding on, but it looked to be an extra body on the floor holding her in there. So get away with one. Kingsbridge go on the attack. Well, we're struggling to get out of this section between the 10 metre and the 22 in these opening couple of minutes, but finally we'll get there because the defence were back 10. They'll be marched back. There'll be no opportunity for a second quick tap. And that is an uncompromising and very direct carry. Oh, has a little juggle as the cover comes across. Composure required, lots of space, lots of opportunity, a little bit of a weave and an offload from the right hand. A lovely score to open up proceedings in this Group F game. And it's the Holyrood Academy who are the ones on the board. The conversion, good also, so a 7-pointer. Sluggish start to the game. A few scrums, couple of penalties, changing hands. All in about a 5-metre radius. Holyrood with their first real attack. Getting underneath the uprights, and oh, that's worked out quite well. Well, here we go. Well, King's on the attack. I apologise for my mix-up with the colours. So for the Kingsbridge Community College fans who were tuning in, you're the team who are leading 7-0. And you're the team who are looking likely to extend the lead at the moment. The referee puts the whistle to her lips, but she allows play to go on, and she allows this bullocking run all the way up to the line, just short. Kings as close as can be. They go to the edge, 1 pass, 2 passes. Oh, a thunderous hit to stop them in their tracks. But it only delays the inevitable because Kings are across for a second.
Is everyone on there?
Well, it was a barnstorming run that set up the opportunity. Great tackle. Slipping high. But the recycle was pretty swift. And that just meant it was undefendable from then on in, and Kingsbridge were across to stretch their lead. Conversion is added as well. So 2 tries, both maximised. Holyrood Academy just searching for a chance to get their hands on the ball, to get in flight. They do now, and they put the pace into the attack. It's open up all the way down this right hand side. The acceleration was there, the sustained pace is there, the try is there for the Holyrood Academy. They answer back straight from the kickoff, a burst of pace from the pigtailed girl wearing 20. The conversion isn't to be, so 14-5. And that is half-time. Another shot here, picked it up, saw the space, backed herself, and She just could not be caught. Just maintained pace all the way. The cover was coming across just into shot at the end, but the damage had already been done. The lightest of touchdowns as well. That's why there were appeals. It's 14-5 to the Kingsbridge Community College. So we've got a tight game on our hands here on RE1. This is going to be the final action of the girls under 16 competition in terms of the group stages. After that, it's quarter-final time. That is going to be at 2:20. Before that, we've got the mouth-watering prospect of Stowe School returning in the Vase competition against Ivybridge Community College. Whilst in Pool D, Warwick School will welcome our friends from across the pond, albeit the ones north of the pond. Shawnigan Lake School in Canada, they're over as an international team. That's the wide-reaching impact of the National School Sevens. We've seen a team from New Zealand. There's Canadian representation. It's a competition that doesn't just capture the imagination of those in the UK, but it is truly global these days. So Kings take the tap, and they carry forward and suck in 1-2 defenders. Again, not back 10 metres, so they'll be marched back. Another big, strong, uncompromising carry, gets up and goes again. There are numbers here on this right-hand side. If Kingsbridge can use them, they dart back inside, and well tackled in the end. Good jackal opportunity, but the nibble doesn't produce the turnover. Off to the left we go. Straightening up, straightening, and putting some pace through the gap. A pick and a go and a finish. And Kingsbridge Community College are across for another. The weather is officially turning. It is hoods up, brollies up, and it is time to seek refuge if you're not on the pitch. There's Holyrood. Let's get a bit tangled up on that kick-off receipt, and they give away a penalty as well, not taken cleanly. And the tempo that Kingsbridge are looking to drive into the game from the quick taps is really causing Holyrood to scramble. Now Holyrood managed to force a knock on. They'll have a scrum. Close to their line, long way to go to the opposition try line. Trailing 5 points to 21. And the rain really is beginning to fall. And I really am regretting that I wore shorts today. Ball comes out on the Kingsbridge side. Transition ball, so difficult to defend. And Kingsbridge Community College don't need a second invitation. They capitalise, they stretch their lead. And they've really put this game beyond doubt. Oh, once the ball had come out on the Kingsbridge side, really Holyrood were left trying to plug the holes. And they couldn't do it quick enough. They do have possession here now, though. Well, illegal actions from Kingsbridge at the breakdown mean that Holyrood have possession. They take it as quickly as they can. They're learning a lesson from Kingsbridge. It was too quick for the wits. 2.5 minutes left. Kingsbridge in command.
Oh no, there is. Look.
Kingsbridge looking for another, looking to showcase their pace. Two Holyrood defenders hanging from the jersey. And they do just enough to force a knock on. Well, the great and the good are all amassed here for the Rosslyn Park School Sevens. And speaking about great and good, how about that for a try? Surging through the heart of that Holyrood defence. Another try up for Kingsbridge. And really, it has been a complete performance by the girls in blue. Lovely line, just straightening up after the first receiver had drifted across, just inviting one of her players to cut a line off her. She duly obliged, and her reward, a try right underneath the uprights. Dying embers of this group match in the under-16 competition. We're off to the quarter-finals next for the girls, but before that we're back into the Vase. Stowe against Ivybridge. Stowe looking supreme in their opening game in their bid to retain the title, and Kingsbridge knocking on a scrappy end to this game, illustrative of the conditions that we are now enduring. Here come Holyrood, looking for a score, looking for a reward for their endeavours. But the accuracy evades them. The referee says enough's enough. And Kingsbridge Community College record a handsome victory on RE1. It's the end of the girls' group competition on RE1. The quarters are next. But first, Group A action between Stowe School and Ivybridge Community College in the men's Vase.
Hey, do you want the radio, mate? Marcus? Do you want that radio? Oh, you want it for Marcus? Yeah.
You don't need the radio.
I got people that giving me things. Somebody came up to me earlier and asked if I had a bit of
Stowe School in yellow kick off into the hands of Ivybridge Community College. Stowe School, the reigning Vase champions, laid down a marker in their opening round against Coleg Ysgol, and they picked up right where they've left off, probing deep in the heart of opposition shores. They don't find the pass, and it's picked off by Ivybridge. Advantage was being played from a knock-on. Well, Stowe absolutely thrilled in that opening match against Coleg Ysgol. I would tell you the score from that first match, but my notes have been obliterated by the rain, so the colours have run. It was I think it was 42-0, and here they go, looking for their first try of this match. They go and probe the edges, and they find the finish. Appeals for a knock-on whilst putting the ball down, but the referee very, very happy with the finishing touch that was applied. And Stowe score early. There have been some very impressive performances so far today on RE1. Christ College Brecon dominant against the Fulham Boys School. Miles away for the debut of Nelson College from New Zealand. But if the words of my esteemed commentary colleague Dave Rogers are to be believed, they are ones to watch. Ivybridge almost do fantastically to gather an awkwardly bouncing and slipping ball. So Stowe have the put in. Very, very nice position for them. Big chunky blind side. And their first receiver just sat directly behind the scrum. Just poses the question as to whether he'll go. He drifts off to use that blind side, and then he says, no, we're going open. There's numbers here inside and outside. Offload, the trailing line, a pirouette, and across they go. Too much pace and so many options. He had to fight his way across, but his momentum took him there in the end. Second try for Stowe. They don't hang around for the conversion. High hanging restart really poses some questions of the Ivybridge kickoff receipt. They come away with it onto the 10-metre line, a snaffle attempt, but blasted off by the clearers. Onto the toe, they turn Stowe around, and there's an injection of pace. Ivybridge, first sighting of them in attack, and they look good. Battling to stay in possession. Stowe swarming, and eventually across the touchline. Quickly they go. That pass has gone forward. Not picked up by the referee, and Stowe aren't going to be requiring a second invitation to use that fortune. They hold on the deck. Well, one of the players admonished for some bad language, and right they may. Ivybridge into the Stowe half. Haven't said that before in this half. Seeking to break the 10-metre threshold. A pick and a go round the corner. Two yellow jerseys there as the ball spills out unsidily. Good turnover. Stowe back in possession. Stowe surveying the options. The quick hands will do very nicely indeed. A 2-on-1. The dummy sold, not bought. Brilliant last-ditch defence. Had to go. Stowe rebuild from within their half. Well, a bit too much ambition on that offload, especially considering the conditions. Lost forward by Stowe from the offload, so Ivybridge with their best passage so far in this half, 4.5 minutes played. Problem with Stowe is when they get the ball, they're so ruthless, scoring almost with every touch in their first game. The conditions a little less forgiving now. Ivybridge, they'd love a bit of continuity, they'd love a bit of time on the ball and a time in advancement. Muscular defence, stripped in the tackle. Into the 22, offload off the floor, then a nice one-handed sling. Yellow jerseys queuing up, the finish to be applied in the corner. In transition, in a flash, and in the left-hand corner. Well, it's an excellent conversion as well to maximise that try. Just coming up to a minute left of the half. Ivybridge has shown some nice moments, but look at the handling. One-handed, under pressure, sweeping left. And then too much room to work with. Cheekily slides past, just makes the conversion that bit easier. And that kick-off is brilliant. Picked out from the leaden skies of southwest London. Stowe surging forward. Up to the 22. Knocked out of the scrum half's hands. The referee goes to her lips for a moment. She says play on. Ivybridge, can they get one before the half-time break? They're intercepted as they try and wrap one round the corner of the defence. Still the ball's alive. Well, appeals for a late shot. Maybe the tackler was committed. I don't know if there was an arm in there or not. Stowe certainly think that there was some foul play. Referee doesn't see it. So that's the half. Stowe lead 19 points to 0. They are yet to concede a point. Ivybridge to get us underway, trailing 19 points to 0 against a Stowe side looking to defend their crown and looking like the real deal on day one. 41-0 victors over Coleg Sir and starting this match in similar fashion against the dark blue of Ivybridge. Well, penalised, so Ivybridge can have an early attack. They weren't able to say that in the first half. Just a hint of the greasy surface as the Ivybridge attacker loses his feet. The Stowe boys pounce upon it immediately. And a penalty. They go to the short side, well stacked here. Big man on the inside, not used, and back Stowe come. Width to width, that's been their way. Rangy runners asking questions of the seams. Shaping for a kick, almost bought by the defence, and well, it's loose, but it's all backwards. That's the main thing for the yellow jerseys. Very composed in retreat at the moment. Ivybridge watching them well, but wise to the kick. Oh, a boot gets in there at the vital moment. Ivybridge do gather, but clattered the second they lay fingertips on it. Real chance here for Ivybridge. They find the pass. Bit of afters after the tackle and the judo-style throw. This Ivybridge need to find one of these holes that are beginning to present themselves. The offloading, very nice. They're down to 6 with an injured player. Oh, he won't welcome that pass as it tees up his ribs for a tickle from the shoulder of the number 3 for Stowe. To the boot they go. He finds grass, but it's one bounce and in the hands of an opposition player. Good tackle. Ivybridge fighting. Ivybridge in and behind, fly hacking their way through. Really entertaining passage of play. Who's going to come out with the try? Wider pass. The big fen comes across, and then the slip and the slide, and just over the top, NBA style. Stowe are the ones who come away with the score from a loose and free passage of play. Lungs bursting, but mind sharp. Great try, great entertainment. And I can say that for the time being, mercifully, the rain has cleared up. Stowe extend their lead, and here it comes. The cover, tackle, the offload over the top, and a nice finish. Ivybridge don't take it cleanly, and they juggle, and they do lose it forward. And I'm delighted to say that I'm going to have a bit of company for the end of this game and for the next one. I've got Bath great, former Gloucester man and England's winger Matt Banahan alongside me. Matt, good to have you representing Kingswood Bath today.
Yeah, just as one of the boys scored a try there, good executed play there from the scrum. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a great day. I've not seen this many kids in one place before, and the exposure of all the players from all schools to different levels of sevens and rugby skills have been fantastic. And it's great to watch, not only coach the boys from Kingswood, but to watch other people from other schools and to see so many old faces trudging around in the mud at the moment.
Well, yeah, let's talk about that with your boys, because coming to the Rosslyn Park Sevens is exciting because you get to see the best of the best. You get to pit yourself against the best, and it's exciting for your team, but also just to see some of the big school names, I guess, that you hear through the grapevine across all the age groups.
Yeah, you got to mark yourself against these top people and their rugby programs, and there's no better place at the moment because you don't really do it in 15s because of the different cup strategies and the travel. But great work by Rosslyn Park and the team to put this on with, I think there's 25 pitches, and to see so many people. It's that point where players want to challenge themselves against the best players in their area at their age group, and you're obviously seeing certain people at underages playing up a couple of years and performing, and I'm lucky at Kingswood that I've got a good troop of players that have had a great year. Well, it's a lovely crossfield kick there, but they've given a penalty for offside, which is unfortunate because it was a great vision to head up.
Oh, let the boys play.
Yeah, it was one of those calls, but yeah, Kingswood, we've got a good squad. I've had a great year with them in the 15s, 9 out of 10 matches. was successful. We lost it to Blundell's, who are an extremely strong team. I think they'll be playing in one of the tournaments this weekend. There were some great players. And now we're into the 7th season, which I said to the boys about just coming out and having some fun and expressing themselves. It's the last time they'll have the opportunity, the upper 6th, to play together and represent the school, so it's a great opportunity for them, and it's the same for every team.
And what do you make of the other schools that you've seen so far? What do you make of the competition in this Vase? We're seeing a Stowe side yet to concede a point, 41-0, they won their first, and in command here against Ivybridge.
Yeah, Stowe look very strong here, especially with ball in hand. In 7s, it's about possession, and Ivybridge have given up possession a few times, and Stowe have scored off the back of it. And people try and complicate 7s, and you are stronger with the ball than without in this game, and because the other team have no opportunity to score. And unfortunately, in our first game, we made 4 errors, and they scored off 4 of our errors, and that's the game of 7s, because you're isolated. The skill set, if it's running with the ball, you're passing, you're catching, your ruck work, and as the boys get more and more tired as the day goes on, it opens up. So we've got a big game against Cheltenham to see who tops our group. And then, but like you said, Stowe are looking strong with the ball. They're looking after, they're not many making mistakes, and picking off 2v1s like that are very simple. But it's a very well run straight off. I think it's what we saw, scored 2 first phase tries, and they definitely look like a strong one going into the rest of the competition.
Well, we're seeing a few new faces come into this Stowe side as well in the dying embers of this match, and everyone capable of executing the 2-on-1s and with the pace to finish. And that's a big thing as well in 7s, isn't it? The squad depth as the final score sails over, and Stowe run out comfortable victors against Ivybridge. 38-0 the final score. That is 79 points scored in the opening 2 games by Stowe and 0 conceded.
That's a good stat. I think you'd more take away the strength of your defence and not conceding and scoring tries. They've obviously got a well-drilled team, Stowe there, that scoring tries is fun, but not to concede is fantastic, especially in 7s, because like I said earlier in the previous passage, that they're obviously holding on to the ball and keeping possession and not giving the opposition a chance to score, which is the main reason you get tired when you're in defence, working side to side, side to side. So they're obviously a dangerous team, and looking forward to going into the next stage.
Well, yeah, they absolutely lit up the competition last year in lifting the Vase, and they seem to have come back very, very focused.
I'm looking forward to sort of seeing this team on the left here in black, Canadian team I think they are.
Yeah, Shawnigan Lake School.
Yeah, I speak to either their coach or their director of sport, coming over there over 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, playing many 7 tournaments and showing how it's growing the game in Canada, so it's fantastic to see them over here.
Well, they've been beaten over the top from the kickoff, which has been well collected by Warwick. Warwick, such a rugby heritage at schoolboy level. And well, look at that adventure from the Canadians straight away, looking to drop it on the toe as they work their way out of the 22, and they're rewarded with a turnover penalty.
Yeah, it's not the opportunity, they're not there once you receive possession to then try and chuck an offload over the top. It's more hold on to it and make them have to play out of there. But that's an interesting decision to take a line out in this weather, and he's knocked over some boys' chips on the side of the behind the rope. We missed that on camera.
He looks absolutely devastated, doesn't he?
He's still got ketchup in his hand, he's licking it, so it's fine. But
he's looking around to say, who do I invoice for this?
Yeah. Who's going to get me another set?
That's all right, Mum's right on the scene there, getting the order.
Good line out drill there by the Canadians. Well, they're setting up a maul. It's interesting.
Well, there you go. You don't see the driving maul much in rugby 7s, and the problem for
he's come over the top
for Shawnigan Lake is Warwick's big man has come over the top of there. They have got it to the floor.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's play on. That's the risk in 7s if you set up a maul like that, because you haven't got enough players, you can't get enough depth, so people can easily get on top of the ball. They should, if they can get it out quicker, but there's so much space on the pitch, you don't want to be condensing 4v4, you want to be spreading it wider.
It's interesting, that's the first time I've seen a team take a penalty to go to touch to set up the line out, and that's actually a tactic that's used pretty widely on the World Series. More and more teams going for the line out, kind of in terms of clock management, but also
he's a good player.
In terms of sucking defenders out of the game. But you can have as many on the park as you like. When you've got feet like that, it's difficult to reel a player like that in. A fabulous solo effort.
Yeah, so the Canadians will be probably disappointed to defend a little bit too wide there. You want to give the teams the space on the edge so you can recover with your rest of the defenders on the inside. You can't give space through the middle of your defence. As a 9 comes straight to the base of the scrum, if your 9's not in the boot to be able to cover him, you just give him straight line straight through, because your 10 then jams in and it's a shoulder ball and it's numerical. It's like the Mugger's Gully, you give him the outside channel and you think the space there and you just close it, and it's just a system in defence that's always worked in 7s, and then you're waiting for somebody to get tired and then capitalise on a 3v2 or 2v1 on the edges.
How much 7s opportunities did you get through your professional career?
I played for England 7s, Dubai, Wellington, Los Angeles and South Africa, and then I asked to go to Hong Kong, and I said I didn't want to go because I knew Bath had a big semi-final match against Leeds, and I ended up playing in that, and then from that I then got called up into England Saxon squad. But when I was playing, the pathway for backs and back row was England 7s to England Saxons to England team. So I had Benfro and Danny Kerr, Tom Croft, James Haskell, David Strettle. That was our era coming through, and that was our passageway, was to play 7s and recognise the core skills of running at full speed whilst being able to catch and pass, the breakdown work, be able to steal the ball on edges because you're isolated. And it was probably one of the facets of the game which I love playing 7s, because as a big person people doubt your one-to-one skills, and it was a great path for me to go through my career, and it's great to see that it's back in schools and it's so high, as in here it was in Park.
Massive. I mean, the quality is so high here now at Rosslyn Park, and we're seeing this Canadian team really bring the noise, and that's well picked off. He's batted it up with his left, regathered.
Well, penalty over the shoulder, seatbelt tackle and a yellow card. They're defending well here, the Canadians, and they've got their reaped awards there by some good play. But who are they playing against here? Warwick. I think Warwick look strong, but there's a 3v2, then a 2v1. That's what you're looking for in this game. I just feel that the Canadians are missing a little bit of speed on the edge. Will they capitalise?
Well, maybe a stroke of fortune as the hands went beyond on the turnover, but
somebody's down injured.
They're going to have a halt to play. They're playing some really nice rugby.
Yeah, it's a little bit greasy at the moment. Like I said, we've had a few rain downpours, so it's tough to get the ball out wide. But like you said earlier, the skill set of a lot of these boys, catching, passing, staying square, recognising when defenders have got high on the outside, is very impressive. And I think the awards go to the schools of how they're teaching them. Obviously, kids develop at different rates, even at under 18s. You've got kids that just want to be out there because they love rugby, and kids that are excelling. But to put them all on a full-size pitch in front of their peers all day is fantastic. And I think that's where we get to a point. Everybody wants to win it, but there's 180 teams here today competing for one. There's only going to be one people that can win it. So you've got to be out here and you've got to enjoy it. As long as my boys at Kingsbridge keep playing with a smile on their face, I'd never be fussed about the score or how they play. I just want to see effort, because 7s is the game. It's an interesting penalty. I thought he'd have to release there, but I just think that effort is that what we all want to see our children, the kids we coach, show all the time. 2v1 simple on the edge there. The mini Matt Manahan running there, long legs.
I was going to say, you identify with that man who's striding down the touchline.
I'd have slowed down a long way. I wouldn't have wasted that extra 20 yards running in. But Warwick do look comfortable on the ball here. I think the Canadians are defending with their heart on their sleeve. They're just probably lacking a little bit of speed on the outside. But they're still in this. It's that 12-0 with still another half to go. 7s is so quick. You can score so quickly in it.
Such a momentum-shifting game.
Yeah.
You can see a team on top for a half, but if you get an early score in the second, it can really sort of get the nerve jingling and jangling of the team that's in the lead.
I've seen it happen many times playing, and you can have the ball for such a long period of time and not score, which is very, very hard. And then they capitalise on a bouncing ball and go score, and you're so disheartened because you've had the ball for 4 minutes and they've had it for 30 seconds and scored, and then you're 7-0 down. Unfortunately there for Warwick, kicking it straight out for a restart, which is a coach killer. Not so much when you're 12-0 up, but this could be a momentum shifter. They're back to 7 aside now, which is good for Warwick.
It's a mentally fatiguing game, isn't it, Sems? Because you've got to be on your mettle, not like for every second of all 14 minutes, and just that one slip, and you get picked off, and due to more space and less numbers there to bail you out, you do get punished.
Yeah, 3v2.
That's a lovely little loop around play from the Canadians.
2v1 on the side here.
Here we go. Drops on the boot, and he is impeded there. Referee happy for play to continue.
There's big gaps now between the Canadian side if they want to shift it out to the right, Warwick.
Yeah, they need to get a turnover here, but they
go, shift it one more. There's 3v2, there's your 2v1. That's all you're ever looking for. They're making it the whole way. They recognise their good skills there. Loose balls get chased back. But simple play, you in 7-a-side, you're trying to hit up, see how many people are condensed around the ball. One pass will cut out 2 defenders, you'll have a 3v2. And you hope if the defenders are passive, they can they can make up with it and make another 3rd defender, and then you're hoping somebody can do footwork. But if they bite in like that, there's your 3v2, your 2v1, and games are very simple. And that's why a lot of coaches, like myself, will reiterate the importance of recognising that 4v3 of 3v2 to 2v1, because we want to get the ball into space as quick as we can. And the defences can move and make it difficult, but it's a very simple game, sevens, and Warwick executed that extremely well.
You kind of get a feeling, you know, this Canadian school, Shawnigan Lake, this is a big moment for them. You know, they've come all the way over here on this 2-week tour. They're playing at the biggest, the best schoolboy sevens competition in the world, and they're wanting to pour their heart and soul into it. And there's an element there where they're overcommitting at stages, and as you said, Warwick are the cooler customers, they're the better versed on this stage. And right here we're seeing
shift.
Very simple, but it's done very well. When you do the simple things well, tries come.
But when we talk about that Shawnigan Lake are obviously coming over here, we can understand as with the English teams and the Welsh teams that are here, who play against each other all the time, they know where the level is of the schools around the area. If we're talking about the Sherborne, the Millfield, all of those boys who are at the top. So it's a great opportunity for them to see where they need to move to help the game grow, and that's what's amazing to have. I think we've got teams from Dubai over here. I saw a coach that I knew from Dubai. We've got these guys over from Canada, and you're seeing people who are trying to develop the game we love in different countries. And so the only time they will ever see where they can represent is at this level, and it doesn't matter the score, but they will be able to go back and go, we need to get better at this, because they've seen what it takes to get to the next level. So it's fantastic to see them over here performing, and it will come a year where they'll be even stronger, and that's what they're over here for to do.
Well, I was saying as well that the Vancouver Sevens is one of the best stops on the World Series. BC Place is always packed to the rafters, jumping all day, and you know, it's something that has kind of captured the imagination of the Canadian rugby public. So this less congested format of the game is something that really appeals to the Canadians. So it's good to see their representation over here. They're up against kind of a heritage school of English rugby. We mentioned before that Warwick have won so many national schools cups at under 15s and under 18s level. So they've got big expectation.
I'll get it ball in space.
Shawnigan,
they're one number short though on the outside here. So if he carries, the other guy's clean up, but the 9's too far away. There you go. Always off. Good referee in that, very good. Sometimes pick on them, so somebody's got to say it when they've done it well. He refereed that really well.
Sometimes got to say it.
Sometimes got to say it. But now they carried in the middle of the field where the space was out on the right. You need to get the spaces here on the right. There's a 3v2, there's a 2v1, or 2 close. So now you've got 4 people around the ball for the Canadians. So they're over chasing somewhere, so there's a mismatch. The mismatch is down this side here. If this guy bounces out, there's a 3v2. And he's got straight through the middle. The defender's stressed.
Well, Warwick driving the tempo, in with the quick taps, and the Canadians unable to make the tackle. So Warwick are in for another. They stretch their lead. They're looking good to take the W in this one.
Both teams are ringing changes here, so it'll be interesting how that makes the game evolve.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in this group, because the Perth school have won their 2. They beat Warwick early, but they're up against Campion, who Warwick have beaten. So Warwick need a big score.
It's a great restart there.
Roll to put them in the best contention to try and top the group, and you know, hope that Campion do them a favour as well. It gets really tense around this stage of the group. You know, you know yourself heading into your fixture with Kingswood, and I think everyone wants Shawnigan to get across the paint here.
Here you go, shift it, 2 passes. Let this guy carry, don't pass it.
Well, that's some nice shapes, and
there you go.
They are moving the Warwick defence around. Oh, just needed to stick.
Yeah, that's a quick line out, good option there, but ooh. Did it get touched?
Well, the referee has been a man in charge. He's been.
I'm not going to argue.
He's been authoritative in this game. He's made good calls. So
we've got to have people that have got to come here and do it for the day, and you think they've got 5 days of it. So it's a lot of refereeing. So fair play to all the referees that are coming out and giving up their time for this competition.
Yeah, there's been a big
off your feet, got clear release. That should be a penalty.
There's been a big surge or big effort by the school sevens to make sure that the referees are of a high quality, of the quality to match the quality of the players who are out there at the moment.
So there's 2 in that breakdown. You've got to go right.
So sluggish ball.
Yeah, carry on the 15. So it's 2v2. Carry there. There's your 3. Clear out, getting earlier. There you go. Too late on the clear out.
Fierce breakdown competition out there.
He's good. He's that Warwick player on the ball.
Number 15.
Yeah, he's very strong for them. He's dictating a lot of play in it. He's a very impressive ball in hand.
Oh, they had a big win against Campion School. They lost pretty comfortably against their school.
Good offload. Unfortunately, just behind him.
And they're not going to get another score at this stage. What are we on the clock? Still 3 minutes, so time to go. We've got the girls under 16 quarter-finals coming up next. I can tell you it'll be Dubai College against Ivybridge Community College.
Oh, that's going to be a good game. I know both coaches. So Aaron Jarvis used to play for Bath, and Newport. I lived with him when I first came over to Bath. He's the Ivybridge coach. I think the Dubai one is Benji John, a young lad from Bath who's got moved over to Dubai and doing really well. So that'll be a really tasty match for those 2.
Well, Ivybridge were the first game on RE1 today. They opened things up with a narrow 17-14 win, and all that is a yellow card all day. He knows it, but he might have just saved his team.
Is that too far out for penalty try?
Slightly.
It might put them on the scoreboard. It's probably given Warwick an opportunity to get back and defend, so it's actually a very good penalty to give away. Yeah. Closer to the line, it probably would be a penalty.
Well, they're going to finish the game, 1 player down.
Okay, no wraparounds. Just give hands.
Shawnigan Lake with their best opportunity to score against this Warwick side. Look at them pour the numbers into the breakdown again.
Oh. This is where, like I said, experience of just getting the ball to space, understanding that you can move it. They've obviously lost the breakdown, the physicality of working in 3s, ball carrier, cleaner, next person straight play, 9, get the ball to space. The more you do that, then your moments of, get through. The moment of your contact gives you opportunities, but it's go on. Take it, get it.
Well, here you go, Shawnigan Lake. They bring the physicality this time. Let's go, Shawnigan Lake. Let's get them cheering over in Canada, who are tuning in on the stream, but a well-timed hit and a turnover. And Warwick have been deadly in transition so far this on. That is a beautiful line.
They might have time for one more play after this try as well. With still a minute to play.
Warwick bisect the defence, a man down, but with all the smarts to find the gap. It's lovely when you can see a player making the run for the line and you just want him to be picked out. And he was.
I'd have always been tired. Somebody's been chasing me, they've had to slow down.
Well, still time for
seconds.
Shawnigan Lake.
They've had opportunities, and that's where we said earlier about understanding what the area or who they're playing against, their peers, what they've got to get better at. And I think definitely that, like, working the 7 system of working in 3s straight out from Warwick there is one thing that they'll probably go back and realise that contact skills, getting over the ball, passing accuracy, but they've had opportunities, which is all good feet.
Good feet until he slipped, until he beats himself. That's all he does well to wrestle himself to the floor.
Come right, go right now, right.
Talk about that physicality. Oh, here we go. A dance inside, then brought down. Oh, the offload was the right option.
That's time up.
Couldn't hold it. Shawnigan Lake will end up scoreless in this one. They battled away against Warwick at 33-0. They've done pretty much everything they can. They're going to hope that Campion can do them a favour against the Perth School. These groups are tight affairs. Tight affairs. You going to stick around with us for the Dubai Ivybridge?
Yeah, I'll stay around for the ladies if that's all right.
Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome to hang out as long as you like.
I'm enjoying the evolution of ladies rugby. How years ago it was just adult women who were playing, and that's all we ever saw. And now you're seeing national teams, under 20s, under 18s, even under 16s, people have representation. So it's showing that the game, we've just had a Canadian team over. We've now got an under 16s team from Dubai. So we're talking about how the reach, there's a lot of negative stuff in the media about rugby, but we don't ever talk about the positive side and stuff, that these girls probably, they've never touched a rugby ball until a couple of years ago, but they're finding something that they might not have been excelling at a different sport, they excel at this sport. I think that's where we sometimes have to switch the thought process and look at the positives of what this game's giving people, if it's ladies, men, disabled, people who are challenged. We have the mixed ability rugby, and it's given people a framework that they're enjoying. And to come here at Rosslyn Park, I'm guessing many years ago this was just an under-18 competition, and now it's gone down to different age groups of men, and now it's coming to different age groups of young girls, and it's fantastic to see.
Very much so. There's more girls than ever competing in this year's Rosslyn Park Sevens, and you mentioned that evolution. It's interesting, we get to see a lot of transition athletes who are coming from other sports, which you don't see in the men's game. So you're seeing sprinters, you're seeing hurdlers come across. They like the attraction of a team sport, but also able to use their athletic gifts. So there's really sort of an infinite well to tap for the women's and girls rugby game.
And I was speaking to a couple of the England ladies coaches a couple of weeks ago at the England-France game, and we're talking about how that the next generation of young girls coming through are totally different to the ladies that of everybody's idea of who played 10, 15 years ago. As you said, they're cross athletes. They've played from athletics to football. To understand, we talk about anybody if how they're getting coached better standards. So even kicking, passing, the way they run the ball. You look at Zoe from Hartbury, Oldcroft. She's phenomenal as an athlete. The way she moves the ball, she is the next generation of female players coming through. And you probably think in 5-10 years' time there'll be somebody even more dangerous than Zoe, and to be English and win World Player of the Year, that's fantastic. And that's what these young girls aspire to be like, and that's what's fantastic.
Well, the other thing as well is these skills are being honed from a younger age now. You know, nothing beats having a ball in your hand from the day that you're actually physically capable of. You've got 3 kids, haven't you? You've probably had a rugby ball in their hand by or a football early at their feet, you know, whatever, so that, you know, it's innate and it's ingrained in them.
That's what I'm enjoying and seeing, that it's that opportunities that they're getting, whereas many years ago rugby was an old bloke's sport, but it's not now. It's giving opportunities to everybody, and like you said, if a girl now at 8 years old wants to go to the rugby club with their dad or mum, they can go. It's not frowned upon, it's not looked at any different. If a young girl wants to say, walks into a pub and says, I play rugby, everybody's, oh, that's really good. It's not what people think of years ago. It's a sport where everybody can play, no matter what you look like, where you're from, and whatever you want to feel like or whatever. It's just a good sport for everybody to play, and it's so good to see young girls out here, Ivybridge with the restart, and the Dubai, the name is just Dubai School, is it?
Dubai College.
Dubai College representing.
Well, here they are. They've travelled a long way to be here, and they're up against one of the fancied teams here in southwest London. Under 15 champions, this Ivybridge side. Now we're in the under 16 bracket, and they're facing down against international opposition in Dubai College, who are under a bit of pressure from some loose passes. It's a little glance right and then left. One of the hallmarks of the opening victory for Ivybridge was their defence against Bro Tavai.
They'll be disappointed there, Dubai College. They had a good system there, good structure. A little knock on there by somebody in the back line, which then gives Ivybridge a good attacking platform 7 metres out. So there'll be a lot of stress here on the Dubai defence, and hopefully they'll get on top. But I see a lot of coaches on the side of the pitch knowing that the importance of a good start. Good scrum set up there by Ivybridge. Swooping down the right to try and create extra numbers. 3v2, 2v1.
Oh, how good were those hands?
Yeah, brilliant. Superb there. Great scrum set up. 10 came round late to make an extra number. Bit stressed. Dubai nearly stopped it, which was good. But Dubai will be disappointed there because they look good just playing in their own 22, just holding onto the ball, good over the ball, and it's just all it was a fumble after wetting. Drizzy said now this is an opportunity where they want to. Did she get the kick? No, just missed the kick. They want to regather this, restart, and play a little bit further up the pitch.
Well, we spoke about soft skills, and look, the ball's just dying. And she's lovely soft hands to pick it up low, and then still have the dynamism to surge towards the line.
I'm definitely not going to say Aaron Jarvis taught them that as a prop. It wasn't his forte, as I can see him down there. Hopefully Aaron's wife's Rona's watching. I said Aaron wouldn't have taught them soft hands as a prop. Would have taught them the scrummaging.
Well, he's an old school prop, not one of the modern day ones. Not the Tyke Furlows.
Aaron's a very skillful player. I enjoyed living with him. Oh, good contact tackle there by Ivybridge. Physicality. Dubai knock on. Ivybridge are going to shift it to the space. Everything's very lateral at the moment. Oh, good tackle
Great
there.
shot. You love a low hit like that, all shoulder. And hunting for more contact as well.
There's a good tackle.
Cover coming across. Brilliant low tackle as Sue.
Oh, 3 tackles.
Oh
number 8.
My goodness.
Number 8 for Dubai. Fantastic. 3 tackles back to back. That is an absolute shift from number 8 there, Dubai. 3 tackles back to back, but dominant tackles. And now she's going to have to go play 9.
Well, fearless stuff. Great technique as well. Just hunting legs to chop down. Flurry of hits.
So is this, you say quarter-final of the girls' competition?
This is the quarter-finals, yeah. Quarter-finals, final coming up here at 4:40. And we've got an absolute ding-dong coming up next in the men's Vase. It's the first elimination round. And it is Christ College against Stowe.
Oh, she made another tackle, number 8 for Dubai. Oh, dominant tackles here. Dubai are definitely bringing the physicality. That's a forward pass. If they pick it up, advantage. She is bringing it, that Dubai College number 8 there. She's come up. I'm talking about you, Aaron. Don't worry, Aaron Jarvis is shouting at me. I'm speaking nicely about you. Sorry.
He's obviously had a WhatsApp from his wife saying that Matt Van Hand slagging off your handling skills.
He's a great man, run by a lovely lady, Rona.
Here we go.
But Aaron's done a great job down at Ivybridge with this team, with how dominant they've been over last year and this year. And I spoke to him at Taunton Rugby College on Sunday, and he said that he's very, very confident in the ability of these players in the next coming years. And even having a coach speak so proudly that I watched his under 16 boys playing an under 18 tournament, they were amazing. The effort that they dug in all day. But long trip up from Ivybridge up to here.
Fun trip back though.
Yeah, but you've got to make it worth it, and Aaron definitely is with these girls. They're brilliant.
Well, they've come with high expectations, and well, this Dubai side, they're more than matching them. Voracious in defence, and a bit of competition in the scrum as well. They shear around the short side.
Another tackle from 8.
I assure you there's only one of her on the field, but at times it's feeling like there's multiples.
Yeah, to see where we talk about the evolution of players, of girls or young boys, her acceleration into tackle is stuff that's hard to coach. She's got a natural hunger to be destructive. Lovely hands there.
Beautiful hand.
Can she get a fend up?
That's a shove, isn't it? It's overlooked by a referee, and well, guess who? It's number 8. Just hungry for work in any capacity.
Space, get the ball to space. Just get it to space.
They just need to hold the width, back their skills, back their pace. Off she goes, travelling down the flank.
Towards the post, make towards
the
the post.
big don't argue,
Easier.
get closer.
Oh. That's why I try to educate the boys that if you concede a try, stop them from getting towards the posts, because 2 points are very important in the game 7s, but when you're scoring, if at any point you can get under the posts, get under the post, because it makes the kick easier. But we're talking about people when they're getting extremely tired after, in this game, 6 minutes. They just can't, they're hoping the line can come to them a bit quicker so it can slow down. Great play there by Dubai. The hands from one side to the other, coast to coast, was really good.
All the way through the hands to the right, ruck set up, flash back to the left, here we go.
Just out in front, off chest catch. Just slippy through the hands, carrying, reset, pass. off chest catch, fend. Technically brilliant. All of them. We talk about catching the ball in front of us, away from the body, not letting it hit the chest. Catching it in the ball transfer, carrying the ball in the right hand. Really good work there by Dubai College.
We've got a game on our hands here in the girls under 16 quarter-finals. The international visitors from the United Arab Emirates challenging Ivybridge, but one missed here, and then a burst of pace. No one will catch her. She'll streak across to retake the lead.
This will be the importance now that this kick, just to give yourself that 2-point buffer, to make sure you get it.
That'll be the last action of the half as well.
Great restart. Restart?
Restart?
Yeah, sorry. Great conversion.
Great conversion. That could be important. Kicks hard to come by in conditions like this. So Ivybridge head into the break, 12-5 up against Dubai College, but big 7 minutes, twists and turns to come. Right, Matt, you got to bounce, haven't you?
Yeah, I've got a big game against Cheltenham, see if we can make it out to the knockout stages, but thank you very much for having me, and
loved
have a
having
good
you.
week.
All the best. There you go. Dave Rogers trying to get up the same ladder. There's two big men trying to negotiate their way up a ladder. And that's the scene in the quarter-final at the moment. Ivybridge leading by 12-5. Try there at the end of the half. Matt Banahan heading off for that big crunch clash against Cheltenham. He's just saying to his lads, you guys should be getting to your warm-up now. So it's all ramping up for everyone across the tournament. This quarter-final is tight. Dubai College have shown they enjoy their defence. I haven't seen them with the ball in hand too much, but when they have, they've struck.
He's a big lump, isn't he?
Matt Banahan. Yeah. Matt Banahan, lovely to have him. Bit perilous having him up here on this scaffold.
He is.
In terms of the structural integrity.
A big, strong boy.
Well, Dubai College kick us off. They need to tackle this lady here. She burst through before to give Ivybridge the go-ahead score, and she's well watched this time. Good offloading skills, tighten the contact, and again off the floor. Ivybridge finding their groove, a straightening of the line. One more pass to the edge that lost forward because of the defence of number 8. She is everywhere. The Dubai College scrum half. She's not going to die with the music in her, that's for sure.
This is a cracking game.
Brilliant game, really good. Everyone's enjoying it as well. You can tell when it's a good game on RE1 because more people stop, more people are really invested in it. And you can just tell by the applause, by the cheering, by the murmur, this is a goodie.
Well, hopefully, wherever you're watching around the world, the racket from the crowd on the far side banging on the boards is ringing in your ears as well, because it's building beautifully here.
Here we go. Dubai College in the hands of their try scorer, tackled by 2. Messy breakdown and they lose it forward. Contact area or the ruck area, it's a real competition. The referee stepping in. Don't have the luxury of a ref mic for weeks like this, which means there's a little bit of interpretation for us and for you. Clearly something referee not happy about with the Dubai College girls. Nothing more. Scrum down. A couple minutes of this second half played. No scores since the break. Semi-final berth on the line. Powerful scrum from the Dubai College 3. But illegally so. Ushered back, Ivybridge tap. Referee wants the I's dotted and the T's crossed, and she finally gets it. Another hit for from the Dubai number 8. She punches well above her weight. An absolute fiend for contact. And just driving the ambitions of this Dubai College side. Lots of numbers on the right, if they can use them. There's the handling, there's the power. Oh, and that strong defence.
Really important tackle, and she had a second bite as well, didn't she? She had a handful of jersey, slowed her down enough to reload and get that shoulder in. Potential try saver. And they hold on to the narrowest of leads.
Ivybridge are in another battle here on RE1. They got taken to the wire in their opening match. And it's the girls from Dubai who are testing their mettle this time. Ivybridge. A bit more direct from them. Just looking to exhaust these shoulders from the girls from the UAE. And the penalty, they're stacking up a little bit for the Dubai College girls. A tap and a go, and more tackles coming in. There's going to be some sore shoulders heading on the flight back to the UAE after this performance. Offside. And while they're tackling bravely,
oh, she's not back 10, surely.
Look at that. Well, it just doesn't quite get the tackle in. Offload. Good hit. Ivybridge. This could be a huge score, but wrestled across the touchline, and the advertising barricades being banged in appreciation.
Great to see. Ivybridge, the way they've moved the ball.
And that's it, that's the final whistle, by the looks of things. I don't know if our clock has stopped halfway through the match there, but the final whistle blown, the quarter-final over, treated to a classic. We wanted more, we thought there was more, but fortunately for Ivybridge, there was no more. They had the points, and they progressed to the semi-finals, 12-5.
Welcome back to pitch RE1 in the rain as we get into the business end of the men's Vase competition. The team on the right there, that's Dubai College. Tough game for them. They lost it by a score against Ivybridge. They get applauded off. And they get a great round of applause from all the crowd over there on the far side as well. A lot of warm respect and appreciation around the place here on day one of the National Schools Sevens. We've just awarded the first Fair Play Award. That's an award that's given at every day of this great tournament for the team that have adjudged to have played in the right spirit of the competition. That was given to Ysgol Glantaf today. Travelled up from Wales and will not leave empty-handed. But this next game, this is one to whet the appetite of any and every rugby supporter. Christ College Brecon against Stowe School. Stowe School, sumptuous in their opening fixture, but Christ College Brecon, a rapidly rising rugby force. can they upset the apple cart here? Can they upset one of the favourites? We always talk about the Vase being a competition that dishes up the odd surprise. But they've got their work cut out here. This will be the biggest test of the day so far. It's the elimination round. Christ College against Stowe School. No sign of Stowe just yet. In fact, they've arrived just now, and I wonder if we might see a kit swap here, because Stowe have got navy and amber hoops and Christ College have got green and amber hoops. If the referee out there thinks that she can differentiate, then we will try and do the same. Christ College Brecon on the right hand side of your screen, Stowe School on the left. Stowe yet to concede a point in this tournament, and that tells you everything you need to know about the quality. I wonder if they do this toss here, whether or not we might get one of the teams turning their jerseys inside out as well. And let's try and keep our eye on Christ College as well, because they do this strange huddle down on one knee with the man in the middle. There they go, look. We couldn't quite see it there. I'm not sure what I think about it, but either way, stands them in good stead. Stowe School in the amber and navy, kicking to Christ College in the amber and green. The rain coming down here on day one of the National School Sevens, and that is a very good take. Watch out for this man and his delivery. And Christ College straight on the move. That's a good take in the rain. And a very good start from the Breconians. Up over halfway they go. Great chance for the opening score. The pass needs to be on the money. The pass is on the money. Stowe School concede their first try of the tournament, and it's Christ College Brecon who are off the mark. Taking it in closer to the posts as well. You get the impression the points off the boot are going to be important in this game. So all eyes on this drop goal. Bad strike, slices off the boot. So Christ College do not add the extras. Love that opening try though. Christ College 5, Stowe School 0. Just watch this here, the execution. Christ College still running onto the ball, even though it's in the wet. We expect Stowe to do the same. But again, offering the option on the inside. Pass, that was so good. Missed pass as well. 1 minute gone, 5-0, we're back underway. First touch for Stowe. Oh, the nudging behind as well. The galloping chase, it's 5 on 5, and that's a good take in the wet. Buys himself a second or two as well. Oh, another dummy. It's a good one. And Christ College away again. Back come the defensive troops. What a start from the Brecon team. Few missed tackles from Stowe. Burnsy's just come back. Well, over on another pitch, Stowe School have actually conceded some points. They drew with Holyrood. It was just that brilliant performance we saw here, where they scored over 40 and didn't concede any. And Stowe School defeating Ivybridge Community College 36-0 as well. That was over here. Oh, that's a lovely dummy. Christ College off to a great start, grafting hard to keep this ball in and around the Stowe School 22. Stowe struggling to get their hands on the ball at the moment, but there is a rib cage lined up and dealt with. Such intensity. And despite Christ College Brecon having all of the ball, Stowe School setting up the defensive wall on the 22, and doing their best to disrupt Christ College. Referee really having to wrestle this breakdown. Now with their numbers over here. No, it's been picked off. Oh, we're going to be level. The chase is on for Christ College. They're going to try and force him wide. In fact, they're going to make a try-saving tackle. The ball spilled out. There's a wrestle for it. And the try's been given. Oh my. It's unorthodox, it's brilliant, it's chaotic, it's everything that this sport is about. And most importantly, it's level on the scoreboard. Christ College 5, Stowe School 5.
Well, there's been an injury in the process. A remarkable try-saving tackle. You were calling it in. We were all calling it in our heads from 40 metres. Such determination to reel him in. And then the fortuitous ricochet off the boot, really, from a hurried presentation. Going to see here, look at him. Oh, the lactic was flooding into those long limbs. Writ large across his face. An excellent tackle.
Well, we're
well resourced, and here it comes spurting out off the boot. And then, oh, we just missed the money shot, but he did get it down. And we're 5 apiece.
Christ College back on the ball. I think Stowe owe that try to that defensive effort on their own 22, though. That's a loose pass, just pushing the envelope. In a game this evenly balanced, those mistakes can be costly. Yeah, it was really good awareness, wasn't it? Dragging Christ College players over the ball. I think we're going to see the grounding now. At least we hope we will. Great tackle, unbelievable.
The pained face of the Stowe breakaway. And right here, brilliant finish.
No question marks on the grounding. Great spot from the referee. 5 minutes gone, 5 points apiece. And that one squirts out the side. Oh, lovely dummy. Create your own space. This is a serious contest, physical contest. That one's off the shins. I think they'll get away with it, Stowe School. And they'll create some space at the left-hand side.
They won't just get away with it, they'll capitalise on it.
Crossfield kick. It's ambitious. But it's going to go dead. What have you spotted there, Joe? No, nothing? Okay.
Just looking back through some of the scores, some of the performances of some of the scores elsewhere in the competition. You can get on the Sox website just to see how everyone's doing. I was in the Sox tent just looking at the results. I had to wait a long time to go through the whole draw. There's so many groups here, so many schools, and some very, very big names to come in this Vase competition, which concludes tomorrow. So there are big names doing big things elsewhere around the grounds that we haven't seen on RE1. We've seen a lot of Stowe, we've seen a bit of Christ College, and we like what we see from both of them.
Suggestion of a high tackle. Referee happy enough to continue. Options both ways for Stowe. They decide the left-hand side is the way to go. It's a lovely pass in behind. Oh, it's getting physical out there, isn't it? Good committed clear out to secure that ball, and after a shaky start, Stowe have really settled in this team. They're keen to put boot to ball. Christ College have done well in behind. The Stowe man has stayed down there. Penalty. They're down a man. Again, they're going to go cross field. It's taken a good bounce. Oh, thought for a second they were closing in on the ball.
Good counter ruck coming in as well. Really scrappy down in that corner.
A couple of times Stowe have managed that, making it an absolute nightmare for Christ College to exit.
This is breathless stuff, isn't it? So much ball in play time.
There he is again on that right-hand spiral. Is there some space now? Foot race, backing himself, gets the fend away and then coughs the ball up. But then coughed right back up by Stowe. Defence at ones and twos until that tackle, and it's ripped, and it's turning defence into attack, and Stowe School are going to lead going into half-time.
Lungs bursting for all those wearing hoops. Christ College and Stowe are like a breathless end-to-end passage of play. There are bodies strewn across RE1, and we're only through the first half.
Conversion is good. So at half-time, while the teams go in search of lungs, it is going to be Christ College 5, Stowe School 12. 12 unanswered points for Stowe School. Christ College with their opportunities, but that shows how quickly this game at this level can change. A few players out there being treated for cramp. We're going to see this last try now. This moment here with Christ College looking like they were going to score. Lovely turnover there. Great pick-up off the deck. But then this tackle, looking for the offload, rips the ball, senses the opportunity. And then with Christ College committed to the attack, there's no sweeper at home. Stowe School score the try. What a fantastic game of rugby we've got on our hands here. 3:05 on the opening day. Christ College Brecon 5, Stowe School 12. Still lots of rugby to come. The Perth School against Tunbridge is going to be next up on pitch RE1. All the hustle and bustle, all the fun of the fair as everyone makes their way across. Really good crowd gathering as well across all four sides of the ground. Still busy in all the covered areas as the rain continues to fall. It's not too heavy though, and it's certainly not affecting the way that these boys are out there playing rugby. Absolutely cracking half. Just in case you're watching on a small screen or in black and white, it will be Christ College attacking the try line to your right and Stowe attacking the try line to your left, because it is quite the kit clash. Thought we might have had to do shirts v skins for this one, Jay.
Well, I think both sides will be relieved, because some of the tackles are literally by a handful of jersey. It is utter desperation to make these tackles, to reel in the opposite number. Christ College penalised, they won't get the ball back. This is tense, this is high quality, this is the stuff we're here for.
Just that turnover when Christ College are on the front foot to rip that ball and then score the try, genuinely a game-changing moment. Oh, don't stand there. Big shot.
Will get swallowed up, doesn't he? That does very well to recycle.
Christ College, again, the clean out from Stowe's really good. That's probably been the difference between the teams at the moment. It's Stowe School's work at the breakdown compared to Christ College. Able to secure their own ball, able to disrupt their opponents.
These are exhausting passages of play.
Bit of afters there. It was all dealt with, but a Stovian decides that he wants to play his part too. Again, all just part of the entertainment.
Well, the touch is missed. I presume the touch was meant to be a finder, and Stowe are going to score a brilliant try.
The game breaker. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck. Sometimes you make your own luck. And Stowe there, nobody in the backfield for Christ College. Again, it's what this game's all about, isn't it? Spot an opportunity, take a chance, roll the dice.
That was all about desire. Oh, well, the try's been chalked off here. We're going to get a replay. The officials out there don't get the benefit. And a penalty has been awarded. Here's the replay. So there's the kick. This is the desire. Look at this man in Stowe colours, hunting the ball like the Terminator.
Well, he's fly hacked it on. Are we going to see whether or not he grounded it over the dead ball line? Either way, the score is Christ College 5, Stowe School 12. Christ College inside their own 22. Securing that ball. And the game very much still alive, still in the balance.
Well, let's hope that that disallowed try isn't a talking point come the final reckoning. Penalty advantage for Christ College from the high tackle. Their chance to play with the ball. They've been starved of it a little bit, mainly in the hoops of Stowe's hands. turnover was fine, but we're back for the penalty advantage. Clock ticks to 10. These are the nervy 4 minutes.
God, this is a fun game. Probably not that fun to be playing. Very, very tense.
Very tiring as well. A lot of tackles, a lot of physicality in the breakdown. Real sort of test of physical endurance as every last bit of play is scrapped upon.
Stowe's breakdown work has been exemplary. They've turned that ball over. They've managed to make every single breakdown a scrap for the ball. And then the mistakes coming in from Christ College, and that's the difference in a tense game. Discipline, massive.
The knock on there, there's a player left stricken after that passage. Doesn't look in a very good way either, fortunately. Out to be tended to very early. Interesting one there as well. The Stowe scrum half picking up and ball going forward. I wonder, his hand knocked down, and well, that's a popular part of the Rosslyn Park Sevens. He's enjoying himself, isn't he? Go on, get it down here, sir.
The queue for the burritos was too big. I went for a good honest cheeseburger.
But good vantage point for people to congregate, to chat a bit of code, and really enjoy what's going on here on RE1. And what they've got in front of them at the moment is a tussle between two top sides.
Spirit's pretty high as well, as I had a little wander around earlier. People not letting the weather, not letting the rain spoil their Monday. And why would you? Oh, what a battle at scrum time. Stowe, and how well did Christ College do to recycle that ball and come away with it. It is more like Greco-Roman wrestling than rugby sevens over on that far side. Serious physicality. Christ College's core skills just letting them down a little bit. The passes behind the men, but then
brilliant tackle. Oh, and then picked off by Stowe. This is the transition ball that they love. Looking for an avenue to dart down.
I wonder if there's a suggestion of the Manchester United in grey jerseys there, because he's offloaded that straight to a Stowe player.
Well, it was an instinctive one, that's for sure, and definitely this is a kick clash. This time the kick is sent towards the touchline, and it's dribbling and it's flirting, but it doesn't quite catch the paint. Christ College reply, fractured defence, needs to give it to his support on the left.
Oh, he had the man outside him there, didn't he? He didn't spot him.
And Stowe again are in there stealing the ball. Voracious at the breakdown. They're short of numbers, but there's space in behind, and they're happy to put their faith in their gas. Oh, it's actually brilliantly gathered, but then held on the floor. What's the call here? Yes, holding on, Stowe. They tap, they go for a drive, they're held up, they ride, they wriggle, and they're across.
Can I just say, they have kicked beautifully, Stowe, haven't they? In these conditions, we thought they'd scored a brilliant try from it. They went to the boot in the first half, plugging the corners, turning Christ College. They've done exactly the same there, kicked in behind, no sweeper in, won the penalty that's eventually led to the try. It was a lovely wrestle, great win of the physical battle for Stowe School to score the try eventually. But as you've said a few times today, there's more than one way to skin a cat, and Stowe have found a way today. Brilliant at the break time, really creative kicking. I mean, the initial grab here from Christ College, excellent work. That's such a hard ball. Perhaps the argument that there's not a clear release there from the man who's coming in, but buy your ticket to the raffle, sometimes you win a prize, and Stowe School seem to have won a victory here against a very good Christ College team. Proper game of schoolboy sevens. Christ College 5, Stowe School 19 with that conversion going over. Oh, and then the knock on. And not only did he knock the ball on, he got ironed out as well.
And that knock-on could be game, set and match for last year's champions, who've been pushed all the way. Forward pass will give us the opportunity for one more scrum. Our clock deep in the reds. There can't be much time. The referee's just put her hand up, gestured. There's 1 minute left. So while Christ College have to put in, surely time has run out.
Last throw of the dice. I don't think they're going to have enough time, even if they do score from here. But they're going to give it a good go.
Off they go. Battling to the end. The trailing support line was there, but the backup option collects and he gallops through the tackle. A race to the line. He gets it down. They'll need a quick conversion. If there is to be any time at all, needs to go over. But time has elapsed. The end to a thrilling game, Dave Rogers. High calibre action on RE1 with two of the best sides we've seen on this turf on day one. But it is Stowe who prevail. They march on in the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens, defeating Christ College Brecon 19 points to 12. Next elimination match in the under-18s Vase. We've just been treated to a high calibre, highly tense tussle between Stowe and Christ College. And this time it is Tunbridge against the Perth School. The Perth School undefeated, beating Campion, Shawnigan Lake and Warwick on their way to this elimination match, whilst Tunbridge themselves are yet to taste defeat. Big 45-0 victory against St Cecilia's in their final game of the group stage. And I'm delighted to say that I'm joined by former England and Great Britain Sevens captain, Olympic silver medalist Tom Mitchell, who's been out and about, and he's been enjoying some of the quality play that we're seeing here that hasn't resulted in a score because of some mean defence. But how can this Rosslyn Park Sevens?
Oh, it's got me so excited today. And it gets to this stage of the day, it's been a long day for a lot of these players, but then you get into some of these knockout games and the excitement carries you through, and you can see it at the start of this game already. Good bit of defence from Perth there, keeping Tunbridge out, resisting that early score.
Well, the line-up doesn't go to plan, but it is Tunbridge who are going to profit off the back. The tail gunner hoovering up the crumbs. Still there resisted, though. Good defence from the Perth school. Good competition at the breakdown as well. They're not rewarded because the tackler hadn't rolled away. So Tunbridge tap. Tunbridge flash to the right. Hands not given, but negotiated across the line, carrying 2 Perth school tacklers with him. Tunbridge on the board early.
That's one of those that's criminal if you don't give that pass for the 2v1 and put your wing away. You've got to score it. He carried 2 defenders over the line with him. Really nice finish in the end. And it's made the kick a little bit easier. And in these tight games in the knockout, that can be all important.
This may sound like a really obvious question, but how much, that is a brilliant conversion. How much more difficult is it to drop goal conversions in the wet?
Yeah, super difficult, and also something people don't consider with sevens is the limited amount of time you've got to set up for the kick. For those people who watch a lot of 15s, they spend a lot of time setting up for the kick, putting it on the tee and the rest of it. In sevens, you don't have that luxury. And doing it under the fatigue as well makes it a very difficult, complicated skill.
So fortunate to have a man who's missed so many drop kick conversions in the wet with us to bring that expert analysis.
I've missed him in the wet, I've missed him in the dry, missed him indoors, outdoors.
Well, first sighting of the Perth school in attack. They've been the ones defending against the hoops of Tunbridge, but the Purples showing us what they can do. Nice bit of footwork darting through. Look at that contact, that physicality in the close quarters. Penalty to the Perth school, who tap, and they're in a hurry, and they go weaving their way through the Tunbridge defence. Good last-ditch tackle. One more pass needed, but just squirts forward because of the big hit coming in. Strong defensive read from Tunbridge, and they might turn defence into attack if they've got the wheels. The skip inside, oh, another feint of the shoulder. Lovely from Tunbridge, who were going to go all the way to the other edge, but a much needed hit coming in on the halfway line.
It's back and forth, both teams coughing up possession, probably a bit of a symptom of the conditions here, but I also think both the attacks could do with shifting it. Lovely bit of play here, roaming all the way out from their own line, just doesn't quite get that pass away before he gets well and truly smoked from behind.
And you're here all week, Mitch, as well. In what capacity?
I can't get enough of it, so I will be here as much as I can. Now, it's a really nice opportunity to come and watch and kind of stay in touch with some of the talent coming through.
Well, that's a nice bit of skill. But the catch isn't a match for the out the back door pass. It's sat up nicely.
After quite a back and forth long passage of play that we had a few minutes ago, I'd say both sets of players will be enjoying a couple of stoppages, couple of scrums. But it's really important to use these opportunities in the game to just reset mentally and also get on board with your tactics. Both teams maybe a little bit disjointed with their attack. Chance to reinforce what they're trying to do at this scrum.
Tunbridge just popping up with a switch to bring play back into the midfield. Tell you what, the breakdown has been an area of fierce competition with every school. So much importance on it in the shortened format of the game. That was a necessary arrival at the ruck for Tunbridge because the competition was there from Perth. Good ball retention. Bit of an unnecessary late hit there, and it's opened up. Foot race to the dead ball area. Who's there first? Perth school, the judge, say 22 dropout.
Good old-fashioned foot race. It was a good decision, I think. As soon as he straightened up, those are the opportunities. It's often good to put the kick in behind. Little straight one. Didn't quite have the wheels to finish it off.
That's Just a little bit of an error from Tunbridge off the sliced restart. And how about this? We got all the angles this week.
Great turn and go from the Perth defender. So difficult to do that when you're facing square up the field and you've got to turn 180, get back, but he saved his team a certain try there.
Tunbridge looking comfortable on the ball, but finding Perth difficult to break down. That missed pass has opened up a 2-on-1 on this near side, but he doesn't use the extra man. Instead, he uses him to sell the defence on the dummy. He darts through the gap. It's a very, very good score.
Really nice use of just showing the ball, moving the defenders, manipulating the defenders through a bit of footwork, the ability to dummy, show the ball to the defender and take the hole as it opens up. Lovely bit of individual play here. Steps back against in and out. Another dummy, another step, brilliant work. Really nice individual try that. That ability to feel the overchase as the defender's coming across at pace and step back on your outside foot against it. Really key one in the game of sevens. Demonstrated perfectly there.
An advert for having two hands on the ball at all times.
There's many ways to skin a cat, Burnsy. I've seen a few players today running around with the ball in one hand and doing a very good job of it. Just depends what you're trying to do.
In terms of defence manipulation, though,
you're right in terms of having two options, right? The carry and the pass, or the kick as well, if you've got two hands on the ball. But actually, if you watch a lot of the top players, particularly from the likes of Fiji on the World Series, a lot of them carry the ball in one hand and no one's telling them not to. It's all about what you have in your locker, in your skill set. And if you've got the ability to carry the ball in one hand safely, it's not necessarily a bad thing. And your ability to offload with one hand, whilst also fending a defender, can be a real strength.
I think the suggestion in your words there was that I'm saying that Fiji are getting it wrong. Which I'm not heading over to the islands to correct them on their sevens technique. That's for sure.
I'd never criticise your sevens technique, Bernsey.
There's not enough video footage for you to be able to do it.
Thank God for that.
Thank God. Well, Tunbridge are back in possession. Perth fighting hard. They really have been starved of possession so far. Only one real attack of note for the team in purple. And Tunbridge, the more time they spend on the ball, the more they're liking it, the more they're doing fluid, cohesive work like that, just gliding through and onto the toe, inviting the winger. But his football skills just depart him at the vital moment. Perth breathe a sigh of relief. Right option though to put that kick through.
A great bit of attack all round. Good penetration in the middle on that Tunbridge playmaker. I thought he was going to throw the big pass, maybe keep it in hand, but the kick was a good option. Just didn't quite work out in that corner.
Perth will have to go from 100 metres if they're to score from this position. They're going to struggle to do so with well-watched defence there from Tunbridge. A penalty to Perth. Trailing by 14. A lot of time left in this contest. They do need to make some progress up the field. They're sort of locked in their 22 and passing the ball into touch isn't going to help their cause. Tunbridge happy to go quickly, but serve up a rib tickler for the Perth defence. Well recycled by Tunbridge, who are in retreat, mainly of their own doing, before Tunbridge go through, but they lose the ball on their way to the deck. Very open now. Ball in play for a long, long time. There's going to be some lungs bursting. Can Perth let the ball do the work and get it to one of their speedsters out wide? Tunbridge, another brilliant turnover. Oh, the hands round the back looking for the offload, doesn't come. I think we all get to take a breath.
I feel like both teams making a little bit hard work by probably denying themselves the early shift of the ball in some of these occasions. I know it's wet out there, perhaps that's part of the reluctance. There's probably a bit more space than what the teams are using. Easy to say from up here on the gantry, isn't it, Burnsy? Always easy to see it.
We've got a bit of a bird's eye view, haven't we? We can see the bigger picture.
But it's just the way, if you're going to play in that middle portion of the field, chances are there's going to be more defenders there. You then bring in the defence in terms of the jackal. You've talked about the ruck and how it's been so hotly contested. To a degree, that's because a lot of the attack has been focused into the middle portion of the field.
When you used to come up against teams on the World Series, would you adapt your tactics for who you were playing, or would you have your own style of play that you would be true to throughout?
So this differs across all the top teams. Some teams will be very prescribed with what they're going to do, and they'll roll that out regardless of who they're playing. Maybe a few little tweaks. We were probably one of the teams that used to adapt more than most. So we used to try and be smart about the way we attacked, the way we defended, as a result of whatever the opposition had been doing in that competition or in previous competitions. It's a difficult thing to do, but because you have to try and hold on to some sort of principles or elements of an identity so that it doesn't all go to pot every game. Sometimes it did, but if you can actually be adaptable, it makes you very unpredictable to play against as well. Hard to prepare for a team when you don't know what they're going to do, and that was almost what we were a little bit about with England.
Well, we lose one of the Perth players to an injury. Applauded off and well looked after. Really such great medical provision here across the many, many pitches which have been flooded with players. From our vantage point, we can just sort of peek beyond the gazebos and the marquees, and it's just been teeming with people playing sevens all day, but it's beginning to wind down. Focus is beginning to transfer to our pitch RE1, to RE2, the other showcase pitch which is being streamed on Next Gen, because the big games are beginning to come. This is a big one for Perth. It's a big one for Tunbridge. It's the under-18s Vase elimination. And it's Tunbridge who are in the box seat. 14-0 they lead. 90 seconds to negotiate. Perth need to get to score. They need a converted one at that. But they can't get out of their 22 at the moment. The defence so good from Tunbridge, but they're being asked some questions. And a seatbelt tackle is going to be a yellow, not a yellow card, a penalty, I beg your pardon. Perth don't have time to hang around.
They've got to keep moving the ball. A little bit one out for Perth at the moment. Bit of desperation perhaps. They're all wanting to be the one that makes the difference and breaks this game open. They've got to keep working together. They're going to unpick this Tunbridge defence, which is holding fast.
Oh, they got lucky from a ricochet and then a brilliant tap tackle. Still alive, fabulous hands. Are Perth going to get the score? They need to keep themselves in the game. They're under the sticks. They need a quick conversion. Time running out. They make sure with it, and we've got time for a restart.
This is what it's all about, coming down to these last place scenarios. What a great score from Perth to put themselves back in this game. Just kept the ball alive, those offloads just about sticking on the fingertips in the wet weather. Oh, that last one, and a lovely step and finish. At this point he was looking for support, wanted someone else to run it in, but he had the legs.
Does he want a chat game on Saturday?
Well, Tunbridge, from a position of the game being all wrapped up, are deep in their 22 now. They're searching for the score that is going to make this certain. The touchline beats everyone to the kick, still no final whistle. Grandstand finish coming up. A line out to defend for Tunbridge. Purse questing for an equalising try. But it goes long and over the intended jumper. Tunbridge have possession surely now. They just need to get this off the pitch. They're still playing and they've got themselves in a tangle with each other. Turnover opportunity, the Jackals there. Oh, that's a tough call, isn't it? Not rolling away.
Oh, I don't know about that one. I thought Purse had done themselves into another opportunity to go for the winner. Referee deemed it wasn't legitimate. Tunbridge grateful to tap that one and kick it off for the end of the game.
Oh, the final penalty at the end puts paid to the Purse comeback, and Tunbridge will march on in the under-18s Vase. Fabulously entertaining game. More action to come on RE1 very shortly with the girls under-16 semi-final.
Unless you need to go, mate. If you need to shoot, that's fine. Do you do lead cots ever? Basically, the RFU are desperate and they need someone to do a champ game on Saturday. Get your thinking cap on, Joe, because everyone you've ever met is busy.
Tom, you and Chippy. I'm scouting from up there.
Oh, yeah.
You are scouting? You got me in trouble now.
Yeah.
Well, with the importance. The boss.
Yeah,
the importance
the
of
boss.
it.
The boss.
That was a good game, though. It was good,
The competition continues. God, put Joe Burns' headset on and he has them a lot louder than I do. Crikey. We've got Kingsbridge Community College versus the Kings of Wessex Academy. Another great game in the girls under 16s Cup. And we're having fun. I'd like to say fun in the sun, but it's fun in the rain here, and we are off and racing. Big gaps in the middle. The chase comes across, but it is futile. And that is some score to open the game.
Lovely opening. Seamlessly went through the middle there. Great wheels to finish it off as well. That's the way you want to start. There'll be a bit of nerves coming into the knockout games. Always is. In the finals rounds, so it's nice to settle yourself, settle your team into it with an early score like that. Not entirely sure what it came from, but when the gap's there, you take it, just like that.
Kingsbridge Community College in blue, scoring that beautiful try. Kings of Wessex Academy. What are we going with? Grey on black with a golden trim? We are testing the entire Pantone of kit design amongst these 5 great days of sevens rugby. Hundreds of teams, thousands of players. Found out before I climbed the ladder of doom to come and join you for this one that there are 120 refs who are going to be on the whistle throughout the week. 80 a day. Of course, they can't all commit because apparently they have jobs outside rugby, although they know the laws so well. I'm surprised.
Yeah, it's a huge event. It's such a good atmosphere, kind of the festival of sevens. Celebration of the game, so many people involved in different facets.
I mean, you and Burnsy probably talked about this because I'm late to the party since you joined, but have you got memories of playing here? Did you play here as a youngster?
Yeah, my memories are mostly of bad weather like this and then losing quite a lot. That probably prepared me well for a career at the top, I don't know. No, I had amazing memories. It was always a great day out coming to Rosslyn. It was something that, as a lover of rugby and lover of sevens, I look forward to way in advance.
Yeah.
And it was always a buzz. As I say, we were never in contention really for the trophies. But just being here, being amongst it, it was a great experience as a youngster. And you pitch yourself against the other players, and that's part of it. It's part of the competition. And that's why it's great to see all the players coming and watching around the pitch as we get into these knockouts.
And also this competition in particular, the girls under 16s, the improvement in skill level we've seen even since last year. So seeing the ball move through the middle, but just the tackling's improved, the offloading as we've just seen there. We'll see some great breakdown work and we'll see some wheels round the outside. It's try number 2 for Kingsbridge Community College. They back themselves and it's paying dividends.
Yeah, as you just on cue talked about the skill set on show. There's been a really good demonstration across the girls' game today of the offloading. I think as a general rule, if I was going to pick it out from assessing the day's games, it'd be nice, same with the boys, to move the ball a little bit more early. But as a result of engaging with the contact in the girls, they're actually practicing that offload skill a lot, exploiting that opportunity to keep the ball alive once engaging in the contact, and then it allows you to move it to players in space, especially, and if you've got players with wheels like that who can finish it off, it works very nicely indeed.
Have a little faith, feed the speed. Kings of Wessex Academy struggling to deal with that kick-off, and Kingsbridge College slowing that ball down now. Kings of Wessex looking to do it the hard way. Again, looking to free the hands though. Got to admire the way they're trying to play. It's not come off on this occasion, and they coughed the ball up. Kingsbridge on the march again. Our commentary view, the same as your camera view. We've not spent a lot of time looking right in this opening 4 minutes. All the action happening down there to the left. Oh, more space on the outside. Oh, but she's checked in instead of backing herself. Still going. But it's going to take at least another phase here for Kingsbridge. Now the numbers. The step inside. The 2-on-1 butchered, but the try scored.
We got there. A lot of rugby being played between the 15-metre lines during that passage, including from the end players who did seem reluctant to run it into the corner.
Why make it easy? Why make it easy?
But they got there in the end. Well worked, well done holding on to the ball. And in these conditions, a lot of it is about maintaining possession. They've certainly asserted themselves in this game.
15-0. So we talked about the things going on outside of the rugby. As we take another look at this, there was so much space on the outside, but the outcome was the same. They've been pretty clinical in the red zone of Kingsbridge Community College. Are we going to see you on the climbing wall before the end of the week?
I've done a very good job of avoiding that climbing wall today.
Treacherous in these conditions, I'd say. Burnsy and I have done well to avoid the pick and mix counter so far, but resistance is futile and it's a long week.
It's dangerous enough climbing up the ladder to the gantry to do this.
It is. It is, it is. Here are the Kings of Wessex. Just struggled to maintain the ball, haven't they? But that's well presented. And then just left where it was. The referee spotted 2 knock-ons there, so we'll have a look at the set piece. So I was talking to Burnsy earlier, and we were talking about various noises in the game. I asked him if there are any 7 scrummage noises, because, you know, it's not a part of the game where they spend as much time talking about it as they do in 15s. And he said there is a gentleman you may have heard of called Richard de Carpentier.
He loves it. He absolutely loves it.
Pop him in a 3 and watch him thrive.
It was largely because it was the part of the game he didn't have to run around too much. He's probably not even listening to this. I've just slagged him off.
No, however, it's on the internet forever, so we'll make sure that he hears the clip.
I'll send it to him. He was a big proponent of a bit of chat at scrum time as well, which I had a lot of time for.
Can you let us in on that? Or?
No, most of it I can't.
Okay. It is 3:45 on a Monday. If we ever play floodlit Rosslyn Park School 7s and there's post-watershed, then maybe that is a particular lid that you can lift. But until then, the scrum chat will remain a mystery. Unlike the Kingsbridge defence, which is very much on show here, pinning the Kings of Wessex Academy inside their own half. And eventually the ball's coughed up and it's back in blue. Clock's red at the end of the first half. Next stoppage should end it. And there is that knock-on.
A scrappy end to the half we're getting here. Kings of Wessex have just struggled to really do anything when they've had the ball. And bear in mind, they've not had a lot of it either. It's been a tough half for them. They'll be looking to regroup a little bit at half-time here.
Well, they're going to take a breather, so let's have a quick chat. I mean, obviously you're here as the global face of UK 7s. But what are you looking to get out of this week? Is it just sort of feeling the vibe, or are you scouting, are you helping, are you coaching? What's the purpose of your and commentary, obviously, but generally outside of that?
Well, commentary was an added bonus, so thanks for inviting me along. Largely here, I mean, holistically, because we want to try and help the future of British 7s. And one way I'm trying to do that is with UR7s, Sevens Academy that runs across the UK. And it's been a super exciting day trying to actually pick out the next generation of talent, because we need to create a pathway from these sorts of tournaments towards the top level, where you see all these superstars play on the World Series, and how do we maintain consistency? It's been a pretty tough time at the top level of 7s in Great Britain over the last few years, the ups and downs that we've had, but hopefully there's enough in it for people to still be inspired to play the game. And I think that's what we're seeing today, and hopefully see for the rest of the week, is that there's no shortage of talent out there. So it's just a question of how we foster it. And at UR7s, we're doing our best to do that, both in the men's and the women's games, with players from 14 up to 18.
Certainly feels that way. I mean, we've seen a good few of the under-18 Vase teams on here, and we've got boys from 1 to 7 who can all handle a ball, who can all pass off both hands, who can all be an active threat at the breakdown and sort of understand the mechanics of the game, and also really buy into it too. They're all enjoying themselves out there. We've all talked as well in this under-16s girls, bearing in mind we go up the age group as well, but how the ceiling of their skill set has just got higher and higher and higher. Now they can pass and tackle and turn the ball over and again be an active threat themselves. I think certainly the way that the game has gone and what we've seen of the way the game has gone, there's a lot more room for improvement in the girls' game, and they're thriving in that, and they're responding to that too, enjoying themselves and improving as players.
Well, that's what 7s is about, right? It's always had that element of fun and enjoyment, and a lot of that comes from the ability to express yourself with the extra space, with the more touches you get on the ball. 7's a brilliant opportunity to develop your strengths as a player and express those in 14 minutes on a pitch.
And again, 14 minutes doesn't sound like a long time, does it? But when you are in perpetual motion, you can feel like someone's dropped a match down your lungs. Oh, it's another score early in the half. Kings of Wessex struggling with the Kingsbridge pressure, and that'll take them up to 20. What about these conditions then? I mean, obviously you've got to be able to play in all conditions, but it must be nicer when you look up and it's blue and you look down and it's green.
Yeah, and you don't have to think too much when you catch the ball, because you know it's going to stick in your hands a little bit easier. That's always nice, but there's a little bit of game management stuff that goes on. often when it's wet, sometimes the kick does become a bit more of an option. It's actually become more of an option in sevens in general. A lot of people think you never kick in sevens, but the reality is, especially at the top level, defences are so good now. If the space is in behind, then you've got to exploit it, and the kick's the best way to do that.
We've had a good example of that today as well. There was a real arm wrestle between Christ College Brecon and Stowe School. Then in the second half, Stowe went to the boot. They kicked beautifully, got field position, led to 2 tries, and they won the game. So we saw a good example there of a team adapting and finding a way to win. I suppose even more so than in 15s, there is the opportunity to think on your feet and make those decisions and manipulate your opponents in this great format of the sport.
Yeah, there are opportunities. That's also the challenge of the game, is being able to make so many decisions constantly and doing it all under a lot of fatigue.
Just been knocked on again there by Kings of Wessex. Now, I break the fourth wall sometimes with the millions of viewers who are currently tuned into the live stream, and when we've got a game that's a bit one-sided like this, then impartiality goes out of the window, and I am fully behind the Kings of Wessex Academy here, and I really want them to get a try, and I think that's okay. You might disagree. You might think that impartiality is paramount. However, Kings of Wessex, come on, let's go.
Part of me goes the other way, actually, and really wants them to be put to the sword. The ruthless side of me wants to see them. No, I'm with you. I think that was probably their best chance for a score there. Unfortunately, they didn't quite hold on to it on the width, but good pressure on the scrum. They might be in here.
There's the nudge. Needs a bounce. Oh, it's a good contest for the ball. Where's that gone forward? Oh, it's off a Kings of Wessex hand. And now Kingsbridge go again. It's a good cover tackle, but a lovely offload. Whoa, what a shot! Crunch goes the shoulder, and she's back on her feet.
Love that. Brilliant cover defence. Desperately trying to pin them in.
She's just gone again, the number 1 for Kings of Wessex. The enforcer. This is good offloading, though, from Kingsbridge.
It's 3 big tackles on the bounce. You've got to keep going.
4. Oh, lovely offload. Scoop that one out the back. Pierce the space. And Kingsbridge are going to score try number 5. That was a tenacious effort from Kings of Wessex, trying to add physicality to their skill set to get back into this game, but unstoppable. Kingsbridge Community College, and a lovely offload in there as well.
Kingsbridge have just taken the ball the length of the field to score that. An admirable effort. And it wasn't easy. It wasn't a case of the gap opened up and they went. They really had to work that one against some physical defence. They recycled the ball, kept it alive.
I've just had a little look at the fixture coming up next. Nelson College against Richard Challoner. Nelson College are one of the international teams. They've come over from New Zealand. These boys are different, and I'm really looking forward to them progressing through the competition and playing against some of the better English schools, because the style is totally different to the way the English boys play, and I'm looking forward to them clashing and seeing how that translates. Smaller boys, but they love to move the ball. Take another look at this Kingsbridge try. It's not going to go the distance on the restart. A couple of minutes to go, but this one is in the bag.
An opportunity here, though. It's all important that you keep in the fight in these games, regardless of the score. They'll be wanting to get over that whitewash, get on the scoreboard.
A little bit of... oh, that's close. Are we thinking penalty or scrum? Just scrum. A little bit of what might be described as housery from Kingsbridge there. Did you see that? She wouldn't kick the ball back to the referee so she could be in the defensive line ready for the restart. She's like, no, you get it.
Quite right, too.
Yeah,
not that I would ever have done anything like that when I was playing. The perfect gentleman. For anyone watching, actually, something I've seen today, which is a really small, nuanced bit of the game. We talked about rugby noises.
Oh, I love
probably
it.
On that list
Please.
somewhere. But a lot of the scrum halves have been putting the ball in strange fashion today, I've noticed. It's much easier to do it if you're actually square with the scrum. A lot of them have actually been facing up towards the try line they're playing to, which and almost putting it in kind of sideways, which for anyone watching actually does make life more difficult. So little pointer there for anyone having a look.
That's a lovely turn of pace. There's a gap down the middle. And it is fully exploited. The chase is on, the chase is... Oh, not quite good enough. It has been a massive effort from Kings of Wessex Academy. I don't think anyone can dispute. Oh, yellow card has been shown. Sure. The try's been awarded. The yellow card's been shown. Kings of Wessex down to 6.
Well, that's probably not what they needed. I was just about to say, what a brilliant effort to chase back and have a go at a covering tackle, because at this stage of the game's gone. Clearly they've lost it. But the show of effort and values to chase all the way back here. She's come from a long way to try and make this tackle. She's obviously trying to target the ball. I think that's a perfectly legitimate tackle in my eyes. That said, I was yellow carded a lot during my career. So what do I know? Someone was keeping count, and that was the problem.
Yeah, yeah. The person in charge of fines, probably.
When I had to have my disciplinary, it was I realised they kept count quite well.
Did you, with the disciplinaries, did you have to suit up and attend them, or was it all done?
A little bit more casual. I don't know how it works in the 15s game, but it felt pretty formal. I did feel like I was on trial a bit. Luckily, coach at the time, Simon Amor, had a way with words, and I only missed out on a couple of games. Of course, none of the yellow cards were justified.
Of course. Targeted, which is a shame. Clock's in the red then. Kingsbridge Community College en route to a handsome victory here in this cup semi-final. They're going to have the chance for silverware to get their hands on this trophy, and that's going to be later today. They're going to have to try and get dry, get warm and recover. I tell you what, they're going to be full of life, full of energy after really turning it on here and going under the sticks once more.
They're going to have no problem staying warm for the next game, because these girls are on fire. Unbelievable. They've absolutely demolished their opposition here, despite a strong showing, actually. A real good scrap from the Kings of Wessex girls. Kingsbridge have put 37 points on them. A really, really strong showing in a semi-final game, that.
Clean sheet in a semi-final, and they will contest for silverware. It'll be the first trophy awarded here at the National School Sevens, and we're counting down for kick-off for that one. Massive congratulations to Kingsbridge Community College. The Kings of Wessex Academy's journey ends here. No doubt they'll be back next year. Plenty of heart, but on the day they come up short. Kingsbridge Community College into the final. They've defeated Kings of Wessex by 39 points to 0. Back into the under-18s Vase competition. It's the elimination round of 64 as we come towards the end of day one. Nelson College in the sky blue jerseys with the white hoops against Richard Challoner School. Those of you who've been watching all day, or those of you who are tuning in from the Southern Hemisphere to watch the boys on tour, will have been very impressed with what we saw from them. First up, they racked up a good score. They scored some beautiful tries. Now it's Richard Challoner's turn to try and stop them. Oh, spiral kickoff, yes please. Big fan of the spiral in any format. The Challoners will have the first attack. Vicious defending, but a vicious clear out as well. Good low chop tackle. Good bit of intensity to get it out to this edge. Full-blooded tackle, but he does very well to not get beaten by the touchline there. A Space in day 2 up for grabs. And a nice offload as well, and half a gap. High energy starting, good discipline, good ball maintenance here for Challengers, and as I say that, the fingertips defy him.
Yeah, decent start for Challoner, but if you watch against that Nelson defence, they're pretty slidey. So moving the ball to the width without anything coming back against the grain, it's going to be comfortable to defend all day. I'd like to see Richard Challoner someone's got to come back against those weak shoulders. So by that I mean stepping off their outside foot and trying to carry against a weak shoulder, maybe bringing a short line just to check that defence for a bit and test it, because they'll just keep going side to side all day.
First touch of the ball then for Nelson. Again, this lovely drift that they do. Difficult for Challoner to plant their feet and make those tackles. Tempo. This young man has got brilliant feet. He's got a couple of tries earlier on. Loves a goosey. As do we, it must be said.
Who doesn't? They're on it.
God, that is a good collision. A little bit of Greco-Roman. Challengers do well, trying to increase that physicality and win that ball. Really good scrap for it. Another penalty conceded. Another mullet in full motion. And on a penalty advantage, Nelson looking to move it. It's bouncy, it's bobbling around, but there could be some space here out on the left-hand side. Lovely flat ball, feed the speed, and that's the result.
And that's the X factor you talked about. Not just the footwork, but the acceleration as well. Slipped it down a gear, managed to find some purchase on that wet turf, and picked up. Really nice ball movement to preserve the space. Capitalised on a penalty they awarded towards us on this side of the pitch. Took the tap. A nice pass out in front allowed him to just continue his pace onto the ball. So important. One of the details is easily missed in sevens is actually the ability to put the ball on the money, to allow your wheels to actually run onto it rather than being checked at all. It can make all the difference.
It's a good pass. Now it's up to Challoner to respond. That ball in two hands, thinking about the kick. Oh, was that a tap tackle? Was it a clash of feet? Either way, Nelson on the floor. Challoner doing as well as they can to try and contest this breakdown. And that is a stunning mullet on 15, isn't it? Oh, look at that. Stop and go. Creates the 2-on-1, but doesn't get the ball away. This time, Nelson College infringing at the breakdown.
Oh, it's a delicious little change of tempo. So hard to defend that little slow and then go again. It's a classic Kiwi thing you see at the top level on the World Series. The likes of Joe Webber, absolute Roccolaso experts at it. Well, they obviously breed it in them right from the schoolboy level. That was a brilliant bit of attacking play, but equally as good in the defence. Coming across scramble, really impressed with Challoner and their ability to contest the breakdown. They look like they're really hunting in defence to create turnovers through firing over the breakdown, so contesting physically, pushing the opposition player off the ball.
Oh, they're not straight at the line out. Oh, that's a frustrating one. The Challengers, they had that great attacking platform. Yeah, that stop and go, when it's done, or when you get done by, it's just, not that you ever did, obviously, but you must think, oh, come on.
It's just, to combat it, the importance is checking your feet. We talk about it a lot in defence. If you're still carrying a lot of speed and you end up close to a defender, that's the cue for the attacker. Sorry, close to the attacker, it's their cue to do something to you. You've got to slow your tempo as the defender the closer you get. Unless you're going to get a man and ball or blind side, you've got to be able to move direction as a defender. Otherwise, the attacker's always going to be in the ascendancy. If you close fast as a defender, very difficult to adjust. It's kind of what happened there, I think. Challoner got an opportunity here for an attack. Let's see if they can do something with it. Bit of opportunity down the short side.
Yeah, they've got 15 metres to aim for. No Nelson defender. Then they combat the scrum, so Challoner forced open. There's that wrap around. Oh, leaving the ball behind though. Now there's trouble. It's a foot race, and it's 2 Nelson players who are contesting it. Oh, the post has saved the day.
Posted in, was it?
Well. To be fair, I think the second Nelson player was actually offside because 11 had beaten him to it, and he was the first there. But that keeps this game on a knife edge. Certainly makes it more exciting. Oh, how is your luck, Richard Challoner's?
Richard Challoner, to be fair, you created a bit yourself by chasing back. There had a couple of guys scrambling to get back to that ball. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
See if we can see the grounding here. It was a great foot race. Well,
good skills as well to actually kick through, but...
So where's the grounding? Oh, do you know what?
It's a 50-50. Let the boys play.
Nelson. Well, they'll be pleased to be in the lead. Could be more. It's half-time. It's actually an excellent game. Challoners have managed to stay in the fight. Nelson looked like they could score from pretty much anywhere. But as it stands in this round of 64 game, Nelson College 7, Richard Challoners 0. And as we've already seen in this tournament, absolutely anything can happen. Good fun, isn't it?
Oh, it's great fun. And Nelson College, me in this one, looking like the better side. Some of their gameplay looking pretty smart. But Richard Challoner, really physical in the breakdown. And a hell of a lot of scrap to back it up.
Yeah.
This is going to be a brilliant second half when we get to it.
Tough kids staying in the fight.
For the meantime, let's just check out the mullet on number 15 from Nelson College. I'm actually starting a thing called Mitch's Mullets, and he's going to be first on the video.
Well, I think you've got to practice what you preach and get rid of the sides, haven't you? If you're gonna go Mitch's Mullets, then
if it goes viral, you help it go viral, then I'll do it.
Joe Burns has overheard our conversation, and he is very much in the same belief system. To be fair, he's trying to embrace the mullet, isn't he?
I'm not sure what he's trying to embrace, but it's not working.
Very mean. Very, very mean.
He's got a hat on today.
Yep. Next time you speak to him off the microphone, ask him why he wears a hat for his London Irish duties. Ask him.
I only like to talk to Burns in a professional capacity.
Back to the action then. Richard Challoners in those navy and green hoop jerseys, kicking off to Nelson College. But a couple of good chances, and they managed to convert one of them. The post came to Challoners. Well, arrived as Challoners' saviour to keep it at a one-score game. Look at this as well. We've got the Nelson boys setting up for the one-man lifts on the restart too.
I was just clocking that. You haven't seen a lot of pod work today.
And with that, they kicked it the other way. Great. Good thinking from Challoners, actually. Don't play to your opponent's strength. But with that, they can't challenge for the restart, so it's a free go at it for Nelson. And then a penalty. This is where you're in trouble. Backtracking, wheeling away. Giving him the chance to put some width on it. Ooh. Just a knock on.
Those were the kind of things that landed me in my disciplinary. I think when you penalise those, sometimes a penalty, certainly not a yellow, but we'll take a scrum. Keep everyone happy for now. Although, if the Richard Challoner lads are going to stay happy, they're going to have a job keeping this Nelson College team out, because they just look pretty handy with the ball in hand.
Oh, it's got stuck.
Yeah, a bit of detail on that. The ball actually got stuck at the back of the scrum, as you say. So I think the Richard Challoner 9 actually overshot it, put himself in an offside position. He's anticipating the ball to spurt out the back of the scrum, which so often happens, but inadvertently straight offside.
Just looking at some of the lids on these Nelson boys. Oh, here's a nice fade and a nice carry as well. See, that's a sensible boy who goes to a barber. I think a lot of these boys are cutting their own lids, including 13 there, who's made a good clear out. Oh, there's the mullet on 15 and a left-handed seed as well. He was let down by the man outside him. But Nelson again looking to cut loose and just coming unstuck at the final moment.
Yeah, we praised the quality of their pass earlier, but it let them down there. They got to be careful. 7-0 up. When you get opportunities with ball in hand, you've got to make it pay. You've got to put together some attack. Otherwise, it just starts to falter. And if you repeat that a couple of times, it can just change the flow of the game.
But they've not won this game yet. However, if they do progress in the competition against these better teams that we've seen in the Vase already, your Stowe schools, etc., they will get punished.
Interesting setup here, which is pretty smart from Nelson. They've only got a one-man lifter in the line out, which gives them an extra man defending in the back line. If you've got the ability to one-man left and still compete or still cover at the line out, that's a pretty smart solution.
Strong boys at under 18s for a one-man lift.
Depends who you're lifting.
Yes, yeah.
But no, it's a great skill. It's not just the strength requirement, it's actually a skill to get the timing of the jumper and the lifter. But it's a brilliant skill to develop for the kick-off in sevens particularly.
Well, that ball has squirted out and it's with challengers who still only trail by a score. Still 4 minutes of this game to go as well. Oh, there's a little bit of needle here. All extinguished very quickly and very amicably.
It was a forceful clear out from the challenger 12, and I think he realised that he'd cleared out the biggest guy on the pitch a bit late and thought, I better apologise here. So smart work from him, self-preservation. It's been a good physical battle actually between the two teams.
Key factor in these conditions, which to be fair, it's threatened to hose it down all day, but we've survived with a few showers.
Couple of examples in open play, but again we can see from the set piece, love to see teams using a bit more of those short side spaces. Big 15 metres to play with there.
One of the Nelson players is limping back into position. I think he's got a stinger on the left shoulder. Is that something that challengers can exploit, or can they exploit this space at the left hand side? Best chance of the game for them so far. The final pass is on the money. It's beautifully delayed. And challengers are on the board.
Huge score at this stage of the game. Brilliantly executed down that far side. Really nice, accurate passing. So important over the short distances on those passes as well. These aren't the big 20-metre ones, but you've got to execute those intentionally and on the money to ensure that you put your wingers away. A tough kick here, but potentially a big kick to come.
Big conversion to level the game. Still time on the board. Watch those flags in the pink jerseyed ARs. Good strike. It's high. Is it handsome? Oh, the flags stay down.
That's a good strike. Just pushed it across the face.
Well, they need another score. This final pass, so good.
What I like about that is he's dictated to his winger to stay out. So often when it's a little bit lateral, the tendency of the outside man is to come under on a cut or come back inside. Actually dictated by his inside man to stay out so that he could put him away.
And delayed the pass to a point as well where the winger couldn't make the tackle because he was stood in the way. Lovely bit of play. Now Challenger challenging around the breakdown. Oh.
Yeah, you've got to be so clean with your breakdown work in sevens. Such an isolated vision for the referee. Especially if you're competing. It's got to be well within the law to get away with it.
Oh, that is a delightful goosey, but he's coughed the pass up. Oh, there was a man on the outside. They've given the ball back to Challenger, who've conceded another penalty. And now Nelson on the move, on the march. And looking for the score that might put this game away. That's a very good tackle. And well secured by Nelson. Some tired bodies out there. And maybe a bit of space. They've certainly got the jump in this foot race. Challengers get there first, and watch out for that touchline.
He's done really well. Great cover, done well to stay in field as well.
Oh, and it's been picked up and snaffled, the loose ball, the try, and maybe that is the end of Challengers' resistance.
Couldn't see what happened in that breakdown on the far side. We might get it on a replay. The ball was on a plate there for the Nelson player to run it in and potentially put the game to bed.
Well, the conversion to come. The conversion would put it beyond all doubt, because Challoner would need 2 scores, but again, a great example of making life difficult at the break time. Sometimes the bounce of the ball can go in your favour, and it has done for Nelson there. Great strike. Oh, great kick. That is a kick worthy of winning any game. And the final whistle goes. Challengers put up such a fight, but Nelson come through by 14 points to 5.
I've done 4 of them. Oh, have you? In total.
For what? Rugby Europe together. Oh mate, he was such a robot last night for the final.
Oh, did you do the final? No, no, I didn't. So I did the bronze gate, which was.
I did. You didn't have the best game.
Yeah. Me and Richie Reese did the bronze medal. Yeah. So
you love just throwing like a few like what do you get when you go on ski holiday in France? A few bangers. Into the middle and running off like or, like do you like my analogy? Do you like my analogy? It's like watching
Unless you can hear the game. When I'm on my phone and on WhatsApp when Burnley's message popping up.
Like watching the missus cheat on me, isn't it? And I can see she's dead behind the eyes.
everybody here wants to play. They're playing for their mates, they're playing for themselves, they're playing for the community, they're playing for the club, and it's an enjoyment. So there is something that sort of pulls them together. And, you know, they've given more to the game than I've given.
Hi, my name's Dan. I'm a sports performance nutritionist and an expert in rugby. Come and find me at the Holyrood Howe Marquee to talk about your nutrition.
Hi, I'm Ellie, Senior Nutritionist for Holyrood Howe and also footballer for Fulham. Why don't you come and visit our Power Hub by pitch RE1, where we've got loads of food for you to try to help power your performance. We've also got our smoothie bike, live chef demos and a raffle for you to enter to be in a chance of winning one of our prizes. Come along and see you there.
Hi, I'm Jess and I'm a nutritionist for Holyrood Howe. Throughout the week we'll be providing performance-focused food, showcasing our Power Box, which is our sports pack lunch. We break sports nutrition into 4 important elements: our core lunch, hydration options, energy bolts and recovery snacks. So come and find us pitchside to find out more.
Hi everyone, I'm Molly, sports nutritionist here at Holyrood Howe. At Rosslyn Park, we are offering a whole range of interactive sports nutrition sessions that are covering pre and post fueling, also supplements and more. I look forward to seeing you there.
Yeah, you had it was Germany, Poland, wasn't it?
Yeah, Germany, Poland.
So that was quite a lot.
And also the Netherlands, Germany as well.
Well, so they were, I'll show you the WhatsApp message, like when you ran the match on 70 minutes, like, and they were like, but we needed to graphic, I'm like, but it's class here, how can we pick? So in the end, I just said, Richie, we need to put the man at back, and let's make sure it goes to the meeting, give me one for each team, and I
Oh, that was a day. They did that. That was one day. That's right. I don't even know what I mean. I the REC Flex debut.
Just looking at what, like, we were definitely at some. By any chance, can I get some food? Sorry? No, we're going. We're going to take it. It's going to take us ages to get back. You go with your mum. You go with your mum. Top 10 watch. What?
Yeah. So I know you did them fast. So Bernsey got his time semester. Yeah. So I did. Hold on to his hotel.
You got your idea? That's why he sounded like sort of Highlands.
It sounded like as around
get chicken burger chips? Do they do Oh, hey Chris, how you doing? Yeah, I don't know, don't worry.
Everybody here wants to play. They're playing for their mates, they're playing for themselves, they're playing for the community, they're playing for the club, and it's an enjoyment. So there is something that sort of pulls them together. And, you know, they've given more to the game than I've given.
Hi, my name's Dan. I'm a sports performance nutritionist and an expert in rugby. Come and find me at the Holyrood Howe Marquee to talk about your nutrition.
Hi, I'm Ellie, Senior Nutritionist for Holyrood Howe and also footballer for Fulham. Why don't you come and visit our Power Hub by pitch RE1, where we've got loads of food for you to try to help power your performance. We've also got our smoothie bike, live chef demos and a raffle for you to enter to be in a chance of winning one of our prizes. Come along and see you there.
Hi, I'm Jess and I'm a nutritionist for Holyrood Howe. Throughout the week we'll be providing performance-focused food, showcasing our Power Box, which is our sports pack lunch. We break sports nutrition into 4 important elements: our core lunch, hydration options, energy bulks and recovery snacks. So come and find us pitchside to find out more.
Hi everyone, I'm Molly, sports nutritionist here at Holyrood Howe. At Rosslyn Park, we are offering a whole range of interactive sports nutrition sessions that are covering pre and post fueling, also supplements and more. I look forward to seeing you there.
Ridiculous.
Well, what's that done like this? The liner goes in the bin. Well, the line goes in the bin, but also goes out. There's a line that goes through the sink. Into the veins. I put it straight down there, but it meant to come straight. So that's sort of out there. I didn't know that.
See it off, mate.
Yeah, we all age. That's a bit of a myth, isn't it? Oh, you're such a humble flex.
I know. And also they print it so you've got to look.
Yeah, that's how it's worse. That's actually really nice. What do you want?
At long last.
Oh,
yeah. Took all day, but we got there in the end. Still got like half an hour. They were packed by like 1 o'clock latest.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're enjoying day one of the National School Sevens here at Rosslyn Park in the rain. There are plenty of you that can hear this inside the venue, but lots of you watching around the world, hopefully in the warmth and comfort of your own home. It's a great day, day one. We get the under-18 Vase underway and the girls under-16 competition as well. But there is one award that we're particularly proud of every day, and it's in association with our charity partner Scrum, and it is the Fair Play Award. Throughout the competition, we've got a great group of officials, and they keep their eye across the tournament, and they give this award to the team that is adjudged to have played in the spirit of the competition. We've got teams from around the world, around the United Kingdom and beyond, and the winner of this award today has come from over the border. We're delighted to have them here every year, and in the under-16 girls competition they've done themselves proud today. The winner of the Scrum Fair Play Award on day one is Glantaf.
No. Right, you go for it. You want to get in?
So presenting the award is Laura on behalf of our charity partner Scrum.
Okay, you ready, girls? Let's get one more kneeling down.
This is where the fun really happens. At least try and make it look symmetrical.
There you go, girls. You ready?
Congratulations to the winners of the Scrum Fair Play Award on day one. Glantaf.
Oh, it's a great story. It's a great story. You've got to hear it from Bertie though. But, it's also a commentary lesson, isn't it? In a way.
Yeah, I need that commentary lesson. They use it the whole time though.
So just sending you.
Try not to pick up the private schools too much for you, Shad.
What, are we on screen?
Nah, we're not on screen.
I just said you know Ivybridge team. Really good luck. Montevideo killed the radio star, like killed Uruguay's chances. And we're like, what are you talking about? But the line after that was really good, and that's what gets cut on socially. It's cut on. Welcome to the French Rugby Cup as well. And then social media managers are like, capping that up, and it was like, oh my god. But the explanation for Montevideo, I mean, it was meant to be a play on video for the radio Deo killed the chances for Uruguay to get to the 2, but he didn't. Yeah. And it was a bit funky. Yeah.
Did it sound funky in your head? It wasn't like, I was like, there's something in there, and I was really sort of striving for it, and you know, there'll be like a massive Buggles fan out there who also loves sevens, and be like, oh wow, that is like class. Are you here all week, Jack? Jack, are you here all week? On Tuesday, Wednesday, do it. Yeah,
See Joe, Robert.
Good job there, but it's can. I think I'm happy for it. I'm happy for it. We might tap him up for a job.
The climax of day one of the 84th Rosslyn Park National Schools Sevens competition. It is the girls under 16 final. Both these teams come into this undefeated. They have played 5, they have won 5. Kingsbridge Community College versus Ivybridge Community College. Only one will end this day unbeaten. Only one will raise the trophy. We have the two best. We have the under 15 champions kicking off to Kingsbridge, who put on a show against the Kings of Wessex in the semi-final here on RE1. Meanwhile, it was the Samual Whitbread Academy that were taken down by Ivybridge on their way to this final. And Kingsbridge are the ones attacking first.
Well, they were fantastic in the semi-final. Doesn't feel like they've had long to recover. Well, Ivybridge kicked off the day as well, didn't they, with that hard-earned win a good few hours ago now. The 10 o'clock kickoff here on pitch RE1. They've turned it on for the cameras. Have they got one more big performance? And will they leave with more silverware?
Well, Ivybridge have come to this championship, this tournament, as the fancied ones. They defeated the Kings of Wessex in the under-15 final last year. And as you rightly said, they haven't had it all their own way. They've had to battle all the way. Brotelvi, 19-14 in the opening fixture of not just the day, but of the tournament. Had a couple of easier ones against the Jumeirah English-speaking school, then Mill Hill, but then Dubai College pushed them all the way. Before that, Samuel Whitbread Academy 14-0 victory. And one of the hallmarks of this Ivybridge side has been their dogged defence, and we're seeing it in action right here. The Kingsbridge, who put on a show in that semi-final. Oh, nice hard line coming at pace and carrying through bodies. The offload from the floor doesn't go to hand, but it is regathered by Kingsbridge, who almost get away from the clutches of the Ivybridge defence. Still, they look to play the offloading game. Very congested in the middle of the pitch, very little width for Kingsbridge, but they do eventually find it. A step inside, a burst of pace, and just beyond the clutches of the Ivybridge players. First try of the final goes to Kingsbridge.
Really important try as well. 2 minutes, 20 seconds it's taken. And I think the fascinating thing here is they've not faced anybody as good as Ivybridge. However, they've only conceded 2 tries all day. One against Holyrood Academy, one against Queen Elizabeth Grammar School Penrith. So they're a tough nut to crack. And now Ivybridge are going to have to find a way to breach their paint for just the third time today and get themselves back on level terms.
I said they had no width. They eventually got it to their widest, and it was the step inside. And maybe just that little dummy at the end was enough to distract the tackler. Not cleanly gathered by Ivybridge, but adjudged to have gone backwards. And there is an opportunity for them out on their right flank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All 6 Kingsbridge defenders across, and that's leaving them exposed on this left flank. A jag inside, a straightening, a burst of pace, and she stays on her feet. Still she goes. Ivybridge with the response. And Ivybridge under the sticks with a great conversion opportunity to take the lead.
Well, big games provide big moments from big players, and we just saw one there. It's the conversion from under the post to take the lead. Oh, she's hit the beans on toast. How important could that be? But it was such a smart finish, wasn't it? They were moving the ball to the left. It looked like the space was round the outside. That is the space that Kingsbridge Community College looked to close off, but then step off the left foot inside. All the defence going one way, you go the other. Still work to do. Beat the sweeper in under the posts. And we are level. But again, you give yourself the best chance to take the lead. You can't miss kicks like that. That's a smart restart. And Kingsbridge Community College facing backwards, but on the ball. Oh no, Ivybridge sliding off tackles. What a shot. That is one way to halt your opponents.
Well, you miss one, and then you get stopped emphatically in the next. Ivybridge strong in the tackle there, and more defence means loose passes, and Ivybridge set upon it. Fly hacked through, but Kingsbridge, a shove off the ball. So Ivybridge have the penalty.
Yeah, great field position here. And a lovely hard line as well, spilt in the contact. It's been a tough old day for handling, and I think the fact that we've seen so few handling errors in these conditions shows you the skill level of these players, both in the under-16s girls and in the under-18s boys Vase competition.
Oh, 5.5 minutes is absolutely raced by. Finals, they go in a flash sometimes. Locked at 5 apiece. Real threats all over the field. The tries have come from a variety of numbers on the backs of the jerseys of both of these sides. Kingsbridge are the ones who've enjoyed the lion's share of possession. The Ivybridge defence, it is relentless, it is so determined. And Kingsbridge, one out, dance inside, but of course the cover defence is across. A good jackal as well, so accurate, and penalty advantage as well. Yes, still being played. Can they make one more pass? Here come Ivybridge, great pace coming across from Kingsbridge. The smuggled offload doesn't go to hand, and the new advantage is for a knock-on. Ivybridge want more though. Ivybridge with the pass, the stutter, the step inside, the burst through the middle. 3 meters shy they are. Off the floor, more offloading play and a reach. And it's enough for Ivybridge to take the lead.
What a try. What a try. The deft handling in close proximity, the support lines, not allowing the ball to die, not allowing Kingsbridge Community College to set themselves in defence. Another misconversion keeps this one in the balance, but the half-time whistle goes, and Ivybridge Community College have swung the pendulum back in their favour. But there, that offload, and then riding the collision, another support runner in. 3 players getting their hands on the ball, one after another, before a tackle's complete. And they go into the second half here with a 10-5 lead. The favourites to lift the trophy. It's a great final, great rivalry as well. These two teams, as you mentioned, going through the age groups. But now Kingsbridge, after a great start, got a couple of questions to answer.
The final stages, final game, the climax of a thrilling day one. We've seen some unbelievable rugby in the under-18s Vase. That's going to be concluded tomorrow in the cup competition. We've only really had a taste of some of the teams out there. I mentioned all these pitches so busy with action. Just thousands of players here on day one, so the competition distilled down to the very best tomorrow for the under-18s boys Vase. And right here, those Ivybridge jerseys up against the blue of Kingsbridge Community College. Well, we've distilled this under-16s competition down to the very best. And they are delivering at the moment a committed and tense final. Ivybridge's defence largely standing resolute, but Kingsbridge showing their attacking potency as well. 7 minutes to glory for either Ivybridge or Kingsbridge.
Oh, fumbled.
And that'll help the Kingsbridge cause.
I think as well. These players have got 5.5 games in the legs. It is a long old day for these young players. Under 16s, full squad effort, everyone getting plenty of time on the pitch, but when it's hard and heavy underfoot, the ball's wet, the air's cold, just takes that extra little bit out of the lungs. So if you do win that 6th and final game, you better believe that it's fully deserved. And at the moment, trophy's heading Ivybridge's way, but in the second half, early in the second half, the first chance is going to be to Kingsbridge.
And that is a squandered opportunity from Kingsbridge. They look to use that bulging blindside. Knock on. But the scrums have been competitive. They've been competitive all day. It's not a foregone conclusion when you're playing sevens. Look how narrow these two sides are lining up. That's the widest player for Kingsbridge, and she's outside the Ivybridge player. She's trying to defend, and Kingsbridge do go narrow, but then they find the offload and they gallop away and under the sticks. A try to level the match, and a crucial conversion to come.
What a brilliant offload. You talked about how narrow the players were, but that looked like something that was planned. They knew where the support line was, they knew where the players were. Kingsbridge showing the same awareness that Ivybridge did. Oh, now she's hit the bar!
A post and a crossbar, denying both sides.
Oh, but that offload there, just underarmed, establishing where the support line was coming from, sucking in the defenders. Everybody was narrow. I mean, there were so many places she could have scored that try. She tried to make the kick as easy as possible. Unfortunately, it wasn't obliged by the kicker. Oh, now Ivybridge.
Challenging ball, dying as it approaches the 10, and Kingsbridge go charging through. The offloading skills once again on show. Kingsbridge gather up the crumbs. 6 meters shy, and a penalty. The momentum of this game has turned. If they go right, they've got numbers, they've got room as well. Instead, they go right up the guts. 3 tackles come in, ball comes loose, but it breaks for Kingsbridge, who are across and then repelled at the last moment. Another transfer. Has she got it down? Held up the call.
They've got to look up there. We've said it throughout the day. You've got to compliment the good things and you've got to be critical of the bad things. Kingsbridge had 2 players on the right-hand side from the tap penalty who could have walked it in. That is a key moment in that final. They could have walked it in. Instead, they tapped. They didn't even go to the left. They went up the guts. That is bad decision-making in this final. The chance is gone, but Ivybridge getting away with it because that's 2 kickoffs.
Well, they got away for it for the time being, but more heroic defence halting Kingsbridge at the very last. A penalty. Once again, same position. Kingsbridge players lining up out wide. They swerve their way towards the uprights. Again, the tackles come in from Ivybridge.
High tackle advantage. This has all come, though, from Ivybridge not being able to gather kickoffs. Got to deal with the kickoff threat. And they're really under the pump here.
Head down. They do give the pass this time, but still they're so narrow, and all those hoop jerseys are there to halt them.
There are about 10 Ivybridge players on the pitch at the moment because the subs had started to roll on the far side.
The gap opens up, still they're repelled. Ivybridge stealing on the line, held up.
How is that for defence? So I've been critical about Ivybridge and their kickoff receipt. I've been critical about their opponents and not finishing the chances, but you have got to compliment the defence from Ivybridge there. How do you hold that ball up? Incredible, but they're back under the pump already.
They just can't make their way out of their 22 for long. Kingsbridge just returning everything with so much gusto, but they get a penalty. This is Ivybridge's chance. 2 minutes remaining on the clock.
What a final.
They haven't had a scrap of possession, and they knock on from the tap penalty. Huge intakes of breath from coaches and players and supporters alike around
commentators,
the touchlines. This is a nerve shredder.
Ivybridge have not made good decisions. And it's Kingsbridge put in at the scrum, another opportunity.
Down the short side they go. Reeled in, shy of the 22. Ball squirts out. They've got blinkers on at the moment, Kingsbridge. They can't compose themselves enough to get it out wide. This time they do. One more pass to the edge. High tackle.
There's been a lot of penalties in this half. I wonder if we might see further action. In fact, that is exactly what's going to happen, and Ivybridge are going to be down to 6.
Kingsbridge are asked to come back and take that tap again. So Ivybridge will see out the remainder of this match. Numerically disadvantaged. Kingsbridge, can they find the pass? Can they find the hole in the Ivybridge defence, which to this point has been unbreakable? They go around the edge and they find a way. Kingsbridge, with only seconds on the clock, get the score. And is that the one to hand them the trophy?
Finally, after all those opportunities, they spent pretty much the entire second half inside the Ivybridge 22. They should have scored after seconds. They did score right on the verge of 14 minutes. Are we going to have a chance to restart the game? We are not. Oh, a lovely moment for Kingsbridge. They are the first winners on the Monday of the National School Sevens. They made hard work of it, Joe, but 15-10, deserved winners.
Well, last year's defending champions from under 15 level from Devon, they were undefeated all the way, but eventually a Kingsbridge too far, because they are the under 16s girls champions of the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens 2023. Great scenes of celebration for the Kingsbridge girls, great scenes of generosity from the Ivybridge girls who played their part in an epic final. Well, they were in a battle. They were in a battle for 14 long, hard minutes. And the Ivybridge girls getting together there. They can be very proud of their contribution to the tournament, to that brilliant final. And you just love to see that outpouring of emotion and that camaraderie existing between that whole squad. And it is a whole squad effort on days like this. 6 hard games. 6 times they've gone to the well with their teammates. And for Kingsbridge, it's been 6 of the best. Well, what an opening day for the best schools competition in the world. The boys under 18 Vase. We've seen some class acts here on RE1. Defending champions, Stowe School, on their way to day 2 and up for the cup. Nelson College, all the way from New Zealand, being taken right to the wire by local boys, Richard Challoner. And there are plenty of other teams that we're yet to see on this pitch. That is just a sprinkling of the talent, a sprinkling of the runners and riders who are in contention for silverware tomorrow. Those under 18s will be heading home now. They'll have eyes on a big second day, which will also feature action from the boys under 14s, the girls under 14s too, with the under 18s, Vase and Bowl. The jewels in the trophy crowns tomorrow here in southwest London. But to wrap up this final day, well, this first day and this final bit of action, it is all about the girls. It's all about the under 16s, and it is all about the battle of the bridges. Ivybridge versus Kingsbridge. Kingsbridge prevail. They are the champions. And we will be heading to the trophy presentation very shortly with Dave Rogers.
just get a pint.
Didn't want this.
Good afternoon, everybody. That is incredibly quiet, but they need to use the microphone for the live stream. Hello to the live stream. Hello to those of you that are left in the venue. If everyone could please gather round, because now it is time for the presentation at the end of day one. So teams and supporters, support staff, everybody, great to have your company at the end of the day for the presentations. Before the presentations get underway, we'd like to take this opportunity to thank our official partner Limitless and the supporting partners Holyrood Howe and Lions Rugby Travel. Please continue that applause, not just for all of those people, but for everybody who has made sure we have had an incredible day's rugby here on day number one. And what a day's rugby it's been as well. Of course, the under-18 Vase competition goes into the second day tomorrow, but the under-16s girls competition has concluded, and it concluded once again with the Battle of the Bridge. It's been a superb, it's not funny, it's an iconic line, all right? But brilliant competitions. To win this under-16s girls competition, you need to win 6 games in a day, and that is no mean feat. The runners-up, they won 5, but I've got no doubt they'll be back next year looking to turn those silver medals into gold. So please give a huge round of applause for the runners-up, Ivybridge.
Once again, your under-16s runners-up, Ivybridge.
Well done, girls. Congratulations. Guys, well played.
Well played to the runners-up. And before we announce the winners, we announce the top try scorer in the under-16s girls competition. And that will be presented by Chris Roberts, who joined us on behalf of our official partner Limitless. Please welcome him to the stage. And then welcome the top try scorer in the under-16s girls, Alice Gray. Congratulations to Alice, but now we present the winners' medals and the trophy to the champions. A perfect day, 6 wins from 6. It is an incredible competition. It's a great rivalry that's going to continue to grow, but it is a gold medal and an under-16s national schools title to Kingsbridge.
Oh, congratulations. That's a good day at the office, that is, isn't it? Trophy.
One more time then for your Rosslyn Park National Schools Sevens champions, Kingsbridge. And that concludes the action for today, whether you're watching at home on the live stream or you've stuck around with us in the venue. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's been a fantastic day. We will be back tomorrow. The first match kicks off on RE1 at 10 o'clock. RE1 and RE2 every game throughout the week live. Get in the car, come and join us. But if you can't, get comfortable, get at home. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all the games, all the trophies lifted on this stage, and we can't wait. See you tomorrow.